A deafening crackle of lightning tears through the dark, stormy sky, illuminating a desolate landscape as a lone figure looks up, the world seemingly doomed. Even the comrades who had been through hell and back now lie still, their bodies broken and bloodied. The 10 strongest warriors, once tasked with guarding the continent, had depleted all their life force in a desperate, losing battle. Their sacrifice had been in vain, leaving behind only a world saturated with death and corrupted mana. And above the vast stretches of contaminated land, only death truly lingers. Yet, a fierce determination burns in Tiny's eyes, glowing with an inner fire. With a heavy thud of his boots on the frozen ground, he begins his solitary journey across the desolate, icy plains. A chilling blue light pulses in the darkness, a stark reminder of the devastation that has swept across the land. Bodies lie scattered across the blood-soaked earth, a testament to the overwhelming power that brought about this ruin. And all of this destruction, this absolute desolation, has been caused by a single, terrifying entity. The blue light continues to flicker, illuminating the grim aftermath, a silent testament to the overwhelming force of its creator. From the shadows, a monstrous roar echoes, a deep, guttural laugh that sends shivers down the spine, as a hulking figure with glowing red eyes emerges. This is Demon Commander Gluttony, and he finds the destruction quite impressive, his fanged maw twisting into a cruel smile. His glowing red eyes fixate on a distant point, a chilling question hanging in the air. Tiny, was it your name? The colossal demon looms, its massive leg dominating the foreground, as the small figure of the young warrior stands resolute against the backdrop of crackling blue lightning, ready to face the overwhelming threat. Despite the blood streaking his face, Tiny stands firm, acknowledging his opponent's power. But the demon commander's fanged maw opens, dismissing his words as he asserts, "However, you must already be aware." He continues, his voice echoing with menace. "It is far from enough to take my life." Tiny, undeterred, shifts his weight, his armored leg glowing with a fierce red energy as he prepares for the inevitable clash. But Gluttony is faster, his monstrous foot already rising, a matching red aura flaring around his own armored limb. The impact is instantaneous, a raw scream tearing from Tiny's throat as the force of the blow slams into him. His body contorts, recoiling violently from the devastating strike. It was a lightning wallop. Gluttony's attack connects with brutal force, sending Tiny hurtling through the air amidst a shower of debris and crimson energy. The force of the blow sends him hurtling backward, a blur against the dark, stormy sky. As the demon commander lets out a triumphant roar, his voice echoing with disdain as he taunts, "KGH, don't give up already. Your efforts are futile." But even with blood streaking his face, Tiny's eyes blaze with defiance as he snarls back, "Shut up." Still airborne, his body leaves a crimson trail through the air. As Gluttony prepares another devastating strike, his massive fist glowing with malevolent red energy. Unleashing a skill known as meteor objurgation, the demon commander slams his glowing fist down, creating a massive explosion of red energy that engulfs the area where Tiny lands, leaving him embedded deep within the shattered earth, blue energy crackling around his form. A massive, clawed hand, wreathed in crimson energy, descends with overwhelming force. Yet he glares back with fierce defiance, blood staining his face as he shouts a challenge. Above, a colossal red meteor of energy streaks through the dark sky, a harbinger of destruction. The demon commander stands firm, his form radiating power as the attack nears its target. Then, with a deafening quang, the attack slams into the ground, engulfing the area in a massive crimson explosion. The aftermath is a blinding flash, then utter darkness. From the depths of the impact, he slowly stirs, blue energy crackling around his injured form. Gluttony surveys the deep crater, confident that the battle is finally over. Still within the crater, he gathers his resolve, his eyes glowing with renewed determination. As the blue energy crackles around him, a luminous plant seems to bloom from the very mana, its glow reflecting off his armored leg. Yet, a deep frustration creases his brow as he thinks, "Damn, no sign of mana. Was everything wrong from the very beginning?" He remembers a younger self, a child with wide, uncertain eyes, his small hands outstretched in confusion. For in those days, mana training was the exclusive knowledge of distinguished knights and nobility. Therefore, he had to overcome countless failures, advancing slower than everyone else. He pushed himself relentlessly, rising to the top of the knights from the very bottom. Back in the present, his gaze hardens, the memories fueling his resolve. He had always believed, with every fiber of his being, that he could overcome new challenges. But now, looking at his armored leg, a chilling question echoes in his mind. But was that truly the case? If only he could have trained with proper methods from early on, he thinks, gazing out at the desolate landscape. A silent plea for himself and for everyone else. He remembers the burning image of the continent, ravaged by war. Still, the blue energy crackles around him, a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. He looks down at his bloodied hand, the blue light emanating from it, and a bitter thought crosses his mind. There goes his mana. He recalls the monstrous face of Gluttony, remembering how the demon had felt something off about him. But Gluttony was only the seventh out of all the commanders, leaving him to wonder just how powerful the other six truly were. The thought of Demon Commander Gluttony and the even more formidable Demon King fills his mind with dread. A dark, echoing voice seems to mock him, whispering, "Tiny you." Lying broken on the desolate ground, his sword plunged into the earth beside him, he struggles to comprehend the aftermath of the battle. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, raspy and strained, asking if he was still alive. It is the Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valentia, his face grim and bloodied, who speaks. Asgard's gaze is heavy with resignation as he admits, "It's unfortunate, but I'll soon be dead." His eyes, though clouded with pain, still hold a flicker of his former strength. As he continues, his voice barely a whisper, "Before you." Tiny, reaching out a bloodied hand, interrupts him, stating his desire to ask something. Asgard, lying prone, looks up at him, his question filled with a mix of confusion and regret. "Why didn't you run away from this battle?" Tiny, still on the ground, responds with a bewildered query of his own, asking what Asgard is talking about. Asgard, the Sword Emperor, his voice raspy with pain, continues to question the young man before him, recalling a time when he was said to act like mere slime, wondering if he truly had nothing left to protect. His gaze softening slightly, he muses that things must have been incredibly difficult for the young warrior. Tiny, his own face streaked with blood and dirt, responds with a hint of confusion, having been about to ask a question of his own. A moment of self-reflection passes over him as he admits, "It's embarrassing." Asgard, taken aback by the unexpected admission, simply asks, "What?" Tiny clarifies, his expression earnest, that it's unseemly the most. He continues, a resolute conviction in his eyes, that a man should always be confident, no matter the circumstances. Asgard, hearing this, lets out a short, sharp breath, muttering his disdain for being in such a state, before declaring with a wry chuckle that he wouldn't run for anything. His laughter grows, a deep, resonant sound that echoes across the desolate battlefield, a mix of pain, resignation, and perhaps a touch of dark amusement. His harsh, guttural laughter echoes across the desolate battlefield. As the Sword Emperor, a faint smile on his bloodied face, acknowledges the young man's enduring strength. Tiny, his own expression grim, declares his acceptance of the challenge, a resolute "that'll do," escaping his lips. The old warrior reflects on the raw talent before him, a talent that forged one of the 10 Sword Emperors through sheer pride alone, a realization dawning upon him. Extending a hand, he offers a cryptic invitation. If the young man returns, he should find him. As Tiny is pulled away, his gaze lingers on the Sword Emperor, questioning the meaning behind his words. Watching him go, Asgard decides to impart a final, profound secret, a personal truth. With a soft, purple glow emanating from his hand, he reveals his daughter's birth name, Lila, a name he cherished, inspired by a beloved flower. Now holding a glowing blue orb, Tiny looks on in astonishment, the weight of the revelation settling upon him. Asgard, the Sword Emperor, continues his cryptic message, admitting he never truly cared for the flower he mentioned earlier. His voice growing more serious, he emphasizes the importance of his next words, urging his listener not to forget them. With a final, resolute command, surrounded by a faint blue aura, he instructs the young man to find him as soon as possible. A wave of confusion washes over Tiny's face, his mind reeling from the Sword Emperor's unexpected words and the strange energy that still surrounds him. His eyes widen in alarm, the blue light intensifying around him as he feels an irresistible force pulling him away. With a sudden whoosh, the blue energy engulfs him completely, yanking him from the battlefield, and as his consciousness begins to fade, he wonders if this is the end, questioning if he is dying. Moments later, with a soft yawn, he stirs, slowly regaining consciousness in an unfamiliar place, a faint blush on his cheeks. He stirs, his eyes slowly opening to a room that feels strangely familiar, yet utterly alien. A wave of disorientation washes over him, and he wonders if this, too, is just another dream he's forced to endure. His mind drifts to a painful memory, a wretched past where his sister's body was cruelly taken from him. It happened right after she had passed. He recalls the intruders, who barged in so soon after his sister's death. He had tried to hide the ring, but it was all for naught. The memory shifts to a younger version of himself, pinned down by 2 burly figures, as a third man roughly pulls a ring from his sister's lifeless hand. He recalls his sister's valiant, yet futile, efforts, beaten as she tried to protect him. As one of the men drags the young boy away, he snarls, claiming they almost got into trouble because of that bitch, and vowing to teach her a lesson. A brutal strike lands with sickening force, the attacker's gauntlet fist connecting squarely with the side of her head, sending her reeling as a harsh voice snarls. "You bitch," he yells, leaving young Tiny bruised and barely conscious on the ground, barely surviving with his frail body. His sister, who had tried to protect him despite her own injuries, now lay lifeless. 2 men stand over her fallen form, one of them, a bald brute, casually plucking a glowing ring from her hand, then mocking her demise. "What? Did she bite the dust after a single kick?" he sneers, a cruel laugh escaping him. "Haha, how did you like my hectopascal kick?" Even knowing his sister was dead, they didn't stop their torment, going so far as to try and take her body. She's dead. Why even bother? The bald man muses. But his dark-haired companion offers a chilling explanation. There are some sick pups who enjoy dead bodies. Not to mention the organs and fresh bodies can rake in some good cash. He struggles against an unseen force, a desperate plea escaping his lips. His face contorts in anguish, the realization dawning that he is utterly powerless. Even in the depths of his own mind, he cannot shield himself from the horrors. A guttural command to his unresponsive body echoes in the silence. His hand clenching on the cold floor, a silent scream of frustration echoing in his mind. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy sparks from his palm, startling him with its unexpected appearance. With a surge of newfound power, he pushes himself upright, a determined glint in his eyes as a dark presence looms nearby. Still trapped in his dream, Tiny struggles against an unseen force, a powerful blue energy flaring around him as he's struck. One of his aggressors, a brown-haired man, snarls in frustration, his face contorted with rage. He holds Tiny down, but the blue energy continues to pulse around the young man, drawing a confused, angry reaction from his captor. Suddenly, Tiny retaliates, his fist glowing with the same vibrant blue energy, connecting with a powerful counterattack. The brown-haired man recoils from the unexpected blow, clutching his face, as a bald man nearby observes the scene with a menacing glare. His eyes burn with intense fury, declaring that Tiny has a death wish. The bald man lunges forward, delivering a brutal punch to Tiny, who is still on the ground, his blue aura flaring defensively. He follows up with a powerful kick, demanding the young man move away. The kick connects squarely with Tiny's face, sending him reeling as the blue energy around him bursts outward in a desperate defense. Two figures loom over him, one with a sneer, the other a furious glare, as a voice mocks him, calling him a persistent runt. Then, the bald man delivers a cruel blow, not with his fist, but with words, telling him to have a nice life with your dead sister. The impact sends him reeling, forcing him to crumple to the ground. A single, disbelieving "what" escapes his lips as the dream's intensity overwhelms him. But then, a brilliant blue energy flares from his hands, a power he recognizes, yet feels distinctly different from anything in his past, filling him with a strange sense of defiance. The scene shifts abruptly to a bruised young woman lying in bed, a silent echo of the nightmares he has endured until now, her suffering a stark reminder of his own. He wakes, sitting upright in his own bed, staring at his hands, wondering why this power manifested so suddenly, and what else might be changing within him. He couldn't believe it. He was manipulating mana at this age, a feat previously impossible. A distant, pained voice echoed, urging him to find them, whispering that this couldn't be happening. As blue energy pulsed from his hands, he questioned if he had truly been sent to the past. His bruised face contorted in disbelief, he desperately tried to convince himself that this was all just a dream. Yet, a powerful realization dawned on him. He could change things. His eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of this new possibility, a stark contrast to his earlier denial. A vision of a woman's bruised neck flashed before him, a painful reminder of what might have been. Could he truly alter the future? A surge of blue energy emanates from his hands, a power he shouldn't possess, leaving Tiny bewildered. His eyes widen in disbelief, the unexpected return of magic stirring a deep unease within him. As the vibrant blue particles swirl around his palms, he grapples with the implications, wondering if this means he'll be sent back to his original time. A wave of frustration washes over him, the thought of this power being a mere freak gift, igniting a furious resolve. He curses the stupid geezer who sent him back, his anger boiling over at the thought of his efforts being undermined. The blue aura around his hands intensifies as he desperately wishes for just a little more time, a little more strength, to achieve his goals. His face contorts in a grimace of pure frustration, a fresh scratch on his cheek highlighting his internal turmoil. Standing amidst the desolate landscape, he clenches his fists, lamenting his frail body and acknowledging his current perceived uselessness, yet a spark of determination remains. He clenches his jaw, the frustration evident on his bruised face, as the thought echoes in his mind. This short lifespan, this frail body. Kneeling over a fallen figure, he continues, I couldn't even give them a proper burial. His gaze hardens, and I couldn't even protect them. A wave of despair washes over him. But then a fierce resolve ignites in his eyes as he whispers, find me, as soon as possible. He looks up, his voice firm, just wait for a while, Emperor. After I finish what I must, I'll soon make my way. Meanwhile, in a different, shadowy cavern, a red-haired figure with glowing eyes speaks to a green-skinned companion. The bastard killed my sister, Wolf. Back in his dark solitude, Tiny remembers, in my past life, I barely killed anyone without breaking his spine. He clenches his fist, the determination solidifying within him. A swollen, purple bruise mars a cheek, a stark reminder of past grievances, as a fierce resolve hardens within him, vowing proper revenge this time. Of course, before that, he kneels beside a young woman, gently tending to her, his thoughts already turning to a crucial destination he must reach. The solemn toll of a bell echoes across the grounds of a quiet chapel, as Irina's serene face, framed by delicate flowers, appears in his memory. Though not bound by blood, her gentle presence was a constant. He recalls her unwavering smile, the only one in the orphanage that didn't regard him with disgust. While many others, like invaders, either shunned or harmed him, she was different. Because of that, she saw in him a reflection of her own lost brother, forging a bond that transcended all else. She had given him a name, Tiny, and showered him with an abundance of love and care. He remembered how impossible it had been to find an orphan to beat without Irina always being there to protect him. Now, a somber voice echoed through the air as a priest began the rites, in the name of the god, the creator of heaven and earth. The words hung heavy, a final prayer for the girl who had meant so much. I pray that Irina will rest in peace, embraced by the Lord forever. A young Tiny, his face etched with confusion and sorrow, could only ask, is it because Irina passed away? Nearby, Irina's friend, Emma, observed the boy with a worried expression, thinking, it feels as if Tiny has changed a little bit. She spoke to the priest, her concern evident, even a while ago. Later, in his bed, Tiny tossed and turned, a troubled grumble escaping his lips as he slept. Emma, witnessing his restless night, gasped softly, her thoughts fixated on that child. A low rumble echoes as young Tiny lies on the ground, his arm visibly injured, a grimace of pain twisting his features. Emma, observing him, wonders if he truly is the same person she saw in her dreams before. As he stares at his arm, a sudden shock washes over his face, questioning the strange sensation. Meanwhile, his cuts heal instantly, a fact that leaves Emma utterly stunned. A shimmering light envelopes his arm, and the injury vanishes without a trace. Holding a bowl, Emma rushes forward, demanding to know where he thinks he's going with such injuries. He simply states that he is fine, but she quickly refutes him, insisting he is not. As he walks away, Emma's gaze lingers on his retreating form, her mind troubled by the stark change in his demeanor, wondering what happened to Irina's words and his eyes. She gently places a hand on his head, a silent gesture of comfort, as he looks up at her. He offers a quiet thank you for the soup, his words doing little to ease the deep worry etched across her face. Still reeling from the recent tragedy, Emma's face is etched with worry, her thoughts consumed by the unsettling changes she's observed in Tiny. As he begins to walk away, she calls out to him, a desperate plea in her voice. Her mind races, connecting the dots between his miraculous recovery and his newfound coldness, wondering what kind of person he is becoming after Irina's death. Confronting him directly, she demands to know his true intentions. He turns his head slightly, his gaze distant, dismissing her concerns as mere childish worries. His expression hardens with resolve, he vows not to let despair consume him. As he continues to walk away, his words echo his unwavering confidence and his determination to rise above his current circumstances. Watching him leave, Emma is left with a profound sense of sadness and helplessness. Later, at Irina's funeral, Tiny stands before her coffin, making a solemn vow to ensure that her death will not be in vain. A voice echoes, watch, he'll show up here. Okay. As if in response, Tiny gazes up at the clear sky, a faint rustling sound accompanying his contemplation. His resolve hardens, a silent vow forming in his mind. I won't leave any regrets this time. 1 month later, the scene shifts to a quiet night, a distant building illuminated under the stars. Now, a vibrant blue aura pulses around him, casting an ethereal glow as he stands in the deserted streets of a town. The energy intensifies, and he declares, let's go. A fierce, determined grin spreads across his face, the crackling blue energy reflecting in his eyes. With a steady stride, he begins to walk away. As he continues his journey along a winding path, a cloaked figure observes him from a distance, wondering, HM? Isn't he that no-name kid from the slums? 2 men stand overlooking a desolate landscape, one speaking with a dismissive tone. His gaze sharpens, a memory flashing through his mind as the man's words echo. Tiny's expression hardens, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated resolve. He remembers a time when he was just a child, standing before 2 older men, one of whom had challenged him directly. How dare you call his name, brat? The man had sneered, his companion watching silently. The man's face contorted with outrage, his voice rising in disbelief. You must be out of your mind. The memory fuels his present anger, and Tiny moves with sudden, explosive speed. His younger self's defiant question echoing in his mind. Why? The other man, caught off guard by the sudden shift, recoils in shock. As Tiny's fist connects with brutal force, silencing the man's accusations. It's wrong to call his name, huh? The man screams, the impact sending him reeling, his face contorted in agony. A surge of raw power courses through his arm, crackling with blue energy. The impact sends the older man sprawling to the ground, his arms screaming in pain. Another man, witnessing the sudden violence, exclaims, What? What the hell is up with this kid? The injured man, still on the ground, struggles to ask, did he put him in prison on something? The second man, dismissing the display of power, scoffs, whatever it is, he's just a little brat. Ignoring the taunt, Tiny lunges forward, grabbing the injured man by his collar. He pulls the man closer, declaring his intent, I'll throw him just like. But as he tries to lift him, an unexpected resistance meets his efforts. Tiny's face contorts in surprise and strain, realizing, he's so heavy. still grappling with the older man, who cries out about his hunger. Tiny himself feels a gnawing emptiness, convinced the other had consumed his share of food. As the man lies defeated on the ground, Tiny's hunger persists, a primal urge that refuses to be satisfied. The other older man, observing the scene, speaks up, revealing a sudden insight. He's realized something important after reforming his mana body. Tiny's eyes glow with an intense, predatory light as he processes the words, a just awakened mana body, sparking a dangerous curiosity within him. Such a nascent mana body, it is said, finds its place more easily within damaged forms. Before the other man can fully comprehend his own words, Tiny lunges, seizing him by the collar and demanding to know what he means. His grip tightens, and a chilling gratitude escapes his lips. Thank you for. The older man is yanked upwards, his face a mask of pure terror as he realizes the implication of Tiny's words. He moves with a terrifying speed, a surge of blue lightning crackling around his arm as he begins his assault, a voice echoing his intent. Messing my body up, bastard. The air distorts around him, his form a mere blur as he closes the distance. Each movement is a strike, each step a devastating impact. He tears through the assembled figures, an explosive force scattering them as one of them cries out, "Who the hell is he?" A final, thunderous blow echoes, leaving destruction in its wake. From a distance, a bald man and another with dark hair watch the chaos, the bald man murmuring, Before they can react, he has already seized the bald man by the neck, who gasps, "Intruder! Who the hell is he?" Leaving the scene of his swift work, he walks away from the shattered remnants of the structure. A smirk plays on his lips as he considers the bald man's words, thinking, the beggar brat? Surrounded by a group of figures, Tiny stands his ground, a vibrant blue aura beginning to pulse around him. The surrounding men murmur amongst themselves, one scoffing, "Humph, that kid came here alone." As Tiny's eyes glow with an ominous red light, another voice questions, "What if he came here without a weapon?" A burly man shouts back in disbelief, "What do you mean, without a weapon?" Before the words can fully register, a swift kick sends one of the men flying. As Tiny grins menacingly at another, declaring, "I have one right here." The man's face contorts in pure terror. A guttural scream tearing from his throat, AAA. Before a powerful strike from him sends yet another opponent reeling. With a swift, brutal motion, he delivers a powerful kick. The impact sending his opponent's head snapping back with a sickening crack. The force lifts the man clean off his feet, his scream echoing as he flies backward. Tumbling headfirst down the wooden stairs, a second opponent watching in wide-eyed horror. The sheer brutality of the attack leaves the man frozen in a silent, horrified gasp. But before he can even process the scene, Tiny is already upon him, a blur of motion as he strikes again, sending the second man sprawling to the ground, leaving him defeated amidst the dust. Another opponent crumples to the ground, clutching his head in agony, while nearby, a second figure slams into the earth with a sickening crack. He surveys the scene, his gaze sharp and unwavering. One of the defeated men screams, his mouth agape in a silent cry of pain. Tiny stands over a prone body, his boots planted firmly on the bloodied ground. He declares, "I'm done with the small fries," then challenges the unseen, "Why don't you come down?" Looking up, he identifies his next targets. What's left are the Ranfers brothers. His eyes narrow, a fierce resolve hardening his features. As if in answer to his challenge, a figure plummets from above, letting out a surprised cry. He confidently clicks his fingers, a clear challenge to those who remain. Two burly men with fiery red hair loom over Tiny, who lies on the ground, as one of them questions why he doesn't just get up. The swordsman, his blade drawn, threatens to cut off Tiny's arm and leg. Tiny, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and defiance, hears the other man confirm that he is indeed a mana user. The red-haired swordsman stands over him, his weapon poised, while the other watches from a short distance. The two men exchange a glance, the swordsman acknowledging the boy's mana, and his companion suggesting they sell him for a high price. Tiny's expression hardens, his dark eyes glowing faintly as the swordsman raises his weapon. A small sound of surprise escapes Tiny, his gaze fixed on the impending attack. The red-haired swordsman brings his blade down, declaring that it's all over. A sharp grip on his arm pulls Tiny from his thoughts, a surprised grunt escaping him. The red-haired thug holds him fast, accusing him of using mana as a weapon, while his companion looks on. The swordsman, clearly irritated, muttering about the crazy son of a bitch. Tiny, however, meets their aggression with a defiant glare, demanding they at least show some class. The swordsman scoffs, declaring that instead of such hideous tricks, he should learn true hand-to-hand combat. Accepting the challenge, Tiny immediately shifts into a ready fighting stance, his fists raised. A confident smile spreads across his face, as he muses that this is how he should properly fight. With a roar, both red-haired men charge forward, their faces contorted in anger. But before they can close the distance, Tiny's leg snaps out in a swift, powerful kick. His kick, imbued with a faint red aura, connects with the first red-haired thug. The force of the blow sends the man reeling backward. He stumbles, losing his footing on the stairs. The red-haired swordsman watches in disbelief, realizing the young man's impossible speed. Tiny's foot slams into the thug's face with a sickening crunch. The impact distorts the man's features. His head snaps back violently. The thug is launched through the air, crashing into the wall with a heavy thud. As Tiny stands over his downed opponent, the swordsman, now enraged, charges forward, drawing his blade. He moves with blinding speed, his foot connecting squarely with the swordsman's face. The impact sends the red-haired man reeling backward, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Before he can even recover, Tiny seizes him, hoisting him high into the air. With a powerful heave, he sends the swordsman crashing through the ceiling above, splintering wood and plaster. The red-haired figure plummets through the broken floor, landing with a sickening thud on the level below. Tiny drops down, standing over his defeated opponent, who lies motionless amidst the debris. Dust motes dance in the air, settling slowly around the scene. The swordsman is then flung from the building entirely, a dark silhouette against the night sky. Debris from the shattered ceiling rained down, settling around the feet of the victor. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the silence, demanding, "Who the hell are you?" The red-haired man stepped forward, his boots crunching on the debris, while Tiny, unfazed, reflected on his past, thinking, "I was pretty surprised in my previous life." He recalled a time when he discovered that his own kind had been reduced to mere pawns in a remote area. A stark image of a powerful, wolf-like beastman flashing through his mind. A member of the beastman tribe, which was considered the lowest of the demi-human races. He recalls the beastman tribe, a group often looked down upon, yet among them, the pure-blooded wolf was truly special. This powerful creature, with its glowing red eyes, was a force to be reckoned with. Having manifested a true form rarely seen outside the royal family, it was a being of immense significance. He remembers how difficult it was to defeat him in his previous life, a stark contrast to the revelation that he was actually a killer. Back in the present, the red-haired swordsman glares at him, demanding to know about this very place. He continues, his voice laced with accusation. "I heard you're the one who did this, right?" Tiny, with a slight smirk, simply asks, "Can't you tell?" The red-haired swordsman's eyes glow with fury, his face contorted in rage as he snarls, "Nobody told me. I'll rip that mask off." With a guttural roar, he lunges forward, a monstrous, clawed hand manifesting to strike. "Good. You'd better go all out from the start," the red-haired swordsman taunts, his body beginning to contort and stretch with a low, creaking sound. A guttural growl escapes him as his arm distorts, his hand morphing into a glowing, clawed limb, the transformation continuing with a sickening crack. Now a towering, crimson beast, he roars, "Come." Tiny stares up, bewildered. What the hell is this?" he mutters, as the massive form looms over him, shaking the very ground. "You don't have silver fur," Tiny observes, his mind racing. "What kind of a beast-man are you, then?" The beast snarls, its glowing red eyes fixed on him. The monstrous, crimson-furred beast lets out a guttural roar, its glowing red eyes fixed on Tiny. Tiny recoils, a question forming in his mind about the creature's true nature. The beast lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of red fur and sharp claws. Its movements are far swifter and more powerful than the rancors he'd faced before, forcing him to dodge its relentless assault. Yet, even this formidable opponent pales in comparison to the challenges he overcame in his previous life. A flicker of determination crossing his face as he prepares his own counter. The beast pauses, caught off guard by a sudden shift in demeanor. With a surge of brilliant blue energy, Tiny unleashes a powerful magical attack. He refuses to back down, even as the monstrous form of the red-haired swordsman looms before him. The beast recoils, a pained roar escaping its throat, its crimson fur rippling from the impact of Tiny's previous strike. Still staggering, the creature lets out another guttural cry, while Tiny moves with calculated precision. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, his mind already formulating a strategy. He remembers a conversation, a lesson learned from a fellow beast-man, the words of Wolf echoing in his memory. Wolf's voice, calm and steady, had once explained how to handle his own kind in their berserk state. Back in the present, the beast's clawed hand flexes, its momentary weakness fading. With a guttural roar, its eyes glowing with renewed fury, the transformed swordsman lunges forward. A powerful kick connects, sending Tiny reeling. The red-haired swordsman lets out a guttural roar, his eyes glowing with savage intensity. But before he can fully commit to his next move, Tiny's hammer connects, sending him reeling, just as the young man declares, "That's why they say." The swordsman's body flies through the air from the impact, Tiny finishing his thought, beating. He stands over the fallen berserker, hammer raised, adding, "Is the best treatment for a crazy dog." But the berserk swordsman is far from finished, his eyes flaring red as he lunges back with terrifying speed, landing a powerful blow that sends Tiny flying backward with a resounding impact. Tiny tumbles through the air, the force of the attack momentarily overwhelming him. Despite the pain, a fierce resolve hardens his expression as he thinks, "Don't die yet." As Tiny struggles to regain his footing, the red-haired swordsman approaches, looking down at him with a chilling declaration. "Since you have to get it out, you're..." Still reeling from the previous blow, he is immediately engulfed by a searing red energy blast, the monstrous swordsman roaring in primal fury. From a safe distance, the wolf beast man observes the chaos, remarking that it's perfectly fine if the young man beats them up a little, a sentiment from the second-generation ability. As the ground around them erupts, dark, spiky formations tear through the earth. The force of the monster's attack sends him hurtling through the air, red energy particles scattering around his body. The monstrous swordsman continues his relentless assault, his glowing red eyes fixed on his target as he lets out another terrifying roar. But a sudden blue energy sphere slams into a nearby wall, cracking the stone and creating a momentary diversion. Seizing the opportunity, he sprints away from the glowing blue silhouette of his pursuer, desperate to create distance. Suddenly, the monstrous form shatters, revealing the red-haired swordsman beneath, who screams in agony as blood streams from his chest, the red gem embedded there pulsing ominously. As the swordsman slowly approaches, his footsteps echoing, he stares at the young man on the ground, a bewildered question escaping his lips. "Are you a monster?" The red gem, previously embedded in the swordsman, rolls across the ground. Still reeling from his sudden reversion, the red-haired swordsman stares up at Tiny, demanding to know why he's being subjected to such torment. Tiny's face hardens, his voice cutting through the air. A shiver runs through the swordsman as he remembers Tiny's earlier threat, the promise of a broken spine. He writhes in pain on the ground, his mind struggling to comprehend Tiny's words, wondering if he truly spoke to him. With a surge of blue energy, Tiny unleashes a powerful burst, the impact echoing with a pained cry. As the swordsman lies defeated, a fleeting image of his sister crosses his mind. Tiny, now holding the detached red gem, places it gently beside the unconscious man, a chilling promise in his tone. His hand still glowing with faint blue energy, Tiny delivers a final, grim warning, vowing to crush the swordsman's head should he ever stir again. Still reeling from his defeat, the red-haired swordsman prostrates himself before Tiny, desperately pleading for mercy. He cries out, admitting his wrongdoing and invoking the name of Lady Erna. His voice cracks with genuine remorse as he continues to apologize. Tiny, however, remains unmoved, placing a foot firmly on the swordsman's head and demanding he be brought to the palace as an offering, while the swordsman's thoughts drift to Lady Erna. Still trapped beneath Tiny's boot, the swordsman continues his desperate apologies, convinced it was all his fault. Tiny looks away, a flicker of thought crossing his face, muttering that Lady Erna likely wouldn't want to see the swordsman's face after her passing. Pressing his foot down harder, Tiny demands answers, specifically about what a beast man like him is doing in this place. Ignoring the swordsman's plight, Tiny focuses on the glowing red stone, absorbing its power before it can dissipate. As the energy flows into him, he recognizes the unique nature of the gem. A guttural sound escapes him as dark red energy spreads like veins across his arm, contorting his skin. His eyes widen in shock, the realization hitting him, demonic chi? The crimson energy intensifies, manifesting as sharp, claw-like tendrils that lash out. The transformation engulfs his entire body, his form twisting and writhing as the power surges through him, the guttural sound echoing once more. Now standing tall, radiating an intense, malevolent red aura, he looms over the still-defeated red-haired swordsman. The raw power takes on a monstrous form, a snarling wolf-like face with glowing red eyes, the very essence of the wolfman's strength. His face, etched with a mix of shock and fierce determination, is enveloped in the same crimson energy, the transformation seemingly complete. Perched on a craggy cliff overlooking a vast expanse, a large bird observes the world below, as Tiny ponders aloud. "What is this thing called mana?" Wolf, standing beside him, replies simply, "Mana is rare." He then elaborates on the nature of spiritual creatures, explaining that they are living beings born after accumulating mana for at least 100 years, a concept he refers to as a spiritual creature. Tiny, absorbing this new information, admits, "I didn't know that spiritual creatures existed." As he gazes at a glowing spirit deer nearby, Wolf poses another question. "Tiny, you know that the soul of a spirit creature is a spirit, right?" Tiny, confident in his basic knowledge, responds, "Of course, I know that much, even though I'm not a spirit tamer." Wolf, with a thoughtful expression, then asks, "Do you know what the quintessence of a spirit is?" The answer is revealed in the form of a glowing, crystalline object, which Tiny immediately identifies as a spirit stone. As the discussion continues, Wolf points out a peculiar detail, questioning why a spiritually formed creature would be bound by chains. Tiny observes the strange bindings, noting their unusual state. A deeper analysis reveals that the chains emanate a power far exceeding what is typically found in the spirit stones of demons. Entangled within the glowing red links, Tiny's own aura begins to pulse with a vibrant blue light. With a determined gaze, he declares his intention to deal with the strange bindings. His fist, crackling with blue energy, slams into the chains. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing Wolf to cry out in surprise as the chains begin to fracture. With a final surge of power, Tiny completely shatters the bindings, freeing himself in a burst of light and fragments. He finds himself in an unfamiliar, desolate space, his eyes wide with surprise as he questions what this new reality could be. His voice echoing in the void, he repeats his bewildered question, "What is this?" Before he can fully process his surroundings, a shadowy, hooded figure lunges from the darkness, its sharp claws extended with a guttural snarl. More of them emerge, their forms blurring as they close in from all sides, and a thought crosses his mind. Is this the memory of a spirit? He realizes he's completely surrounded, these weird guys pressing in from every angle. As they attack, he senses a chilling aura, realizing with a jolt that all of them possess demonic chi. But before their attacks can land, he moves with blinding speed, intercepting one of the figures with a powerful, blood-splattering strike. He continues his rapid assault, delivering another forceful blow that sends a second entity reeling. With a final, shattering impact, he obliterates one of the demonic figures, its form exploding into a shower of crimson. His hand, already slick with blood, clenches around something unseen, the struggle continuing with brutal force. He fights with desperate ferocity, blood spraying as he clashes against the relentless hooded figures. Despite his formidable skill, the sheer number of his attackers begins to overwhelm him. A hooded hand forces his grip open, revealing a pulsating red stone that glows ominously. Finally, the relentless assault takes its toll, and he collapses to the ground, surrounded by his captors. The hooded figures stand over him, their victory secured. One of them, eyes glowing crimson, holds the stolen stone aloft, exclaiming, "Holy shit, so they wanted the spirit stone?" Another figure, equally surprised, questions, "Who is that kid? Why are they giving it to him?" The red stone pulses with an intense, malevolent energy, its power radiating outwards. Even as he fought, a memory surfaced, a time when the relentless wolves he battled only served to strengthen him, each fallen foe contributing to his growing power. This power, he realized, stemmed from a singular event, the moment he absorbed the spirit stone, transforming him into the very wolf guy he now confronted. A spectral wolf-like entity materialized before him, its voice echoing, asking if they were truly created in this manner, a question that had been lingering in his mind. He understood then that his premature arrival had prevented the complete absorption of the stone's immense power. The wolf's glowing eyes narrowed, a silent, intense pressure emanating from its form. His own hands began to glow with a similar blue energy, a direct response to the entity's presence. The wolf stood tall, its presence overwhelming, a clear demonstration of its formidable power. Overpowered, he found himself falling, a massive, muscular arm asserting its control over him. The wolf-like entity looked down at him, declaring that he deserved a more honorable end than this. Still grappling with the recent revelations, he questions the nature of his connection to the spiritual realm. He expresses amazement at the possibility of spirit taming, though he doubts his own aptitude for such a rare talent. An elf-like woman, with pointed ears and light green hair, explains that a human can become a spirit tamer, but only if they possess a pure soul. Reflecting on her words, he muses that perhaps only young children are truly pure enough for such a feat. The scene shifts to a younger version of himself, a small boy with spiky black hair, who looks up in confusion, scratching his head. Even as a child, he seems to be contemplating his own nature, muttering about his youth. A close-up reveals a small, bloodied hand clutching a red object, as the child's voice echoes, denying his own purity and acknowledging a conscience. Suddenly, a translucent, glowing blue wolf-like entity materializes behind the young boy, causing him to gasp in surprise. The spectral wolf looms over the child, its powerful form dominating the space. As the spectral wolf loomed, a realization dawned on him, a sudden understanding of the events unfolding. He understood that when the chains binding the spirit were broken, its mana had flowed directly into his own spirit stone. This powerful energy then filled the cracked part of his spirit stone, making it whole once more. Looking at his own hand, now faintly glowing with blue energy, he questioned if this was why he could now use mana. The wolf spirit regarded him with an intense gaze, its translucent form shimmering with power. He then asked the spirit, concluding that a formal contract between them was impossible. The wolf spirit remained silent, its presence a powerful hum, as if awaiting his decision. With a determined expression, the young boy extended his hand, ready to forge a new path forward. He understood that unlike traditional magic, there was no need for him to obsess over the spirit, and that by simply supplying it with enough mana for survival, it would become a valuable ally. As a spirit tamer's strength grows, so too do their spirits, a principle exemplified by Estina, who was renowned as one of the 10 knights. This symbiotic growth was a key reason she stood out among her peers. Meanwhile, the massive wolf spirit lets out a guttural roar, causing Tiny to flinch in surprise. Its glowing blue eyes fixate on him, a silent demand hanging in the air. Tiny understands immediately, realizing the spirit wants him to exact revenge on its behalf. The wolf dismisses the task as trivial, and Tiny readily agrees, confessing he was already planning to eliminate all those connected to demonic chi anyway. With their agreement made, Tiny raises his hands, mana crackling and glowing with an intense blue light. The raw energy swirls and coalesces, taking on the ethereal form of a bird. This is the crucial final step in forging a true bond, the moment a spirit receives its name. As the blue mana swirls around them, Tiny holds the wolf spirit close, a thoughtful expression on his face. He ponders aloud. How should I name you? Since you have silver fur just like the moon, I will name you. With a gentle touch to its head, the blue energy intensifies around the spirit. Under the watchful gaze of a full moon, a resonant sound echoes, wolf. As he embraces his newly named companion, Tiny's thoughts drift to the source of the demonic chi he's encountered, wondering who could be behind such a malevolent force, a man who wields a beast man with a spirit stone. He realizes that if the demonic chi was present, it could only be them, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes emerging from a sinister purple aura. These were the demon worshippers, their monstrous wolf-like creatures also bearing the same ominous red glow in their eyes. A cult of dark figures, their faces obscured by hoods, all sharing the same piercing red gaze and surrounded by the corrupting purple energy. These were the ones who worshipped demonkind and made the world a mess, even before the Demon King's army had made its appearance. He recalls the labyrinth, the details of which remain hazy in his mind. In a memory, the red-haired swordsman addresses Lady Irina, while Wolf, bound and on the ground, offers a desperate apology. The swordsman silences him abruptly, as Tiny wonders if this is the man who gave Irina the spirit stone. The other bound man on the ground, his face contorted in fear, hears the red-haired swordsman call out Irina's name again, a chilling reminder of the woman at the center of their torment. The red-haired swordsman, observing Wolf's dazed state, commands a spirit to awaken him, calling forth the lunar wolf. With a crackle of blue energy, the massive, white spirit wolf materializes, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. Wolf cries out in agony, the spirit's presence clearly inflicting immense pain. As the red-haired swordsman looms over the suffering wolf, Tiny's internal monologue questions once more. Is this the man who gave the spirit stone to Irina? Through his pain, Wolf manages to utter a single word, organization, prompting Tiny to wonder about the nature and activities of this mysterious group. His bound hands clench tightly, a silent testament to his enduring torment. The memory of Wolf's agony echoes, his face contorted as he struggles against the pain, muttering about the sheer power they possess. He can only manage a pained whisper, acknowledging that he is merely a test subject in their cruel experiments. The memory shifts, focusing on the cold, hard ground as the red-haired swordsman's voice cuts through the air, demanding answers about the organization. With a chilling declaration that they don't simply let anyone walk away, he unleashes a torrent of crackling blue lightning, engulfing Wolf in a blinding explosion of magical energy, while Lady Irina watches on. The raw intensity of the flashback causes Tiny to flinch, his own hand clenching so tightly that blood seeps from his palm, a physical manifestation of the pain he's witnessing. He stares at the crimson stain, the swordsman's voice still ringing in his ears, questioning if Wolf truly believed he could escape their grasp. Wolf, battered and broken, finally gives in, his voice hoarse as he reveals that his organization would never forgive such a betrayal. Tiny ponders the implications, recalling his initial assumption that the swordsman's subordinates were the ones on the first floor of the labyrinth. The swordsman, standing beside a silent Irina, dismisses Wolf's words with a sneer, asserting that they don't take orders from a beast man. Tiny lets out a frustrated sigh, dismissing his own thoughts. After all, he hasn't exactly been known for his strategic thinking lately. His gaze falls upon a glowing blue crack in the wall, a source of power that feels deeply significant, and he knows that's what truly matters. Reaching out a hand towards the shimmering energy, he wonders if it's time to reclaim what was once stolen from him. Suddenly, the memory flashes back to the red-haired swordsman, his form crackling with vibrant blue lightning as he unleashes a devastating attack on Wolf, the impact sending shockwaves through the air as a younger Tiny watches in horror. The swordsman's hand glows with residual power, his mind contemplating the immense strength of a sword emperor. He then lifts Wolf by the neck. The beastman's struggles futile, as Tiny's younger self thinks to himself that he might be able to use the story he's hearing, promising to share it someday. The vision shifts to a glowing blue portal, a gateway to an unknown ally, and Tiny's hand, now glowing with the same blue energy, reaches out, ready to grasp whatever lies beyond. He stands beside a majestic white wolf, glowing blue particles swirling around his form, as he considers his next move, thinking of his future ally and the trust he needs to earn. His gaze falls upon an open treasure chest, filled with glittering gold and ancient artifacts, knowing that to forge that crucial bond. The ornate ring gleams, its detailed craftsmanship evident. A woman with a gentle smile leans down, her voice soft as she asks a young boy his name, to which he shyly replies. Tiny. Irina repeats his name, a fond expression on her face, remarking on its charm. She holds out a small, glowing trinket, assuring him that it suits him perfectly. Her hand extends the item further, as she instructs him to seek her out with it later, promising her aid once he does. Back in the present, Tiny and the lunar wolf stand before a shimmering, blue portal, its light casting an ethereal glow. The memory of Irina lingers, a figure so renowned that everyone within the Aslan Empire knew her name. Her radiant smile, a beacon of warmth, remains etched in the young man's mind. The story of Irina, the youngest daughter of the Asgard Emperor, Asgard von Valenta, was one of both privilege and expectation. Even as a child, she was renowned for her kindness and beauty, earning her the affectionate nickname, Valenta's Angel. Her coming of age marked a significant cultural event in Asgard, where it was believed that children reaching legal age must lay flowers in every temple and sacred place. This tradition was deeply ingrained. Such customs were widely known throughout the land. Perhaps it was this very reputation that led to a fateful encounter with the red-haired swordsman Ad Invader, deep within the red light district of Files, on the outskirts of the dukedom. Years later, Tiny and Arena would walk together, their paths intertwined. But in his past, a younger Tiny had faced his own struggles, unable to acquire the elusive ring. Even then, he knew he had to take a break from his efforts, as finding help proved incredibly difficult. He remembers a time when a certain ring was just out of his grasp, a time when he had to. But the memory is shattered by a harsh voice demanding, "So, where is that bastard?" Standing amidst the clatter of armor, a young man with dark, spiky hair looks down, facing an imposing armored figure. A smirk plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement that this confrontation was long overdue. The armored figure, back turned, surveys the scene with a heavy, metallic clatter. His armored boots stand over several unconscious figures, their bodies strewn across the floor, as he continues to speak, having held that. He had dragged someone here, leaving a trail of subdued individuals in his wake. The armored man concludes, certain that his target is a powerful mana user. An armored commander looms over a cowering man, demanding to know if he was truly absent for the sake of this bastard. With a dismissive scoff, he asserts that if he intervenes, the problem will be swiftly resolved. The subordinate, held firmly by the collar, curses the bastards and recalls being told to administer a specific drug. He attempts to deny the accusation, his hands raised in a futile gesture of surrender. The commander dismisses him, reflecting on the wolf bastard's skill in managing his own subordinates. This imposing figure is Duke over Castle Commander, Liam, a man of considerable authority. Liam strides forward, his footsteps echoing with resolve, determined to ensure his protection yields its due. He pauses, a questioning sound escaping him, as if sensing something unexpected. His gaze falls upon a young boy, his surprise evident as he exclaims, "That kid?" The guard's voices echo, accusing him of being the bastard who caused all this mess. With a defiant, simple, he descends the steps, leaving the group of armored men behind him. At the bottom, Liam demands to know if he has anything to say for what is done. The young man pauses, a smirk playing on his lips, before replying. He declares he was merely dealing with some rotten individuals, then questions why a knight like Liam would even bother with such matters. As the young man turns to walk away, Liam observes that he seems to have learned a thing or two from the wolf. Liam's hand clenches into a tight fist, his expression hardening as a low growl escapes him, muttering about the young man's audacity. A fierce orange glow erupts around his fist, crackling with raw power. Liam's mana-charged fist hovers menacingly over the young man, who, despite his predicament, wonders if his opponent has already reached the second level of mana usage. Liam's glowing hand presses closer, his voice echoing the same question. Second level of mana usage? A sudden force impacts, causing Tiny to flinch back, his eyes wide with surprise. But it is Liam who recoils, a look of shock spreading across his face. Tiny, now standing firm, a vibrant blue aura flaring around him, resolves to do his best, even in his current condition. He declares with unwavering conviction that he can beat him. Enraged, Liam unleashes a devastating punch, his fist now crackling with the same potent blue energy that surrounds Tiny. The blow slams into the ground with explosive force, sending debris flying. A deep crater marks the spot where the powerful strike landed. A sharp impact sends Liam recoiling, a grunt of pain escaping him as Tiny's fist connects squarely with his face. Despite the blow, he quickly regains his composure, thinking to himself that for now, just using his current level of power should be enough. Meanwhile, Tiny grins, a confident smile spreading across his face, clearly pleased with the effectiveness of his attack. Liam, still reeling slightly, acknowledges his opponent's unexpected prowess, muttering that the young man is quite good for a kid. Tiny presses his advantage, a blur of motion as he launches another rapid assault, his movements too quick for the eye to fully follow. Liam, however, decides against a prolonged engagement, concluding that he shouldn't waste his energy on him just yet. He begins to retreat, realizing the high number of people in the community, and decides it would be better to make Tiny leave on his own. With that thought, he quickly ascends a nearby staircase, putting distance between himself and his pursuer. As he reaches the top, he turns back, a blue aura beginning to emanate from him, challenging Tiny to try and take on what he's about to unleash. A confident smile plays on Tiny's lips as a brilliant blue energy erupts around him. Manifesting into the towering form of the lunar wolf spirit, its glowing azure fur and sharp fangs a clear declaration of power. Liam, caught off guard by the sudden appearance, grips his sword hilt, a single thought escaping him, a spirit. The lunar wolf responds with a guttural snarl, its glowing eyes fixed on the armored commander. The sheer pressure emanating from the spectral beast forces Liam to his knees, his heavy armor clanking against the ground. He grimaces, struggling against the invisible weight, his composure visibly cracking. Tiny, still smiling, explains that a spirit doesn't require a physical form to exist, declaring his intention to convince the commander of his power. Liam, regaining some of his defiance, attempts to negotiate, suggesting that money is the true motivator behind Tiny's actions. Gripping his sword, the commander challenges him, demanding to know his true objective. Liam, still reeling from the display of power, attempts to de-escalate the situation, offering a monetary exchange. He proposes, "How about I pay you money instead of the wolf," as the massive lunar wolf spirit looms over his terrified guards. A scoff escapes him, dismissing the young man's earlier words as childish nonsense. He then questions, "How old are you? Did you fool yourself with magic?" Tiny, however, remains unfazed, retorting that it's not magic, but simply who he is, a native of this land, quite famous for his black hair as an invader. Liam, still trying to grasp the situation, points out the difficulty of obtaining such a powerful spirit. His patience wearing thin, Liam's expression hardens as he demands to know how far the young man intends to push him. With a surprised gasp, he revises his offer, suggesting a higher price for the spirit. Tiny simply stares back, his expression unwavering. His patience wearing thin, Liam snarls, demanding to know if Tiny truly doesn't want what he's offering. The lunar wolf, sensing the rising tension, lets out a low, guttural growl. Ignoring the beast's warning, Liam presses on, suggesting they could simply take the wolf for themselves, right then and there. His frustration palpable, he mutters a curse under his breath. The Duke's eyes narrow to slits, a dangerous glint within them. He dismisses Tiny's defiance, finding it absurd for a mere child to speak with such audacity. But Tiny remains unfazed, his expression resolute as he prepares to deliver his final word. Liam, however, cuts him off with a stern declaration. The last day of the month would be the day Tiny kept his promise. As the tension hangs heavy in the air, two armored guards suddenly call out to their lord, their voices filled with urgency. He stands amidst his armored guards, his voice laced with challenge, demanding if they truly intend to abandon him. But the young man, defiant, simply curses them, refusing to back down. A new voice cuts through the tension, a calm command to wait. A bald, armored commander steps forward, his presence radiating authority. He delivers a message, stating that with the change in dukes, the commander should at least greet the new one. The commander then inquires about a schedule, promising to report back to his superior. He issues a stern warning, advising them to keep his words in mind, for they will soon witness the duke's true nature. Back in a grand hall, the commander stands over several fallen figures, confirming his understanding with a simple "of course." Meanwhile, the young man's eyes glow with a fierce, determined light. Tiny's voice cuts through the tense silence, demanding to know if there will be a next due date. He then questions where they believe they are going, his gaze unwavering on the two cowering figures before him. With a chilling calm, he declares he will grant them precisely 1 hour. His words cut deep, reminding them of their insignificant power, the children who died, and the lives of everyone present, warning that if they are late, he will kill one person every minute. Behind him, the spectral form of the lunar wolf materializes, its glowing blue eyes a silent, terrifying promise of retribution. Tiny's expression hardens as he adds that should they attempt to run, his spirit will hunt them down and ensure their demise. The sheer weight of his own threat visibly shakes him, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. He grips one of the men by the collar, pulling him close, his voice a low, dangerous reminder not to forget their 1-hour deadline. The man struggles, utterly terrified, as Tiny holds him captive, his message delivered with brutal clarity. A hand reaches towards a glowing blue crystalline structure, a voice contemplating the consequences if events stray from a carefully laid plan. Meanwhile, in a different time or place, Tiny sits upon a grand throne, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he holds a pulsating red orb, assuring someone named Duke Valencia that taking care of this place won't take long, and he looks forward to it. Back in the present, a weary sigh escapes him as he sits alone on a wooden staircase, a fresh cut marring his cheek. As he rises, holding the familiar red orb, a group of villagers greets him with a mix of relief and alarm, exclaiming that they've gathered everyone, calling out his name. The small community gathers around him, their faces etched with worry and anticipation. A red-haired woman, clutching the same glowing red orb, steps forward, her voice trembling with concern as she asks about the injury on his face, wondering if he'd been beaten again. He stands over a bloody form on the floor, his gaze somber as he reassures her it's not his blood, before delivering the devastating news. The wolf is already dead. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving the onlookers stunned and speechless, the weight of the loss settling upon them. He stands over the fallen lunar wolf, its body a gruesome sight, as a red-haired woman kneels beside it, her voice trembling with disbelief. A murmur of fear ripples through the gathered villagers, their hushed whispers acknowledging their terror and helplessness. They are all terrified, he observes, knowing full well the consequences for anyone who dares to challenge the nobility. The villagers fret over potential punishment, fearing retribution for even considering defiance against the powerful. He watches them, their collective anxiety palpable in the tense silence. If merely challenging a noble is a grave offense, they wonder, what fate awaits the estate lord of Piles? A faint smirk plays on his lips as he clutches a blood-stained book, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous resolve. The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge to the very authority of Duke Valencia. Two armored guards stand outside a building, one remarking that he hasn't seen Sir Ram around lately, and wondering if he might be on vacation, only for the other to remind him that Sir Ram was under probation for an incident some time ago. The first guard, confused, asks for clarification, prompting his companion to recall the fight that broke out between Sir Ram and a local thug, a memory that brings forth a fleeting image of a massive, glowing wolf-like creature, and a group of armored figures recoiling in fear as the guard continues, explaining how everyone started yelling and throwing rocks. He confirms remembering the incident, adding that the leader Sir Ram beat up was never even recovered, while the other guard chimes in, noting that all the money involved in the incident simply vanished. The first guard then questions what any of that has to do with Sir Ram's current situation. In the bustling town, two armored guards continued their hushed conversation, one observing that it seemed the new boss had encountered some trouble while working with someone. Indeed, every shop and store in town, along with the visiting merchants, had begun to voice their complaints, especially since they hadn't been making any money lately. It made perfect sense, then, that the estate lord was furious. That was likely the very reason he had summoned the new boss. Meanwhile, Tiny found himself trying to recall a name, a faint memory stirring in his mind. Elsewhere, Liam stood with a woman who worried aloud about the fate of the estate lord of Pales and who might be making a fool out of the Duke. Liam turned to her, questioning, "Valencia, what are you talking about?" Tiny, lost in his own thoughts, reflected on a past belief that in his previous life, he had once thought all humans were the same. An hour after his meeting with the Duke, Tiny reflects on the exchange, having handed over half of the gold coins from the account book as requested. Yet, in return for his compliance, he had managed to gain a few acquaintances and a crucial piece of knowledge, though he senses things are different now. Even though he wasn't the sharpest man around, he possessed a unique insight. Because of his previous life, he had come to a profound realization, a memory of a blue-skinned, bearded figure flashing through his mind. He understood that there were nobilities that towered over other nobilities, a hierarchy far more complex than it appeared on the surface, represented by the stern face of a powerful, balding man. Later, engrossed in a book, he continued to process these thoughts. With the estate lord's fate sealed, Tiny reassures Valencia, telling her she doesn't have to understand it right now, as it's not important at the moment. Valencia, her brow furrowed, questions his cryptic words, asking what he means. Looking down at the bustling crowd below, he muses that the important thing is for no one to worry about their status, because after all, everyone is truly free. A wave of disbelief washes over Valencia and the other women, as she tentatively questions the impossible freedom they've been granted. Still reeling from the news, she seeks confirmation, while Tiny's voice offers a stark choice, to seek vengeance or simply release their pent-up frustrations, declaring it their final opportunity. With a decisive gesture, he points the way forward, his back to the women, who watch him with a mix of awe and apprehension. But the offer ignites a different fire within Valencia, her eyes widening in a sudden surge of raw, unbridled fury. Her bare foot slams down onto his, a sharp, painful impact, as she snarls his epithet, "Wolf, you." Her voice rising in a furious crescendo, she continues her enraged accusation, "You." With a guttural scream, she lashes out, her arms swinging violently as a loud impact echoes through the space. Her hand connects with brutal force, sending a spray of blood across the air. Tears streaming down her face, her teeth gritted in anguish, she cries out her tragic past, revealing herself as the daughter of a once prosperous merchant, whose family was utterly ruined by him. Valencia's voice trembles with raw fury, declaring that the man who ruined her family will find no peace, and she will have her revenge no matter the cost. Her words echo the silent cries of countless others, faces contorted in anguish and despair. As Tiny simply looks down, admitting he has no talent for consolation, and that repaying a debt is more his style. He gestures toward a room filled with guards carrying heavy sacks, knowing that mere words will never be enough to cure all bruises, but, as an ornate door creaks open, he offers her a simple solution, telling her to take back as much as she wants. After all, there is nothing better than money to soothe a broken heart or cure a little. A vast treasure chest overflows with gold and glittering jewels, a fortune once belonging to the notorious wolf, now offered to any women and children who have lost their husbands in the war. Valencia and another woman stare in disbelief, barely able to comprehend the sheer generosity of the offer, asking if he truly intends to give them all this money. The young man simply looks down at them, a quiet hum escaping him as he awaits their response. Valencia, still processing the situation, then turns her gaze to him, inquiring about his own needs. He turns his back slightly, assuring them that he is well, having already acquired everything he requires. Valencia's expression hardens slightly, as she explains that while money cannot buy happiness, no one in this world truly lives without needing it. Tiny's eyes widen slightly in thought, then he poses a question, challenging her perspective on the treasure's origin. The other woman looks down, her silence speaking volumes. Tiny's gaze becomes distant, his voice firm, as he observes that even if one sends the wicked to hell, wickedness itself persists on earth. The women gaze upon the vast treasure, their eyes wide with disbelief. I have never seen so much money before, one exclaims as Valencia, standing close to him, quietly considers, if I could have. All of that, her thought trails off, before a stern voice cuts through the silence. Let me tell you something. The women flinch, their expressions shifting from awe to apprehension. He warns them, his voice low and dangerous. If you commit wrongdoing for money or leak a single word to the estate lord, my friend here will find you, he continues as a spectral, glowing ice wolf materializes, its form crackling with blue energy. The creature stands beside him, its presence radiating an icy menace towards the terrified women. They recoil in fear, their faces contorted in horror. And tear you apart, piece by piece. He finishes, his gaze hardening. Emma, if you are leaving the estate of Filio, I command divine. He continues his stern address, reminding them that they must always move as a group, especially when dealing with a reputed guild. The red-haired woman, Emma, questions his meaning, asking if he's implying they're being watched, but he simply states, he has someplace else to be. Her eyes widen slightly, a hint of concern crossing her features as she softly utters his name, Tiny. The spectral lunar wolf, still radiating its ethereal blue glow, watches intently as Tiny continues, explaining that if they are strong enough to take care of themselves, they will be able to take care of themselves. He then softens his tone slightly, acknowledging their agreement. We will do as you say. Emma, still looking troubled, suggests they go to Diane, adding, come find me if it's too hard for you, okay? A small, almost imperceptible smile plays on Tiny's lips, a rare moment of warmth. He then addresses Emma directly, his voice carrying a note of genuine appreciation. Emma, thanks for everything. Under the glow of a full moon, the narrative shifts to a grand, imposing building, a new location that will soon become significant. From this day, the estate of Filio, located in the Light District, would be under Emma's command. Meanwhile, a new chapter was unfolding at the estate of Filio, where a hushed voice declared that the gates were now closed. The air was thick with anticipation, as the name of the new boss was about to be revealed, a name that would soon echo through the halls of power, a name that was Tiny. Two guards, standing watch, exchanged bewildered glances, one questioning aloud. A child? Since when was he here? The other guard, equally perplexed, added, this little friend is in the place where his lord and the lieges lived. A commoner shouldn't be lurking around here. Then, a sudden realization struck the first guard, his voice laced with confusion. Wait a second, how do they know the name of the new boss? Well, Tiny's eyes glowed with an intense blue light, a powerful aura flaring around him as he declared with unwavering confidence. It's because I am the new boss. The two guards recoiled in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief as the sheer force of his presence, amplified by the sudden appearance of a glowing blue wolf, washed over them. The spirit beast moving with silent, predatory grace. Having declared himself the new boss of the Filio estate, the young man finds himself burdened by the unexpected responsibilities that come with his new body and position. He lets out a quiet sigh, resigned to the fact that since he now possesses this body, he must deal with all the accompanying troubles. Standing before him, a stern-faced man in a green uniform begins to speak, his voice carrying an air of authority. He acknowledges the rumors he's heard from the Duke, but expresses surprise at the young man's apparent youth. This imposing figure is Kron, the Grandmaster of Filio's Night Order. Kron then turns his attention to the silent guard standing nearby, questioning the manners of letting a guest remain standing while being observed. With a subtle movement, Kron draws his sword, the glint of steel adding a new tension to the air. He fixes his gaze on the young man, demanding to know his true intentions amidst all the recent upheaval. Kron declares he will offer the same warning to him, urging him not to ignore the future that the Duke had lost, leaving the young man utterly bewildered. His gaze sharpens, Tiny asserting his new position, declaring himself a guest of the estate lord. Kron's eyes, however, betray his disdain, as he questions if Tiny has lost his mind, knowing a Grandmaster is attempting to deceive him. He continues, dismissing Tiny's words as the stench of one who lived in squalor, before Tiny retorts that the foul odor is emanating directly from Kron himself. Seated, Tiny looks up at the towering figure of Kron, his voice cutting through the air, accusing the Knight's Order of speaking from the most rotten mouth. Kron's face contorts in fury, his eyes widening in disbelief and rage at the young lord's audacity. His hand instinctively tightens around the hilt of his sword, the metal groaning under the pressure of his anger. Tiny, now standing, reacts with a startled gasp, as an older, white-haired servant holding a tray looks on with concern. Kron's voice cuts through the tension, announcing that the lord has been waiting. The older servant's face tightens, his expression a mix of anger and apprehension. His expression remains unreadable, a silent challenge to the man before him. Kron's hand tightens around the hilt of his sword, a metallic scrape echoing the tension, as he dismisses the young lord with a curt, right. Excuse me. His gaze sharpens, warning him to watch himself inside, for the lord is a strict person. Tiny, looking up at the older man, responds with a casual, yeah, of course. Kron's face contorts in a snarl, his voice a low growl as he promises to kill him as soon as he has permission. The two men then proceed deeper into the estate, their footsteps echoing on the polished floors. An older servant, standing at attention, announces their arrival. Sir, Tiny of the back alleys has arrived. Kron leads Tiny through a grand doorway, into what appears to be a reception chamber. From within, a man with a chilling smile greets them, inviting them to come in. As they step into the lavish room, Kron begins his formal introduction, but his words catch in his throat as his gaze falls upon the man seated casually on the ornate couch. The man, with a gold ring glinting on his finger, is the very one who had threatened Tiny's life just moments before, and now, the chilling realization dawns on them. That smiling face belongs to the estate lord himself. Tiny's eyes widen in disbelief, the implications of this sudden revelation sinking in. Even Kron, usually composed, is visibly shaken by the unexpected identity of the man he serves, muttering in stunned realization. In a lavish hall, Kron offers a formal greeting, stating it is his pleasure to meet the ruler of Phillies. Meanwhile, Tiny kneels on the ornate rug, a voice from above questioning, "Where did you learn your etiquette?" Kron, standing beside the kneeling protagonist, respectfully explains to the seated baron that his lord finds it difficult to stand in his presence, as Valencia observes from behind the throne. The baron, a man of considerable girth, looks down with a smirk, remarking, "You are good at pretending to be a knight. This is Jaimin Ulf Phillies, the baron." Tiny glances up, his thoughts betraying his true feelings. I don't think I've ever seen him before. He really looks like a pig. Jaimin, meanwhile, leans back in his chair, a thought crossing his mind. Now that I think about it. Tiny's internal monologue continues, reflecting on the baron's words. Then, he was really good at pretending. So is this how he looked when he first started feigning himself? Regardless of his current appearance, the man before him was a noble in his previous life, and remained one now. He knew the account book was headed towards the Baron of Valencia, and that it would lead him to the man he sought, allowing him to finally have his proper revenge this time. Baron Jaimin Ulf Phillies watched them, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He dismissed the need to waste time on such nonsense, then questioned how a mere servant dared to aspire to become one of the master's own. Tiny, however, met his gaze, declaring his own aspiration to become one of Jaimin's servants. Both Kron and Jaimin reacted with stunned disbelief. Kron clarifying if Tiny meant the order's grandmaster would be his servant, while Jaimin mused on the young guest's ambitious goals. A new suspicion began to form in Jaimin's mind, wondering if Tiny might be a half-blood of demons or elves. He clarifies, stating that he is only 13 years old this year. His words elicit a shocked gasp from the Baron's aide, who can barely believe what he's hearing. Jaimin, however, remains composed, remarking that age doesn't matter now that the young man stands before him. The aide, still processing, begins to interject, but Jaimin's gaze remains fixed on the small figure. The Baron then continues, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, addressing the one who desires to become his servant. As Jaimin speaks, a fierce resolve hardens in Tiny's expression, his eyes glowing with an intense red light, as he internally challenges the Baron's audacity regarding his wealth. Jaimin, noticing the shift in demeanor, demands an explanation from the young man, his voice sharp with inquiry. Unyielding, Tiny responds, declaring his actions were for the Baron's own good. He had declared his actions were for the Baron's own good. And now, a scoff escaped him as he thought, "I thought you were pretty smart." His internal monologue continued, "But it seems like you do not know how the world works." Seeing the tension, the aide stepped forward, offering, "Sir, if you desire, I will get rid of him this instant." The Baron, however, ignored the offer, his gaze fixed on the young man as he pressed, "Do you?" With his eyes glowing a fierce red, the young man completed the thought, "No?" A new piece of information surfaced, revealing that the Duke of Valencia had started a crackdown on drugs and prostitution. The Baron's eyes widened in surprise, a single word escaping his lips. "What?" The young man continued, reminding him, "I'm sure that you know Lady Valencia is from your land." He continues, explaining that he acquired this sensitive information from her company, and simply wanted to resolve the situation for the Baron before it escalated. A confident grin spreads across his face as he adds, if it's a personal matter of the Duke, he'd handle it himself. The Baron hums thoughtfully, acknowledging that he had indeed heard similar rumors. For the Duke's only daughter's upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, significant plans were underway. The Baron, his face contorted in anger, dismisses the young man's words as childish fantasies, insisting that Valentino was rife with corruption. Kron, his eyes flaring with a crimson glow, begins to question the Baron's judgment, but is sharply cut off by his master, who warns him not to overstep. The crimson energy around Kron intensifies, his jaw clenching in barely contained rage. He bows deeply, offering a reluctant apology, while the young man calmly states that others will follow the Baron's actions, not his words. The Baron looks down, contemplating the words, and admits that despite the methods, there is something commendable in the young man's actions, to which he begins to offer his thanks. Tiny, still addressing the Baron, states there is one more thing he needs to confirm. The Baron, leaning back in his chair, reveals his unexpected knowledge, remarking that it appears Tiny controls the spirit of a wolf. Kron, standing nearby, reacts with a flash of red in his eyes, his mind immediately jumping to the possibility of a spirit stolen from a wolf's spirit stone. Tiny, taken aback by the Baron's insight, wonders how he could have possibly known such a secret. As blue energy begins to swirl around him, he focuses his will. The ethereal form of a wolf, the lunar wolf, begins to coalesce beside him, its eyes glowing with inner light. With wide eyes, Tiny watches the spirit fully manifest, a powerful aura radiating from its form. Suddenly, a distinct, heart-shaped circle of vibrant purple energy appears in the air. The Baron, observing the new phenomenon, ponders if it could be a circle made of demonic energy. A chilling question echoes, wondering if the individual responsible for such devastation is truly a dark magician. For it is said that devils never lend their strength without sacrifices. And the evidence of such dark rituals lies in the gruesome piles of bodies left behind. This second circle magician, a true lunatic, has either slaughtered hundreds or offered dozens of living souls as tribute. Meanwhile, two scavengers survey a scene of carnage, one bald man questioning his companion. "She's dead, man. Why do you bother?" He continues, explaining that some individuals find pleasure in the deceased, and her organs and fresh body could fetch a considerable sum. His companion, kneeling beside the body, confirms, "The body of a mana user. We can sell it at a high price, right?" The narrative then shifts to a close-up of Tiny's face, his expression unreadable. As the truth is revealed, this man was the invader. He has a strange reaction backing him. Someone observes, wondering if this wolf is the bad guy. Meanwhile, the estate lord, seated regally, presses Kron, demanding to know, "Why aren't you refusing?" The young man, overhearing, finds himself unable to comprehend the question. The tension in the opulent room thickens as Kron remains kneeling before the estate lord. With a resigned tone, Kron responds, "Yes, sir." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tiny acknowledges that with his current power, he cannot handle both of them together, and with a surge of blue energy, he calls out, "Lunar Wolf." A powerful, glowing blue claw lashes out. As the lunar wolf fully manifests with a ferocious roar, its ethereal form radiating intense blue light, sending the estate lord recoiling violently. The force of the impact causes the estate lord to be thrown back in his seat. The estate lord's voice echoes, acknowledging the young man's unexpected claim to the forest. He sits in his opulent study, a scowl etched across his face, while Kron stands respectfully before him. "God damn it," the lord curses, his features contorted in rage. "That useless wolf." He continues, stating that since things have unfolded this way, they must now find a new test subject. His gaze sharpens as he utters the word, "subject," his thoughts clearly on Tiny. Kron, ever the loyal subordinate, questions if the young man is attempting to utilize his beast of wolf. The lord then presses Kron, asking just how powerful the boy truly is, to which Kron replies that he will soon reach level 2. The estate lord's eyes widen slightly, surprised, as he asks if Kron means the boy is already on par with a knight. He muses that unless Tiny hails from a noble family trained in mana manipulation from a young age, he must truly be a genius. The estate lord, his back to the room, ponders the young man's abilities, wondering aloud about the boy. An image of Tiny, glowing with a faint blue aura, appears in his mind, as the lord observes that not a single strand of his mana is moving, yet his control remains remarkably stable. Turning to Kron, the estate lord acknowledges the situation, then asks if the young man will now answer him completely. Meanwhile, Tiny's eyes narrow with a determined glint, as he internally debates whether he should reveal who truly taught him his abilities. A memory flashes through his mind, showing him as a child, training with the sword, recalling that he learned it from his parents before he came to Files, wondering what that truly meant. The memory continues, showing his younger self glowing with blue energy, as he realizes this was a breathing technique he had practiced since infancy. Back in the present, Tiny, looking thoughtful, acknowledges that due to his recent increase in strength, he has finally realized it was a truly special method. The estate lord, his expression unreadable, simply hums in contemplation. In the grand hall, the estate lord stands before Tiny, Kron and several guards observing from the background, as the noble's voice rings out with a challenge, daring him to uncover the truth. With a resolute expression, Tiny hears the estate lord's words about accepting Irina's request and the increased bounty on his daughter's head, a move designed to make escape or recovery impossible. The estate lord then gestures towards Tiny, declaring his very presence as proof of his own power, a testament to his influence. His gaze remains intense, unwavering. Tiny, however, simply agrees, stating he will take the estate lord at his word. The estate lord seems taken aback by this unexpected compliance, muttering that the situation was proving harder than he had anticipated. A sinister smile slowly spreads across his face. Meanwhile, Tiny considers that he will reveal the details, questioning who this mysterious he might be. With a final, authoritative tone, the estate lord instructs Tiny to remain there for a while. The estate lord continues his interrogation, his gaze fixed on Tiny, who asks if he is the subject of the lord's concern, as a spectral image of the lunar wolf appears behind him. The estate lord then explains that ever since Tiny killed the wolf, things have gone south, and he needs someone to take the blame. Tiny's expression hardens as he realizes the estate lord is referring to one of the members of the organization connected to the wolf he had slain, a memory that brings a chilling sense of danger. His mind flashes to a hooded figure, their hands glowing with ominous red energy. Before he sees himself plummeting into a swirling abyss of crimson and black. The vision screaming a silent warning that this path is truly dangerous. Snapping back to the present, Tiny challenges the estate lord, noting that he is not answering his questions again. But the estate lord simply leans back, reminding him that he wanted to be his servant, and that this offer should not be a bad one for him. With a resolute expression, Tiny responds that if the estate lord orders it, he will oblige. The estate lord addresses Kron, inquiring if the individual in question is an honored guest, to which Kron confirms, acknowledging the estate lord's awareness of his current difficulties. Meanwhile, Tiny considers his own position, believing he still holds a crucial advantage. A complex plan begins to unfold, requiring approximately 3 days for the Dune's men to verify an artifact's authenticity, followed by another 2 days to assemble the punitive army. Finally, the army would need 10 additional days to reach Files. If the estate lord's guest were to arrive after 15 days, the plan would align perfectly, ensuring everything would proceed as intended. Kron then interjects, politely asking when the guest is expected to arrive. Tiny, caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, questions Kron's motives. The estate lord, still seated, declares his intention to teach the incoming guest proper manners, while Kron, standing before him, assures his master of the guest's imminent and satisfactory arrival. As the conversation continues, a deep frown creases Tiny's brow, his eyes narrowing in intense thought. Internally, a single, explosive expletive escapes his mind. A week had passed since the last encounter, and Tiny still pondered the words spoken to him. He mused that the invaders should have long since made their escape, and he too needed to ensure his own swift departure. Perched atop his loyal lunar wolf, he gazed thoughtfully into the distance. While the great beast seemed to echo his sentiments, asserting that disposing of the Lord's men would be an effortless task. Later, confronting a wanted poster bearing the face of the figure estate lord, Tiny considered the implications. Realizing he had unfinished business with the man, something he still needed to acquire. He resolved to avoid any future complications, and furthermore, to ensure a smooth path ahead. He trains with fierce determination, a powerful punch echoing through the air. He knows he can't allow the thought of retreat to cross his mind again. Even with his current strength, he understands a single blow won't overcome the immense obstacles set before him. His fist clenches as he considers a second option. The quest that binds him weighs heavily on his mind. He can't help but wonder, is the estate lord's visit truly official? Meanwhile, in a grand hall, Valencia questions the nature of the visit. She expresses her suspicion to Kron, noting the unusually large retinue accompanying the estate lord, far more than she'd ever seen before, making the situation highly suspicious. Cloaked in shadow, with eyes glowing ominously, the Baron of the Figure Estate confirms his private intentions, asserting his dominance. As the political landscape shifts, the question lingers, what would happen if a massive, unforeseen event were to disrupt the delicate balance in Files? This uncertainty looms large, especially with the impending arrival of certain guests. Their presence alone would draw all eyes, focusing every ounce of attention on this very place. Such an event could easily lead to the postponement or even cancellation of his important visit, a significant disruption to the Baron's plans. Meanwhile, Tiny continues his rigorous training, believing that even with high risks, the potential rewards are worth the effort. He drives himself harder, determined to make his efforts count. With every splash and impact, he knows he must become strong enough by then. His gaze hardens, focused on the ultimate goal, to defeat both the Grandmaster and the Lord. His body strains with the effort, a testament to his unwavering resolve. His gaze sharpens, as a thought crosses his mind about the approaching mealtime. In the kitchen, a ladle pours a thick liquid into a pot. But a voice sharply warns the pourer to watch his aim. Tiny, holding the ladle, turns to face the exasperated chef, who looks on with a mix of annoyance and surprise. A metallic clink echoes as he sets something down. Later, he walks through a grand hallway, passing a servant carrying a tray. 2 men watch, bewildered, as he consumes an impossible amount of food, wondering how such a quantity could fit inside his body, and if he possesses some kind of unique power. As Tiny continues to devour everything in sight, one of the observers remarks that even dwarves and orcs don't eat as much as he does. His mouth works tirelessly, a testament to his relentless hunger. Taking a moment to drink from a large bowl, Tiny realizes that his reinforced mana body improves every time he eats, meaning the more he consumes, the stronger he becomes. Soon, the table is piled high with empty dishes, a testament to his incredible appetite, as the 2 men continue to stare in utter disbelief. Looking at a now empty plate, he concludes that he no longer needs to worry about his diet. As he takes another bite, one of the men asks if he is the reckless kid who learned mana from a dog. An older man, clad in heavy plate armor, stands with a stern expression, his gray hair neatly slicked back. He approaches a table where Tiny continues to devour his meal with gusto, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The armored man pauses, observing the young man's voracious eating before questioning him, a hint of disbelief in his voice. His expression hardens as he continues, asserting that one should always show respect to their elders. Tiny, however, remains unfazed, a thought of amusement crossing his mind as he hears the man's words, still focused on his meal. The armored man's patience wears thin, his voice rising as he demands to know what the young man just said, unsure if he's being mocked or challenged. His hand instinctively moves to the hilt of his sword, his gaze piercing as he urges Tiny to make up his mind. He leans closer, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone, addressing the young man with a dismissive epithet. Tiny finally reacts, a single expletive escaping him as he realizes the gravity of the situation, his meal momentarily forgotten. His face contorted in rage, the armored man glares down, his voice booming with indignation. "You little noisy bastard," he bellows, promising to fuck up his target. The source of his ire, a massive bone, lies half-eaten on the ground, a testament to the protagonist's voracious appetite. As the enraged man continues to fume, another armored figure, calm and composed, watches the scene unfold. The calmer man speaks, his voice a soothing balm against the other's fury, advising him to relax, as the one causing the ruckus is just a child. He then addresses the fuming man directly, telling Gren to stay still. Gren, though still visibly agitated, pauses his outburst, held in check by his companion. Meanwhile, Tiny looks up, his expression a mix of annoyance and mild curiosity, unfazed by the commotion he has caused. The calmer armored man then turns his attention to Tiny, giving him permission to go ahead. As the armored man stands over him, he questions Tiny's resolve, asking if he truly wants to know his strength. Tiny, looking up at the imposing figure, remains unfazed by the challenge. With a confident smirk, he retorts that the man better not be all talk. His eyes gleaming with determination. Turning to walk away, he dismisses any further conversation. Meanwhile, a sinister purple aura emanates from the shadows, revealing the true mastermind behind the unfolding events, the estate lord. This malevolent presence seems to loom over Tiny, a silent threat to his burgeoning power. Back in the courtyard, the armored man, his duty seemingly done, walks away. Meanwhile, the estate lord stands before his assembled forces, a formidable array of armored figures ready for his command. The armored figure, Gren, stands tall, his gaze fixed on the young man before him. With a confident smirk, he issues a direct challenge, declaring his intent to personally put the young man in his place. He presses further, mocking him about potential regret, a harsh laugh echoing in the air. Gren then commands him to pick up his weapon, promising a swift end to their impending confrontation. His voice carries, even as the focus shifts to the young man's wolf companion, asking if he is truly unafraid. The young man, Tiny, responds with a calm, almost dismissive tone, accepting the challenge laid before him. With a sharp, metallic scrape, Tiny draws his sword, the blade glinting as it leaves its sheath. Gren wastes no time, immediately bringing his weapon down in a powerful strike, but Tiny meets the assault head-on, his sword deflecting the blow with a resounding clang. As the force of the impact reverberates, Gren's eyes glow with a fierce purple light, his expression hardening with resolve. A sudden, brutal impact sends Gren's head snapping back, a cry of pain escaping his lips. His arm is violently forced back, the armored warrior barely able to utter a choked accusation. Tiny, moving with blinding speed, delivers a devastating, blue energy-infused strike that sends his opponent reeling. The young man's focus is absolute, his arm still crackling with the residual power of his attack. Another blow connects, shaking the armored figure to his core. The force of the assault lifts Gren off his feet, sending him hurtling through the air. He crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, his body skidding across the dirt. A pained groan escapes him, his face a mask of shock and agony. Lying defeated, he can only wonder if this is truly the power of a mere level 1. Despite his previous defeat, the armored warrior's foot slams down, radiating a fierce red energy. As he curses his situation, refusing to yield. His eyes glow with desperate resolve, a primal scream echoing his refusal to lose. Observing the warrior's tenacity, Tiny notes his unexpected resilience. With a furious roar, Gren lunges forward, his fist blazing with crimson energy, aiming to crush his opponent. But before the blow can land, a swift counterattack connects, sending a shockwave across his face. The young hunter pivots, his body a blur of motion. A powerful kick snaps out, connecting squarely with the armored warrior's head. Tiny follows through with another aerial strike, driving Gren further back. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful kick sending Gren reeling backward, his armor groaning under the impact. Before Gren can recover, another swift kick connects, driving him further off balance. Then, with a sudden, brutal motion, Tiny seizes Gren by the head, holding him firmly in place. Gren can only gasp in disbelief, wondering how this could be happening, as Tiny leans in, a chilling promise in his voice. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." A surge of brilliant blue energy erupts from Tiny's hand, coursing directly into Gren's head, his face contorting in agony as the power overwhelms him. The assault concludes, leaving Gren utterly defeated and prone on the ground, while Tiny stands tall, the victor. Turning his back on the fallen knight, he dismisses the entire ordeal with a scoff, muttering, "Knights ain't shit after all." Nearby, two guards stare in utter shock, one barely managing a bewildered, "Huh?" while the other struggles to comprehend. What just? The realization dawns on them, as a voice confirms the impossible. Sir Grant lost. He stands with his back to the stunned crowd, a silent testament to the power he just unleashed. His gaze sharp and calculating, while the Baron's eyes narrow in a mixture of suspicion and dawning realization. Among the onlookers, Kron and the other guards gasp, unable to fully comprehend the display they just witnessed. He reflects on his deliberate actions, knowing he had intentionally revealed his strength in front of so many influential people. Without the aid of the Lunar Wolf, few could accomplish such a feat. The Baron, observing him, realizes the feudal lords will now hesitate to get rid of him. A confident smile plays on his lips, the probability of his success now significantly higher. Meanwhile, the Baron's eyes glow with an ominous red light, as the guards remain frozen in shock. His feet firmly planted on the wooden floor, Tiny's resolve hardens. He must increase his power. He stares upward, eyes wide with a sudden, disorienting shock, his world seemingly turned upside down. A heavy, resonant impact echoes through the air. A younger Tiny once launched himself into a powerful attack. The impact echoing as he looked back, a sigh escaping him as he wondered if he had overdone it. Now, reflecting on those moments, he acknowledges that he had no choice but to act decisively, even if it meant expending all his mana to catch his wary opponent off guard. In those days, without mana, his body, or rather, his mana body, would become weak. While his physical recovery was always quick, the mana recovery was agonizingly slow. However, with his completely integrated mana body in this current life, he has finally overcome that significant disadvantage. He stands amidst a modern cityscape, a faint blue energy orbited by particles in his hand, reflecting on his newfound power. A confident smile plays on his lips, the thought echoing in his mind that he can become stronger than in his previous life. Meanwhile, in a grand, opulent chamber, the estate lord stands with a butler, awaiting a guest. As Tiny takes his seat at the lavish dining table, facing the estate lord, the realization dawns on him that the rumors of the duchy's movements were indeed true. The estate lord, with a slight bow of his head, admits his misunderstanding, even acknowledging Tiny's past support. Tiny eyes the perfectly cooked steak before him, noting its delicate texture and that it is made of veal. The estate lord raises his glass, a welcoming smile on his face, assuring him that the meal was prepared for his utmost enjoyment. Tiny, however, can't help but comment on the sheer quantity of food, suggesting it might be a bit much for a single breakfast. He beams, delighted by the meal before him, thinking it's an excellent idea and that his appetitive power is the best. The estate lord smiles back, remarking that such an idea came from Tiny's own appetite. Tiny, still smiling, explains that the previous day's events only occurred because the knight allowed himself to be lured. The estate lord dismisses his modesty, expressing great anticipation for his future. He then laments the unfortunate reality that there is no suitable teacher to mentor such a genius. Tiny reflects on his past, having grown up alone without a teacher. As he continues to eat, he muses that they truly outshine. The estate lord continues, speaking of a great master, and wonders if Tiny has learned history, finding it a miracle that he remains unaware. Tiny thinks he only knew of a collector, finding his memories blurry but recalling hearing of him in a previous life. The estate lord then remarks on the rarity of a black-haired individual not being a mage. He listens intently as the estate lord continues, explaining that in this empire, there are many who are currently undergoing awakening. The estate lord then adds that he has an idea of a place where Tiny might belong, a place where he could truly thrive. Tiny, surprised by the suggestion, can only think that such a thing is unexpected and wonders if his value is truly that high. He asks for clarification, wondering what the estate lord is talking about, what kind of place he means. The estate lord smiles, assuring him that someone will explain the details, someone they contacted just yesterday. He continues, stating that he doesn't know the individual personally, but is certain this person is a true genius. Tiny's expression remains thoughtful, as he seems to be figuring out the power of the mana circle. The estate lord then reveals a crucial detail, that it was not known when the mana circle was formed, but in the previous life, it was a black-haired individual who lost his mana circle. A vision flashes, showing a cloaked figure confronting a monstrous beast, as the narration confirms. Jaimin Ulfilis, the man who had been called the Collector in the previous life, was indeed a black-haired individual, and that is how he lost his mana circle. With a subtle smile, the estate lord tells him he should look forward to meeting an important person, who will offer him a significant post. Grateful for the precious opportunity, Tiny expresses his thanks. He closes his eyes in a moment of quiet satisfaction. Later, his eyes now sharp with determination, he prepares for action. He unleashes a powerful punch, striking a training dummy with a resounding thud. The dummy absorbs the impact. Meanwhile, a voice expresses concern about him and the organization. While the estate lord considers his next moves, Tiny continues his rigorous training, pushing his limits with every strike, knowing he must be prepared for whatever lies ahead. He acknowledges the need for greater strength, but understands there's no immediate urgency to reveal his full capabilities. Meanwhile, the estate lord, a second circle magician, is a formidable opponent, while Kron stands as a peak second-order fighter. Kron, though slightly stronger than the estate lord, is ultimately of a similar power level. This is because magicians and mana-using fighters, despite their different paths, often reach similar stages of power. Tiny, reflecting on his many past lives, feels confident he can quickly ascend to new heights. His gaze sharpens with fierce determination, a silent promise to himself. A sudden realization dawns on him, that anything he has will be enough to achieve his goals. 3 days later, the world continues its turning, as Tiny's training progresses. A surge of brilliant blue lightning crackles through the dark, undefined space. He stands amidst training equipment, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, acknowledging that while his physical form remains small, he has undeniably grown much stronger. Yet, this newfound power came at a cost, as his flexibility and agility were greatly compromised, even as his momentum and raw strength surpassed anything from his previous life. Looking down, a realization dawns on him, understanding the path forward now that he has returned to the basics. He recalls the formidable monster that once pierced his barrier, remembering how in his past life, he believed simply becoming big and strong was the only answer. That memory, that overwhelming force, caused the mana body linked to his unconsciousness to react violently. A primal scream escapes him, his current self overlaid with the image of his past adversary, both engulfed in a furious red aura of raw power. He now understands the flaw. He had excessively built his body physically, destroying the crucial harmony between his mana and physical forms, causing it to break. A confident smile spreads across his face, realizing there was no need to become so physically massive, because behind great strength, there is always an even greater strength. He lets out a sharp gasp, as his gaze falls upon 2 armored guards observing him. As he begins to walk away, one of the guards nervously calls out, let's continue next time." Tiny turns back, a confident smile playing on his lips, and tells them, "I'd be grateful if you excused yourselves." He continues, his voice carrying a hint of challenge, "Since I've only repeatedly eaten and trained for." The past 3 days had seen everyone's curiosity wane, as the guards now simply look down, defeated. A soft rustle of armor signals the approach of more guards. And among them, Gren steps forward, his gaze fixed on Tiny as he states, "As expected, here you are." Tiny looks up at the imposing figure, who then asks, "Is anything the matter, Grandmaster?" He stands before a guard, who informs him that the estate leader has instructed him to arm himself. A spear is presented, and he offers a slight smile, remarking, "What a nice timing." The sound of metal clanking echoes, as the estate leader, surrounded by his guards, considers him. The estate leader has clearly been thinking of him. Another guard presents a spear, urging him to be grateful. His expression turns serious, a faint thumping sound accompanying his thoughts. He considers the offered armors, finding them visually appealing, but none truly fit his needs. Then his gaze falls upon the weapons, but he knows nothing here can compare to the raw power of a warhammer. A sigh escapes him as he finally gives up on the notion of earning any extra income from the paltry equipment offered. Then, his gaze lifts, and a soft exclamation escapes his lips, a hint of surprise in his voice. Kron, holding a gleaming sword, addresses him directly, asking if he desires something akin to the Grandmaster's blade. The knight scoffs, a hint of disdain in his tone, questioning if the young man truly believes this to be a mere cheap iron sword. He elaborates, explaining that the weapon is a luxurious artifact grade, forged by Rodris, the renowned master of swords. Kron then warns him, telling the little kid not to covet something so far out of his league. Meanwhile, the estate lord and Gren observe from a distance, the lord pondering if the young man even comprehends the immense power he wields in that single arm. Tiny considers Kron's words, a thoughtful expression on his face as he begins to respond. He states that if Kron puts it that way, he thinks the sword might actually suit him even more, leaving Kron utterly bewildered. Good weapons, he muses, should only be wielded by those truly skilled. And Kron adds, this particular artifact is for the sake of the estate leader. But the estate lord's patience snaps, his voice a furious snarl. His face contorts with rage, veins bulging at the perceived insolence. He glares at the young man, demanding to know if he possesses a death wish. Gren steps forward, his tone challenging, suggesting that if the artifact is so disliked, perhaps they should exchange it for themselves. Without warning, Gren lunges, a powerful kick aimed directly at the young man, who meets the assault with a swift block. A shimmering blue barrier erupts, absorbing the full force of the blow. His eyes glow with an intense red light, as he internally vows to fight until the very end. Gren, his resolve hardening, declares his intent to fight with everything he has, stating, "I shall offer my life." His eyes glow a furious red as a low growl rumbles from his throat, before he snarls, "You." His face contorts with pure fury, the skin around his glowing eyes reddening as he screams, "Bastard." Still, Tiny stands firm, his back to the viewer, unwavering in the face of Gren's explosive anger. 2 armored guards loom over Tiny, their presence a clear challenge. One of them declares, "I will be carrying him from now on." Tiny's eyes widen in surprise, a mix of shock and indignation crossing his young face. The situation escalates rapidly. True to his word, the guard seizes Tiny, dragging him unceremoniously across the ground as the other follows. With Tiny now on the ground, the guards exchange words, one remarking, "Kron made that little kid like that?" The other guard muses, "It must be challenging to be too talented at a young age. I think the rumors are true." Their conversation continues, the rumors that our Grandmaster doesn't like him. In hushed tones, a guard whispers about the rumors circulating, that the young man is destined to be the next leader, which makes the Grandmaster's fury understandable. Yet, his companion argues, it's still too much, he's just a child. The first guard concedes that the Grandmaster must be truly furious, but advises they should avoid getting involved and simply save themselves. Meanwhile, back at the estate, a maid gasps, uttering a shocked "what the?" as she and a butler rush to the injured Tiny, exclaiming, "Oh my, Master Tiny, how did you receive such injuries?" He remembers a time when the Grandmaster had promised him something, a gift that would change everything. And then, something profound happened between them. Back in the present, the maid offers to call if he needs anything, to which he replies, a simple thanks. Within a lavish, dimly lit chamber, a stern-faced lord sits, while his subordinate, Jaimin, stands respectfully before him. His gaze fixed on Jaimin, the lord demands to know what happened to the sacrifice. Without hesitation, Jaimin confirms that they have secured it, addressing the older man as my lord. He then inquires about the wolf gang, asking if there were casualties among them, to which he answers his own question with a simple yes. The lord's thoughts drift to the young man who has caused such a commotion, acknowledging the significant mess he has made. With the report concluded, the lord grants Jaimin leave, who respectfully acknowledges the command. Jaimin, now alone, ponders the young man's intentions, admitting he doesn't fully understand his plans, yet decides to allow him to proceed. Holding a glass of wine, he muses on the young man's seemingly insignificant nature. However, the true significance of the situation will only become clear once his bloodline is confirmed in a few days. With a determined gaze, Tiny affirms that his path to success will soon be open. Yet, a reflection in a goblet of crimson liquid reveals his underlying concern. The only problem he faces is the question of his true family. Meanwhile, a different hand, adorned with a ring, holds a similar goblet, as another voice considers the implications. If he isn't from that family, then it won't just be the Phillies family involved. Tiny, however, remains focused on the immediate consequences, wondering who will ultimately bear the cost of these unfolding events. Yet, a flicker of defiance crosses his face as he reassures himself, such a thing simply won't happen. From another perspective, perhaps Jaimin's, the analysis of Tiny continues. Observing his demeanor, his speech, and his profound knowledge, he must surely hail from a prestigious family. It seems impossible for a mere knight to possess such talent through skill alone, and it would only make sense if he had learned the royal family's secret technique, especially with those distinctive black hair and eyes. As Tiny's expression shifts to surprise, Jaimin's serious gaze lingers, his thoughts solidifying. Reaching for the goblet, Jaimin concludes his internal debate. There is indeed no one else it could be. Lying in his bed, Jaimin anticipates a meeting, a slight smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a low, resonant hum begins to fill the air, jolting him awake as he recognizes the distinct signature of alert magic. Sitting up, a frown creases his brow as he wonders if it's the blade causing trouble, annoyed that someone dares to disturb him. He sighs, realizing perhaps this location wasn't the best choice for a headquarters, as the magical interference persists. The room around him begins to shake violently, the disturbance escalating beyond a mere alert. In a flash, the reflection of a familiar figure, Tiny, appears in his wide eye, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Before he can even react, Tiny strikes, a brutal impact sending blood splattering. A guttural cry of pain escapes Jaimin's lips, his face contorted in shock and agony. He unleashes a devastating magical strike, the blue energy flaring as he declares, "Pay for your sins, estate lord." The impact reverberates through the air, and Jaimin cries out in agony, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. He is violently thrown backward, his body contorting amidst a burst of purple and red energy. Finally, he collapses to the ground, his bloodied hand coming to rest on the cold floor. Jaimin lies motionless in the opulent room, the silence now heavy with the aftermath of the attack. Outside the estate, a piercing scream echoes through the air, a testament to the chaos unfolding within. Inside, a maid trembles in horror, her hands clasped over her mouth as she witnesses the devastation. Amidst the sudden chaos, Baron Jaimin turns, demanding to know, what is this commotion? His eyes widen in disbelief as the truth dawns on him. A black magician? No, it can't be. Meanwhile, in the aftermath, a priest has already been summoned to the scene, but even the church's most skilled detective could find no trace of the culprit. A knight, identified as Kron, observes the grim situation, noting that Baron Jaimin is also present. He questions the Baron's horrifying state, remarking that he looks as if he'd been dead for weeks. A chilling thought crosses his mind. I heard that the body of black magicians rots right away after they die. Indeed, Jaimin's face is a grotesque mask of decay, his skin torn and bloody. Kron can only utter a single word, horrible. Another knight, aghast at the sight, begins to question Kron. My lord, why did you make such a... In a moment from the past, Baron Jaimin reflects on a pivotal decision, questioning why he abandoned his noble bloodline. He ponders the choice to pursue a life that would lead to his death, if discovered. His gaze drops, a somber realization settling upon him. There is no use asking a dead man. Back in the present, Kron addresses his fellow knights, explaining that there is one more problem to consider. He elaborates, stating that the Grand Master became furious and took a hasty step. A younger knight reacts with wide eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation, as Kron explains that the Grand Master was so talented that he was given permission to meet their lord on his own. The knight then questions the implications of this, asking what if they appointed him as the next lord, or something similar. Kron confirms the Grand Master's rashness, stating that he became furious and took a hasty step. The younger knight, still processing, mutters that that's impossible, unless he has some way. A chilling thought echoes through the chamber, wondering if the deceased was not the one they expected. As Kron and Gren, along with other knights, stand grimly around a bed, observing a body covered by a sheet. Later, in a quiet corridor, Kron voices his concern, asking why the Grand Master has yet to appear, insisting they cannot continue their duties in such a state of uncertainty. A decision is made to delve deeper, to investigate the unfolding mystery more thoroughly. Kron and Gren, accompanied by their fellow knights, begin their search, moving with purpose through the grand halls of the estate. As they walk, the two knights continue their hushed conversation, their expressions serious. Gren pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping him, his mind clearly grappling with the implications of their findings. His thoughts drift to a past memory, where Jaimin, surrounded by the maid and other distressed figures, laments that all his efforts and the lives sacrificed to achieve them will ultimately be in vain. The weight of that past despair lingers, a chilling premonition that this will all. He stands over the fallen knight, the grim reality of the situation weighing heavily on him. His expression tightens, a deep frown etched across his face. He commands, "Bring me that kid." A memory flashes back to yesterday, when the estate lord was supposed to grant him armor. So he went to see him, standing before Jaimin in the grand hall. Back in the present, Gren's face reflects the lingering frustration of that past encounter. He hadn't expected the Grandmaster to strike so suddenly. And of course, he never received the armor. The Grandmaster's armored foot slams down, the impact echoing the force of the blow. The storage area had indeed been investigated, and while there were traces of the Grandmaster, he had certainly left that place. Yet, after that day, no one in the castle had seen him again. He simply disappeared right after meeting you, leaving Gren to wonder if the estate lord truly knew nothing. Tiny then asks, confirming the mystery, if the Grandmaster was never seen again after that encounter. The world of the maze and its hunter tickets felt distant as Kron's voice cut through the tension, demanding to know if Tiny had truly been present at the critical meeting. Tiny, his face already showing signs of a struggle with a fresh bruise beneath his eye, could only sweat under the intense scrutiny. Kron's gaze remained unwavering, his question hanging heavy in the air. "Are you sure about that?" Tiny shifted uncomfortably, knowing he had no recourse, and admitted there was nothing he could do, especially with the estate lord's known disdain for him. He averted his gaze, a hand rising to his temple, insisting he hadn't seen the estate lord since then. Kron's expression remained impassive, revealing that Tiny's testimony aligned perfectly with that of the other servants. A moment of silence passed before Kron finally nodded, acknowledging he understood. Tiny's eyes welled up, his voice trembling as he voiced his deepest fear, wondering what fate awaited him now that the estate lord was displeased. A single tear escaped, rolling down his cheek. Kron's voice cuts through the tense silence, instructing Tiny to report back the following morning, before curtly dismissing him. As the words echo, Tiny turns and walks away, the sound of his footsteps sharp against the polished floor. He considers the possibility that Kron might be one of the estate lord's collectors, yet a nagging doubt persists, as he couldn't sense any power from the man. A thought then strikes him, a memory that feels just out of reach. Did he just forget something important? He still holds a vivid memory of having beaten someone down, a detail that feels significant. It feels suspicious that Kron would ask him to return after seemingly finishing all his questions, prompting Tiny to resolve that he shouldn't let his guard down. A sudden, vivid flash of electric blue energy rips through the darkness. Kron's hand sets down a mercenary plaque and a small pouch of money. He looks at the items, a question forming on his lips. A mercenary plaque and money? Kron's voice carries a hint of instruction. If you were to move to another land freely, you should at least hide the identity of a mercenary, not a merchant. This plaque alone will assure others of your status. Tiny, still processing the unexpected gifts, asks, "Why are you giving me this?" Kron continues, "Living in a backwater like this place will only be a waste of your talent. You might even turn out to be a big shot someday. I'm giving you the opportunity of someone who has lived longer than you." Tiny's gaze drifts, a single word echoing his uncertainty, "Maybe." Kron advises the young man to conceal his identity for the time being. And Tiny, realizing the wisdom in Kron's words, acknowledges that it makes sense he wouldn't be remembered if he was leaving soon, a thought that had already been on his mind. He offers a grateful smile. Meanwhile, Kron's thoughts drift to a black magician who has crowned the imperial family, necessitating his own intervention, which he has now ceased. He muses on that person's actions, noting that the Duke's investigation will also not proceed. Tiny, having decided he must go alone, hears Kron's encouraging words. The older man tells him it's good to hear he's leaving, asking only that he remember him here if he finds success. Then, Kron leans forward, a mischievous glint in his eye, asking if Tiny even knows his name. Tiny's surprised reaction is met with Kron's playful exasperation at his ignorance. A new face appears, introducing himself with a casual air. He states his name is Gren Liberty. As Kron concludes his advice, he offers a final, cryptic instruction, telling Tiny to remember him as Gren. Tiny, seemingly confused by the request, addresses him as Sir Gren, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He then adds that he should remember his own name too. With the conversation concluded, Tiny begins his journey, walking away from the bustling town. Glancing back at the familiar sights as he contemplates the future of the Phillies family and his own path. Meanwhile, Kron, now in a different setting, reflects on the political machinations, noting that the Duke's investigation into the Black Magician has stalled. Back on his journey, Tiny wears a mischievous grin, realizing that for some mysteries to be solved, he'll have to take matters into his own hands. He reaches into his pocket, considering his next move, perhaps borrowing a horse from a guild. With a renewed sense of purpose, he breaks into a run, ready to face whatever lies ahead. A large, white spirit wolf, its fur glowing with a soft blue light, stands ready. He hears the creature bark, and to his surprise, Tiny realizes it's speaking to him, questioning if he's truly addressing the wolf, as spirits shouldn't suffer from motion sickness. In a memory, a towering orc warrior, holding the young man in his massive hand, demands to know if a human is attempting to ride his wolf. Back in the present, Tiny explains that the wolf would only end up throwing up after a few minutes, as it's only possible to ride if the spirit's balance is broken. The spirit wolf barks again, and Tiny, with a newfound understanding, acknowledges its message. A shared smile crosses both their faces, a silent agreement passing between the young man and his spirit companion. A spirit maintains its physical appearance, even if it was a small bird in life, but it can manifest in the biggest size it was alive. However, for a spirit to manifest physically, its strength depends entirely on the power of its master. The spirit wolf's paws glow with intense blue energy, a testament to its formidable power. A surge of blue energy begins to coalesce around him, causing Tiny to look up in surprise. Nearby, the spirit wolf lets out a low growl as its own form begins to shimmer with the same ethereal blue light. His eyes now glowing with an inner blue light, Tiny questions if their souls are truly meant to become one. With a determined glint in his luminous gaze, he resolves to attempt the profound connection. As he mounts the now fully radiant wolf, a wave of surprise washes over him, the sheer power of the creature almost overwhelming. The connection solidifies, a true soul link forged between them. The wolf lets out a guttural, powerful growl, its entire form now a beacon of raw, blue energy. Tiny, still astride the magnificent beast, expresses his astonishment at the profound change in its physical presence. As the wolf's glowing paw is highlighted, Tiny lets out another gasp of sheer wonder. A voice, deep and resonant, echoes with a hint of indignation, asking if he truly just suggested such a thing with so many others around. An ethereal figure, observing from a distance, remarks that it must be embarrassing for everyone involved. The spirit's appearance, it seems, is directly influenced by the master's own traits, a realization that dawns on Tiny. The spirit wolf, now fully manifested and radiating power, strides forward with newfound strength. He notes the wolf's sudden rigidity and immense power, pondering if this is the true nature of a spirit. A wave of surprise washes over him as he exclaims, recognizing the wolf's new status. Mounted atop the powerful beast, Tiny feels the surge of combined energy, his own form glowing with the spirit's aura. The wolf's eyes gleam with fierce determination, its senses now heightened and shared. He can vividly perceive all of the wolf's senses, a profound connection now forged between them. The world exploded with new sensations as he felt the wolf's every movement, its keen sight, and the overwhelming rush of scents. A black-bellied lion's scent registered, and he realized they could reach the capital much sooner than he had ever expected. Through the wolf's eyes, a massive bird soared overhead. And as he rode the powerful beast, he felt confident they could venture even further than that. In his past life, disasters had occurred one after another across the whole continent, as if they were foretelling the advent of the Demon King's army. These events had greatly weakened the power of humankind, and it all started with the appearance of mana bills. With a grim determination, he vowed he had to stop that cycle. 7 sacred relics, bestowed upon humanity by the goddess, were supposed to be humanity's final resort. But something had gone terribly wrong. A vast, shadowy horde of indistinct figures looms, a stark reminder of the disasters Tiny is determined to prevent. He vows to himself that in this new life, he will grow stronger and prevent all future calamities. His mind races with the thought of reuniting with his former comrades to fight against the Demon King's army once more. His immediate destination is Karen, the very place where the first disaster is set to occur. But first, he must make a crucial stop, intending to visit the Duke before heading there. Meanwhile, an expert sword team had been provided by the Phillies family. Whispers spread through the gathered crowd, questioning if there had been an assassination attempt on the estate lord. The estate lord, Jaimin, expresses his hope that he won't be drawn into this impending battle. He then considers how best to make good use of the resources at his disposal. A shadowy figure moves with silent purpose through the night, their dark cloak billowing softly as they pass. Approaching a group of armed guards, the cloaked intruder holds a spear at the ready, their presence a stark contrast to the quiet estate. One of the guards, recognizing the threat, shouts a confirmation of the intruder's identity, the click of their weapon echoing in the tense air. But the cloaked figure simply extends a hand, issuing a calm, firm command for them to step aside. Before the guards can react, the intruder moves with blinding speed, striking down the first of their opponents. The assault continues relentlessly. As more guards are swiftly incapacitated, their defenses proving useless against the skilled attacker. Leaving a trail of unconscious bodies, the cloaked figure proceeds deeper into the estate, their mission unhindered. Meanwhile, a stern-faced man with a thick mustache observes, his expression unreadable. The cloaked figure, tiny, lifts the guard with the mustache by his throat, silencing his shocked cry. Holding him suspended, he states his intention. There is something he needs to ask. His voice low and demanding, Tiny orders the guard to reveal everything he knows about the estate lord's assassination. The armored gauntlet tightens its grip, causing the guard's eyes to bulge in terror and pain. His mouth agape as he struggles for breath. With a slight shift in his stance, the cloaked figure begins his first direct inquiry. He asks about the whereabouts of the estate lord's body. Following the orders of the Imperial investigation team, the coffin has been placed in the bedroom. Okay, he acknowledges, his hooded figure barely visible in the dim light. Now, wake up after an hour of sleep. A sudden jolt of realization hits a man with a thick mustache, his eyes widening in alarm. What the? He exclaims, finding himself seated on the floor. Did I fall asleep? A frustrated sigh escapes him, acknowledging that he must have pushed himself too hard. As he rubs his temple, a voice urgently informs him, Sir, we have a problem. His eyes bulge in disbelief as the shocking news is delivered. The body of the estate lord has disappeared. A guttural gasp escapes him, the full weight of the revelation crashing down. A blinding flash of electric blue rips through the dark, stormy sky, followed by a deafening crackle. A cloaked figure kneels in the dirt, digging through a shallow grave, a sense of wickedness emanating from the scene. He observes the grim discovery, realizing the owner of the sword has already perished, and the true culprit behind the demise of the Baron and his men remains at large. His thoughts drift to the one he suspects, a young man with spiky black hair, whose eyes glow with an intense blue light. The cloaked figure concludes, it must be that black-haired individual who vanished after the incident. A single, piercing red eye glows from beneath his hood, burning with a fierce resolve. The journey leads to Licentia Castle, specifically its west gate. Outside, a bustling crowd gathers, their murmurs filling the air around the formidable entrance. Among them, Tiny stands, his wrists bound by heavy chains, a metal collar around his neck. He acknowledges the kindness shown to him, yet internally, he knows it is far from sufficient. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as his thoughts return to his missing gear, desperately wishing for his equipment to be returned soon. Small gold coins are offered, a meager sum for his efforts. Again, the thought echoes, he is grateful for the assistance, but it simply isn't enough. His gaze sharpens, the urgent need for his equipment consuming his focus. Nearby, two men, one older and holding a whip, observe the scene with keen interest. Held firmly by two men, one gripping his arm and the other his shoulder, Tiny finds himself at Licentia Castle's west gate, a metal collar and chains binding him. One of his captors, knife in hand, looks surprised as he asks, What about you guys? Ignoring their question, the young man turns his head slightly, a chilling demand escaping his lips. Do you guys have some money on you? A dark, unsettling smile spreads across his face, a clear sign that the tables have turned. In his previous life, he was the one who cast shadows across the continent, a giant whose presence alone commanded fear. When a shadow of that magnitude appears on the street, no one should dare to even breathe. Now, the two men who had held him captive cower on the ground, their fear palpable as he stands over them. Looking down at his former captors, he silently declares his absolute will. He will do what he pleases. From the shadows, a man named Jaimin steps forward, his voice laced with disapproval as he addresses the young man. Someday, your conscience will make you suffer. Why don't you show them some mercy? Jaimin reflects on his past, acknowledging that if he had been in a similar situation, he would have acted differently. He considers the gravity of the situation, realizing that despite his past, he has never truly taken a life, even when faced with dire circumstances. A subtle tremor runs through him as he processes this thought. His gaze hardening as he concludes that his current role is merely to manage human affairs, a task far removed from the brutal realities he just witnessed. Meanwhile, Tiny strides purposefully through the marketplace, approaching a group of commoners who eye him with apprehension. Without a word, he delivers a swift kick, sending one man sprawling and a bag of coins scattering across the ground, the metallic clatter echoing through the tense air. Another man cries out in shock, asking what is happening, as Tiny seizes him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly off his feet. The man, now suspended in the air, pleads for mercy, claiming to be a knight, but Tiny dismisses him, remarking on his surprising weakness. With a menacing glint in his eyes, Tiny raises his sword, threatening to silence the man permanently, his words cutting through the air with chilling finality. Tiny descends with a furious roar, his massive hammer arcing down towards the figures below, the sheer momentum of his fall carrying him into the fray. One man is instantly lifted off his feet, his body contorting from the impact as he cries out in pain. Another's face twists in a silent scream of shock and agony, while a third clenches his jaw, eyes squeezed shut against the inevitable blow. Bodies are sent flying through the air, the ground erupting with each devastating strike. In moments, the chaos subsides, leaving Tiny standing alone amidst the scattered, defeated figures. As the previous confrontation concludes, Tiny's ruthless streak continues, his hand plunging into a man's pocket, seizing his valuables with a swift, decisive motion. The victim protests, claiming his boss would never allow such a thing, but Tiny merely holds up a handful of coins, a smirk playing on his lips, remarking on the man's surprisingly good wallet. The man internally despairs, wondering how anyone could get away with such brazen theft, while Tiny's silent thought is a simple, unapologetic thanks for these. Later, within the bustling confines of a town, a sturdy building stands, hinting at commerce or perhaps a new acquisition. Inside, Tiny now wields a formidable hammer, its head crafted from the tough leather of an iron bull from Mount Nambu. Wolf observes the new weapon, noting its impressive durability, suggesting it would even deflect arrows, to which Tiny responds with a satisfied chuckle. Considering both the hammer and his new leather armor, Tiny deems them quite useful, as a crowd of onlookers below laments their inability to even approach something or someone. Wolf, captivated by something off-panel, expresses his admiration, content to simply stare from afar at the beautiful sight. Another man in the crowd, observing the commotion and the general awe, wonders aloud if some kind of event is taking place. A voice informs him that the kingdom's princess is scheduled to patrol the area. A piece of news that catches his full attention. He remembers Iria, the one who taught him the true meaning of affection, and who instilled in him the profound sense of hope. Even though the path was fraught with peril, that hope allowed him to escape the clutches of invader. He wonders if she would ever acknowledge him now. But a small voice breaks through his thoughts, calling out his name with a questioning tone. He lets out a hearty laugh, looking down at the small blonde girl before him. She apologizes, explaining that he is simply too large for such a diminutive name. He clears his throat, looking down at the small girl who giggles, then bursts into laughter. Still on her knees, Irina quickly apologizes, her voice filled with genuine regret. He gazes down at her, a pang of melancholy striking him as he realizes she has truly forgotten him, before turning to walk away. A memory flashes of a younger version of himself, running with fierce determination, vowing to cherish every moment once they met again. His thoughts then turn to a grander ambition, planning to ask a favor from the legendary Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, the bustling city of Licentia, one of the central region's largest, thrives under a clear sky. A man with a confident smile surveys the vibrant streets. Edmund von Lucent, surrounded by his retinue, moves through the city. He is introduced as the eldest son of Count Lucent, a figure of considerable influence. The largest city in Licentia, a bustling metropolis, stretches out before them, and Edmund asks Salmon if she agrees with his assessment. She replies, uninterested in commerce, and then asks if they can visit the slums instead. Edmund, surprised, questions her motives, but she explains that the slums also house inhabitants of this land. He concedes, acknowledging her point, and offers to lead the way. As they walk, a soft thud echoes. Salmon, holding a book, wonders why he reacts with such genuine concern, realizing he must have learned these values to be considered an heir. Edmund himself reflects on his duty, believing it falls to him to care for those at the lowest rung of society, and to ensure their lives improve. Within the opulent halls of the estate, a hushed conversation unfolds, centered on the prosperity of their land and country. Yet, Salmon finds herself pondering a deeper question, wondering if her father's practical approach to life, putting his lessons into action, makes him the unusual one. She yearns for the freedom to step up and change perspectives herself, but acknowledges the constraints of her upcoming role as her fiancé is crowned, forcing her to maintain appearances. All the while, the temple's persistent call for devotion echoes in the background of her thoughts. Standing beside Edmund, she feels the weight of her future, realizing that the rest of her life will never again hold the same unburdened freedom she currently possesses. The thought crosses her mind, perhaps taking refuge in a temple is her only escape. But a flicker of resolve hardens her gaze, as she steps out into the bustling city. She glances back, still wrestling with her choices, knowing her father would be deeply disappointed if she acted alone, without his approval. Suddenly, her eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked exclamation as she spots a child in an unexpected situation. A young boy, defiant despite his small stature, stands surrounded by stern-faced guards, their armor glinting under the city light. As the commotion began, a young boy with spiky black hair stood defiantly, his gaze fixed on something unseen. From a short distance, Salmon watched, her companion Edmund asking, "Who is that kid? Where did he come from?" A city guard then commanded, "Kid, step away from the wall this instant." Ignoring the warning, the boy sprinted towards the shimmering barrier. He reached out, his hand almost touching the glowing surface, as a voice echoed in his mind. This is a wall that was given to me by the gods themselves. Meanwhile, Edmund held up a small, ornate mirror, reflecting the scene as he spoke to Salmon. You told me to come look for you. It took me a while, but here I am to visit you as you wanted. As guards moved in to seize the boy, Salmon exclaimed, What is this nonsense? The mirror's surface shimmered, capturing the ethereal glow of the wall. Reflected within its golden frame, Salmon's face showed a mixture of shock and concern. As the guards held the boy firmly, Edmund, still observing the scene, remarked, This is indeed my kind. He then questioned, Are you sure? But that's weird, she muses, a strange realization dawning on her. I gave this ring to a kid from the slum. Her eyes widen in disbelief. As she demands, How did you get this, sir? Tiny's own eyes snap open, a single word escaping him, What? The young man's face contorts in a mixture of shock and confusion. As he finds himself on the ground, surrounded by the imposing figures of armored guards, Salmon looking down at him with an unreadable expression. Tiny stands amidst a small gathering, his gaze meeting that of Edmund von Lucent, who is flanked by Salmon, Irina, and several armored guards. Edmund's voice cuts through the air, demanding an answer from the young man. A slight smirk plays on Tiny's lips as he considers the situation, thinking that perhaps he hadn't arrived too early after all, though he knows his current appearance makes it hard for them to believe. He then declares himself to be the same person Edmund remembers, while Salmon looks on in utter disbelief, unaware that he had purposefully hidden his true identity from her. Tiny clarifies his statement, explaining that only he possesses the distinctive black hair of the wolf or fox clan. He muses internally, wondering if he truly is the sole individual of his kind within the entire dukedom. Edmund stammers in confusion, unable to fully grasp the revelation, while Salmon echoes his sentiment, still questioning how such a transformation could have occurred. Edmund, regaining some composure, points out the stark contrast to Tiny's previous state, recalling how much weaker and poorer he had appeared, barely able to speak, all because of that wolf bastard. He was way smaller, Tiny admits, as Irina and Salmon look on, recalling his past self. Indeed, he was once pitiful, and thinking back, Irina had always been drawn to things small and cute. Tiny sweats, a bead trickling down his temple. Then, a sudden burst of blue energy erupts around him, leaving him and the others utterly surprised. From the shimmering light, a small, fluffy creature appears in Irina's arms, eliciting a gasp of pure delight from her. Her mouth hangs open in utter adoration. How can something be this cute? She wonders, overwhelmed. As Irina showers the creature with affection, Tiny and Salmon watch, the latter noting that while it's cute, it's still the spirit of a stranger. Tiny then turns to Edmund von Lucent, stating that he'd heard spirits only contract with those of a pure heart, a subtle challenge in his tone. He moves with incredible speed, a testament to his training, and is armed with real weapons and armor, unlike the crude tools of his past. Having learned the ways of the snare wolf, and possessing knowledge of the eastern mountains, a red-haired man questions Salmon about the child's name. Meanwhile, Irina cradles a small, fluffy spirit creature, its eyes glowing with a soft blue light. The red-haired man, still conversing with Salmon, continues to ponder the name, which he believes to be Moonlight, while also acknowledging the eastern knowledge he possesses. Salmon simply states that it is a lovely name. She then adds that it doesn't affect him, as he changes his name every couple of months, a habit that seems to amuse her. The red-haired man confirms that his name means small, or something similar, and that he is indeed tiny, just 15 years old. After learning mana, he started growing faster, and the red-haired man acknowledges that it was definitely that name. Tiny then confronts the red-haired man, stating that it's boring, and that this child is too good, demanding to know who he truly is. Vivian struggles against the firm grip of an armored man, her frustration evident as he holds her back. He apologizes for his roughness, but insists it is his duty to keep her safe. Still, Vivian's anger flares, her face contorted as she continues to resist. From behind, another voice agrees with the assessment, finding the situation suspicious and suggesting it would be wise to keep the subject contained. Nearby, Sir Edmund stands with Salmon and the red-haired man, observing the unfolding events. Tiny, looking up, can hardly believe his ears, wondering why others refuse to believe him. Addressing someone respectfully, Salmon recalls being told that the ring she wears would be useful precisely when she needed it most. Vivian, still agitated, questions why the young man would provoke her, while the red-haired man considers if he should have offered his help. With a determined expression, Salmon requests to meet Escarped von Valencia. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber, drawing the attention of Vivian and Tiny. An armored man glares at them, his voice laced with fury as he demands to know how they dare act so brazenly. Another guard, equally incensed, accuses them of being utterly mad. Amidst the chaos, Tiny stands firm, a silent testament to his reputation as one of the continent's greatest swordsmen. Suddenly, a powerful figure appears, wielding a blade crackling with blue lightning, a master of aura and destruction. Tiny watches the display, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The whispers begin to circulate, identifying the formidable newcomer as His Excellency, the Sword Emperor. Both Vivian and Salmon look on, their expressions a mix of surprise and apprehension. Salmon, however, can't help but scoff, finding the grand title of Sword Emperor a bit much, even for him. He reflects on the Sword Emperor's past, noting it hasn't been long since he was listed as one of the 7 greatest knights on the continent. But then, a realization dawns on him, that at the moment, the Sword Emperor isn't quite living up to that reputation. Clearing his throat, he concedes that the nickname indeed suits him, but there's more to the story. He affirms the Sword Emperor's greatness, while Salmon expresses surprise, having not known of his fame even in the countryside. Fortunately, her candid reaction is well received, as Vivian stands by, observing the exchange with a serious expression. Turning to both women, Tiny expresses his desire to hear about the recent incidents they experienced. He continues, emphasizing his interest as one of the people who experienced it firsthand. His eyes widen slightly, a look of concern or surprise crossing his face as he awaits their response. As the conversation continues, Vivian leans forward, her expression serious, asking if something like that truly happened. Salmon confirms with a simple yes, then Vivian's gaze sharpens, inquiring if there's anything else, any tiny bad secret she might be hiding. Vivian quickly reassures her, stating that it's not at all what she thinks, just as he had said, before revealing that the estate lord was also a black magician. Salmon adds that it seemed like there was someone powerful behind him, prompting Vivian to hum thoughtfully, concluding that since he expressed that personally, this individual must be an important person. Vivian then declares this turn of events to be good, as Tiny had wanted to see her father anyway. With a determined look, Salmon resolves that she should go see her father right now. As she prepares to leave, a small white dog at her feet speaks, its voice surprisingly clear, asking, "But my lady, until when are you going to keep your spirit?" As the small dog lets out a soft woof, Vivian firmly states that if anything were to harm him in any way. The dog then interjects, asking if she's referring to Tiny, the cute and cuddly one, before letting out another soft bark. Vivian's face flushes with a deep blush, muttering a soft, embarrassed, "Oh cute." But she quickly regains her composure, her expression hardening as she declares, "And no, I will keep an eye on it more closely." Salmon then turns to her, her voice calm as she asks, "So, where's Tiny?" Vivian considers this, then suggests, "We should probably find him first and then take him along." A surge of bright, blue energy flares around Vivian, her resolve radiating outward, as Salmon watches, slightly taken aback. After a brief pause, Salmon calmly states, "Finally, we can continue our conversation." A voice cuts through the air, posing a simple question. As 2 figures walk along a stone path, the shorter one, Tiny, responds with a slight hesitation, revealing his name. He looks up at his taller companion, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. With his arms crossed, Tiny presses the blonde man for details, reminding him of a previous claim about someone who knew of the black magician. The blonde man's thoughts betray his true feelings, wondering why he would ever care about such a figure. Looking down at Tiny, he casually admits to the deception, explaining that he fabricated the story simply because Tiny was being stubborn. A frustrated sigh escapes the blonde man as he places a hand on his head, telling Tiny to stop talking back, muttering a harsh insult under his breath. His anger flares, and he raises his voice, demanding to know if Tiny possesses any manners at all. Tiny reacts with a sharp, sudden movement, a clear sign of his displeasure. Still fuming, Edmund reaches out and grabs Tiny's shoulder with a sharp thwack. Tiny reacts instantly, his voice rising in disbelief. You dare to touch me? Did you just?" Edmund's grip remains firm, his expression tight with anger. "Huh," Edmund exclaims, surprised as he realizes the young man's arm is unyielding. "I can't move my arm." Looking down at the defiant youth, he warns, If you behave rudely anymore, I will ask the princess to pay for it." His face contorted in outrage, he shouts, How dare you use violence against a noble?" Tiny, however, simply tilts his head. "Nonable? What's that word? Is that?" causing Edmund to groan in exasperation. "Oh gosh." A confident smirk spreads across the young man's face, a silent challenge in his eyes. Before that, he declares, "Let's say what you got. I'm sure you called me out here because you think you have something great, nonable man." As Edmund von Lucent continued his aggressive posturing, he declared his intent to lead, expecting immediate compliance. With a condescending smirk, he dismissed his opponent as nothing more than a reckless commoner. Meanwhile, a cloud of dust erupted as Edmund, now on horseback, charged forward with a powerful surge of energy, a young woman with fiery red hair reacting to his sudden advance. His horse reared, a sword drawn and glinting in his hand, as he bellowed a command to accelerate. In another location, a distressed Vivian cried out, urging someone to find Tiny, a desperate plea echoing the princess's earlier words. The princess, armored and resolute, understood the inherent weakness of spirit users when separated from their contractors. Edmund's relentless pursuit continued, as he bore down on the young woman, having forcibly removed her from the academy. She rode with a determined expression, her focus unwavering despite the danger. Yet, a desperate plea escaped her lips, a single word filled with anguish. Moving with incredible speed, a figure races through the air, a single thought echoing through the rush of wind. Finally arriving, he stands beside a tall, blonde-haired man, both looking up at a grand, imposing academy building. The blond man, dressed in a sharp suit, seems to find the situation amusing. A low chuckle escapes him, his eyes glinting with a knowing satisfaction. He wears a wide, confident smirk, his teeth bared in an almost predatory grin. Meanwhile, Tiny, seemingly unfazed by the grand display or the man's amusement, casually picks his nose, his expression utterly unimpressed. As the young lord makes his unexpected appearance in this desolate place, a voice echoes with surprise, questioning his presence as he and Tiny step onto a lower platform, facing a man on a higher level. The man, Rufus, challenges him, asking why he's there when the due date is still far away, and if he's already looking for the product. Edmund listens intently, his expression composed, while Tiny stands beside him, observing the tense exchange. Rufus, the leader of the Rufus gang, stands with his underlings, a formidable presence in this shadowy corner of the city. Tiny lets out a small sigh, clearly annoyed by the situation, his patience wearing thin. Edmund then clarifies his purpose, stating that he isn't there to discuss the product, but rather to ensure Rufus properly educates the cheeky boy beside him. His words hang in the air, directed squarely at Rufus, who stands opposite him and Tiny. Rufus's eyes widen in shock, his mind reeling at the mention of the commoner and that kid, utterly bewildered by Edmund's unexpected demand. A sudden surge of blue energy crackles through the air, momentarily illuminating the dark surroundings. Before Rufus can even react, Edmund's fist connects sharply with his jaw, a cold voice cutting through the tension. He demands that Rufus know his place and simply educate the boy without further argument. Stunned by the unexpected blow, Rufus stares back, a red mark already forming on his cheek, as Edmund's voice rings out again, a simple, chilling question. With Rufus now subdued, Edmund turns his attention to the other gang members, specifically addressing Eric and Gyuha, as Tiny stands quietly among them. A wave of confusion washes over Rufus and Tiny, both caught off guard by the unfolding events, a shared expression of disbelief on their faces. As the dust settles, the young boy, Tiny, stands revealed, his identity confirmed, along with his formidable class, Slayer. Rufus and his associate stare in utter disbelief, their eyes wide with shock at the revelation. Unaware of the chaos he's caused, Tiny offers a cheerful wave and a simple greeting, a small chuckle escaping him. His innocent gesture only deepens the terror on their faces, leaving Rufus and his man utterly petrified, their expressions contorted in extreme fear and shock. Still reeling from the revelation of the boy's true nature, Eric, one of Rufus's men, snaps back to aggression, his face contorted in a snarl as he demands to know why his comrades are standing still. Yet, for a brief moment, a flicker of desperation crosses his features as he turns to the still terrified Rufus, who remains sprawled on the ground, pleading with his boss and reminding him of the dangerous child before them, while Gyuha stands by, equally stunned. But the plea quickly fades, replaced by a renewed surge of anger as Eric brandishes a mace, shouting for his men to beat the boy and declaring that the young Slayer is out of luck. His face still twisted in a furious grimace, he warns Tiny that he should have stayed out of this situation. Meanwhile, Edmund von Lucent watches the unfolding chaos with a satisfied, almost gleeful smile, muttering about Rufus's once arrogant demeanor. With a guttural roar, Eric brings his heavy mace down in a wide, arcing swing, aiming to crush the young boy. Unfazed, Tiny stands his ground, his back to the attacker, a picture of calm amidst the impending violence. Before the mace can even connect, a blur of motion indicates Tiny's lightning-fast counter, redirecting the weapon with impossible force. The heavy mace, now turned against its wielder, smashes into Eric's own face with a sickening impact, sending him reeling. The force of his own mace, redirected with impossible speed, sends Eric tumbling to the ground, where his body hits with a sickening thud. He skids across the rough earth, a black blur of motion before coming to a halt. Now, Eric lies motionless, his form utterly still against the debris-strewn ground. Tiny stands amidst the chaos, his sword held casually, his expression calm and unwavering. The remaining gang members, including Gyuha, can only stare in stunned disbelief at Eric's swift defeat. Tiny then turns to them, a hint of challenge in his voice as he asks, "Is that all?" From a nearby rooftop, Rufus watches the scene unfold, his face etched with alarm as he calls out, "Our Rufus, calm down now and retreat my men." Tiny's hand begins to glow with a faint blue energy, his gaze fixed on Rufus as he issues a quiet, chilling challenge, "Do it if you can." From his vantage point on a distant rooftop, Rufus watches the scene unfold, a single question escaping his lips. A choked sound of disbelief escapes him, his eyes wide with shock. Below, Tiny stands over the unconscious Eric, the remaining gang members frozen in place, their faces etched with terror. He turns his gaze to them, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he taunts their leader. With a casual gesture, his hand begins to glow with a soft, blue light as he addresses the stunned group. His eyes narrow, the smirk hardening into a challenge. Gyuha and another gang member visibly tremble, their faces contorted in abject fear. The blue energy intensifies around his hand, a clear signal of his power and a direct challenge to anyone who dares to oppose him. The princess, clad in her armor, stares ahead with a determined gaze, while he looks up at her from below. Her eyes widen in sudden realization, as the scene shifts to him standing casually amidst a group of defeated figures, one of whom kneels before him. "That's Edmund," she exclaims, recognizing the bowing man. Unconcerned by the chaos, he sits calmly on a stone ledge, engrossed in a book. She approaches him, demanding to know why he came all this way, and what exactly is happening, having heard rumors about him. He holds up a book, revealing it to be a bribery ledger, causing her to gasp in disbelief. The ledger details the involvement of these men in human trafficking, and he remarks that even the most unconcerned would be moved by such evidence. A quiet reflection settles over the scene, pondering the kind of life one might have lived to reach such a point. The very next day, news spreads quickly that Edmund was evicted from the Count family due to the incident from the previous night. Princess considers the implications, realizing he must have been involved with human trafficking for a long time. She continues, predicting that the relationship between her and Edmund is only going to get worse from this point forward. Tiny offers a quiet apology, saying, "I'm sorry," but Princess challenges him, asking, "Do you really think you made a mistake?" Her gaze remains firm, awaiting his response. To which he replies, "To be honest, I don't think so." Princess lets out a relieved laugh, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew it." Her expression turns resolute as she declares that reward and punishment should be clearly given, regardless of one's social status. Reflecting on Edmund's eviction, Princess muses that everyone, regardless of their standing, ultimately receives fair rewards or punishments. Even an imperial princess must abide by the law. She considers how this principle applies to all, even when one doesn't know their place. Meanwhile, a formidable figure is introduced, the female knight of the Duke of the North, the renowned Sword Emperor Asgard. She was often regarded as more than just a knight, displaying an incredible combination of strength and grace. Even after Chloe's circumstances changed, she and Salmon remained steadfastly by each other's side. Tiny considers this, thinking she must have enjoyed herself, acting like a younger sister or even a mother to a child. Princess turns to him, asking what occupies his thoughts. He ponders Edmund's eviction, acknowledging that there is nothing wrong with applying fair rewards or punishments based on imperial law, regardless of noble status or social standing. Princess looks at him, a slight smile playing on her lips, and teases, wondering if he truly is still just a child, recalling Gyuha's earlier observation. Salmon leans in, a mischievous glint in her eye, asking if he would do anything to make her his woman, then quickly clarifying that she merely said she'd go with him, wondering if he liked the idea too. Flustered by her words, Tiny quickly tries to interject, telling her not to blame him or be weird. Changing the subject, Salmon mentions she's heard the story of a park-named kid in files. With a knowing wink, she continues, describing him as a genius capable of perfectly managing any situation, no matter how dire. Tiny, reflecting on her words, thinks to himself that it's the same with this current incident, wondering if that's not great. A slight blush creeping onto his face, he admits he's glad she believes in him. Salmon, taking a sip from her cup, then clarifies that such a thing isn't true, advising him to know that beforehand. With a resigned expression, he simply responds, "Understood, my lady." 3 days later, as a vehicle carries them through a verdant landscape, a sudden question arises. What happened all of a sudden? An armored guard lets out a surprised sound. Inside the carriage, Salmon observes the situation, noting the presence of an elf requesting passage. The very notion of an elf seeking a ride elicits a sharp, incredulous gasp. Outside, a cloaked figure stands before the convoy, surrounded by guards, as Salmon steps forward to meet her. The figure, an attendant of the World Tree, begins her formal introduction. Her gaze meets Salmon's as she offers a respectful greeting to the convoy's owner. With a calm demeanor, Irina then poses a direct question, asking for their accompaniment. Both Salmon and Chloe are visibly taken aback by the elf's unexpected appearance and bold request. Tiny, standing behind them, is equally stunned, a subtle purple energy beginning to shimmer around his form. As the elf stands before them, a chilling realization dawns on Tiny, his mind racing to comprehend the true nature of this unexpected visitor. A confident smile plays on her lips, her eyes now burning with an ominous red glow, confirming his terrifying suspicion. She is a fifth circle black magician. The kingdom of Elfenheim, home to the elven race, lies nestled in the western part of the continent. Yet it is a rare and unusual sight to encounter an elf within the Asian Empire, a land situated in the continent's Middle East. Despite their rarity, the majority of the people in the empire hold a friendly disposition towards them. Elves are naturally gifted, born with the unique abilities of a spirit tamer, and are widely known for their pure, virtuous, and peace-loving traits. A blonde-haired elf, accompanied by a male elf and a small, furry creature, expresses her disbelief, wondering aloud. To think an elf would be a high-ranking Stygian black magician. She then turns her gaze, inquiring, "Since you are journeying through the forest of Valentia, are you going to the north, to the kingdom of werbeasts?" A green-haired elf, her pointed ears visible beneath her long locks, speaks with a knowing tone, acknowledging the long-standing hostility between the empire and the kingdom of werbeasts. Nearby, Tiny and Irina listen intently, with Tiny responding that while it wasn't a formal commitment, he had done a fair amount of work, driven by his personal goal to gather as many stories as possible. Irina, recognizing the topic, interjects, asking if they were discussing the elves, famed spirit tamers of the Elfin Kingdom. The elf nods, a slight smile gracing her lips, impressed by Irina's knowledge. Irina then notices a small, fluffy white creature cradled in the elf's arms, inquiring if the elf was its owner. The elf confirms, pleased that her spirit was recognized, and reveals that the small creature is indeed her spirit companion. A sudden shift in perspective reveals a young Tiny, his dark, spiky hair framing a serious expression, as he looks towards an outstretched hand, offering something unseen. Back in the present, the elf muses, remarking on the rarity of human spirit tamers. The flashback continues, with young Tiny observing something with keen interest, thinking to himself that it seems he is handling everything. He reflects on the green-haired elf, surprised by her apparent strength. As the other women around him react with similar astonishment, one of them voices their collective disbelief. Tiny, his eyes wide with surprise, admits this is his first encounter with an elf and that he's in no position to challenge her. The women, including Irina, exchange looks of shared shock and concern. As a voice from off-panel questions his statement, then calls out his name in disbelief. He reiterates his assessment, firmly stating that he is no match for her. Fortunately, he muses, the spirit wolf only possesses a fraction of its true abilities, as only its contractor can unleash its full power. Meanwhile, the green-haired elf senses a powerful spiritual energy, wondering how such a thing could exist, and considers demonstrating some magic. As she conjures a ball of fire in her hand, she observes that it seems to be drawing in mana from its surroundings. He reflects on his past oversight, realizing that if he had understood the true nature of power, his own mana gauge would have been hundreds of times greater. Looking at a fellow knight, he recalls how utterly powerless he felt against that formidable opponent. He considers the strength of his own side, noting they possess 12 high-level mana-using knights. And yet, even with a 4th-level magician among them, the disparity in power is immense. A single, powerful foe can effortlessly overwhelm a group of lesser warriors. Because to defeat someone just 1 level higher, it takes 5 individuals of a lower level. This means, to overcome a 4th-level magician, one would require a 3rd-level magician. Against such overwhelming power, he concludes, he would need more than 100 clones of himself, as the power scale is exponential, not linear, with a ratio of 1 to 125. Later, sitting with Salmon, he muses that things will be difficult at this rate, unless they can pull off a surprise attack. He knows this is his chance, a critical moment he must seize. After all, they have a powerful trump card with them. Meanwhile, Chloe holds a small, fluffy white creature, letting out a surprised gasp as it squirms playfully in her arms. She asks if she's tickled it too much, while Salmon, watching with a gentle smile, requests to hold it for a moment. A soft smile graces Salmon's face as she observes the creature, thinking to herself that it's a pretty cute kid. Chloe then offers to let her hug it, to which Salmon readily agrees. Tiny, extending a hand towards the creature, declares he won't be reluctant either, cooing affectionately. Cheese, baby. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the air, drawing the startled attention of 3 armored figures who look on with wide-eyed surprise. A monstrous, wolf-like creature, wreathed in crackling purple energy, lunges with savage force, its claws tearing into the armored figure of Chloe. Nearby, the green-haired mage cries out in pain, her body recoiling from an unseen impact. Blood splatters from her mouth, a testament to the creature's brutal assault. Despite her injury, the elf-like woman quickly conjures a shimmering purple barrier, while Chloe, recovering, fires a retaliatory projectile from behind her. Observing the sudden surge of dark magic, 3 armored guards react with shock, one exclaiming that she must be a black magician. The green-haired mage turns her furious gaze towards them, her expression hardening as she mutters a defiant, "You guys." Then, her attention shifts, her eyes drawn to a glowing blonde figure emerging nearby. It was a relief to finally catch a glimpse of Tiny. The small, cat-eared girl, with piercing blue eyes, stands revealed. He remains cradled in Chloe's arms, a small, vulnerable figure amidst the chaos. As the monstrous wolf-like creature looms, its presence a stark reminder of the danger, while a voice echoes, questioning the need to deal with Vivian and hoping for understanding of their position, hinting at backup from the ruler's white fort. Chloe's eyes widen, reflecting the gravity of the situation. As she continues to hold the young one close, the wolf-like creature remains a formidable presence, its form imposing as the unseen voice reiterates its hope for understanding and the promise of reinforcements. He looks up, his expression hardening with resolve, knowing they will be in grave danger if the probe attack isn't stopped immediately. Chloe, her face contorted with fierce resolve, declares her willingness to take responsibility with her life. Her eyes burn with an unwavering intensity, as the black magician gently takes her into an embrace, asking if she can hold him for a moment. Chloe's eyes widen in alarm, a silent gasp escaping her as the black magician, holding Tiny, begins to ascend rapidly into the sky. A vibrant purple aura flares around her and the young creature, propelling them higher and higher. Her expression is one of fierce determination, her gaze fixed on their escape path. Below, Rufus curses their failure to stop her, while Chloe can only utter a frustrated cry as they vanish into the distance. High above, the black magician glances back, her eyes glowing with power, and a massive shield of purple energy erupts around them, protecting their ascent. On the ground, the princess, her face contorted in a furious shout, commands her troops to charge. Eric, leading the armored soldiers, responds with a resolute affirmation, urging them forward. The soldiers quickly form ranks, preparing for the impending battle, their voices echoing with calls to protect their princess. The knight Chloe, her blade wreathed in a vibrant purple aura, lunges forward, striking Tiny with a powerful blow that sends him reeling. Before he can recover, she follows up with a brutal kick, driving the air from his lungs. Then, with a battle cry, Chloe shifts her focus, lunging directly at the black magician. Enraged by the assault, the black magician unleashes a torrent of dark energy, her eyes glowing with fierce defiance. The magical blast, intended for Chloe, instead strikes Tiny, sending him sprawling once more. As the chaos erupts, the black magician's expression twists in disbelief, wondering how their escape could have been so easily thwarted. Meanwhile, Tiny lies defeated on the ground, surrounded by soldiers, lamenting his predicament. The black magician's face contorts further, her eyes wide with a mixture of fury and desperation. Surrounded by her crackling purple aura, she curses the turn of events, convinced she's been tricked. She unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy, crackling with raw power. Tiny, caught in the sudden surge, instinctively draws his blade, his eyes widening in alarm, wondering, is that? The black magician's fury manifests as a blinding explosion of violet light, erupting outwards. The destructive force continues to expand, tearing through the air. Yet, despite the overwhelming magical assault, the young warrior stands his ground, sword ready, facing the combined might of Asgard, Chloe, and the princess, who now press in on him. Tiny unleashes a devastating purple energy explosion, the chaotic power rippling outwards in concentric rings. As he swings his mace through the swirling maelstrom, the impact echoing with immense force. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion and purple energy, his assault relentless. Then, with a determined expression, he crosses his arms, declaring, then. A powerful blue-green energy sphere erupts around him, pulsating with raw power, enveloping his entire body in its protective aura. A fierce crackle of blue lightning energy erupts from the ground, radiating outward. The force of the blast sends an armored enemy flying backward, slamming into the earth with a pained grunt. Barely avoiding the impact, Tiny acknowledges the narrow escape, admitting it was a close call. Meanwhile, an armored leader shouts for his forces to press the attack, noting the weakening shield and demanding the demon worshipper be killed. Responding to the command, another armored enemy charges forward, shield raised, ready to engage. But Tiny is quicker, unleashing a powerful purple energy blast that strikes the charging foe, as a distant ARF echoes. The impact sends multiple armored enemies reeling backward, their grunts of pain filling the air. From a distance, the black magician observes the chaos, questioning the sudden appearance of a lunar wolf. With a determined expression, she declares her intent to fight alongside Tiny, as another ARF sounds from the unseen wolf. Tiny, riding his white wolf, unleashes a burst of purple energy, striking an armored foe. Meanwhile, the black magician's gaze sharpens, her expression hardening with resolve. Surrounded by armored enemies, a vibrant purple aura begins to swirl around her. The energy coalesces into a massive, swirling sphere, pushing back her attackers. Hovering amidst the chaotic magic, she declares that since things have come to this, her eyes glowing crimson with fury, she will simply kill them all. As Tiny strikes another enemy, he urges her to cut the nonsense. The black magician, now fully unleashed, retaliates with a powerful, magic-infused strike, cursing her opponent. Meanwhile, Tiny delivers a heavy physical blow to an armored enemy. He continues his relentless assault, a spectral white wolf manifesting from his gauntlet as a powerful purple energy blast erupts. The force of the impact sends an armored enemy flying backward, shattering their defenses amidst a cloud of debris. He watches the destruction he wrought, the air still crackling with residual purple energy. Meanwhile, the black magician, her eyes glowing crimson with fury, unleashes her own power, commanding, everyone now. Her face contorted in a snarl, she screams, how dare you? Now fighting side by side, the two protagonists engage the armored foes, one of them exclaiming, damn it, he still looks fine. The black magician's rage reaches a fever pitch as she vows, fuck my life, I will kill you all. With a surge of power, she unleashes a devastating purple energy blast from her hand, leaving her opponent to wonder, what they? The powerful magic engulfs an armored enemy, who can only cry out, damn it, as they are consumed by the blast. The black magician, her fury still burning, unleashes a torrent of vibrant purple energy, sending it surging forward. Her eyes glow with an intense red light, a fierce determination etched across her face as she channels her power. The air around her crackles with the sheer force of her magic, a swirling vortex of purple energy engulfing her form. Meanwhile, the princess, ever the leader, shouts a command to her allies, urging them to hold their ground. Chloe looks on with a surprised expression as the princess questions the unfolding situation. That's so? The black magician continues her assault, her voice laced with frustration. Now that I'm completely blocked, it's over. Tiny's eyes glow with a blue light, his thoughts reflecting his irritation. Thanks to this moment I hate. The iron golem still has gotten stronger than it was at that time. The princess stands firm, her sword drawn and ready, prepared to meet the incoming threats. Tiny and the black magician stand side by side, coordinating their efforts. Now, we only need to block as many threats as possible. He unleashes a powerful, purple-hued sword strike, generating a massive impact that reverberates through the air. A look of surprised satisfaction crosses his face as the attack connects, purple particles swirling around him. But before he can fully recover, a powerful magical force slams into him, sending him recoiling violently with a cry of pain. He continues to reel from the impact, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Coughing, his eyes reflect both the agony of the blow and an unwavering determination, as the black magician's gaze also sharpens in the distance. The counterattack had struck them both, leaving the black magician clutching her chest, blood staining her hand. Despite the injuries, Tiny's voice rings out with renewed resolve, declaring that their strategy is indeed working. As if in response, a white wolf-like creature charges forward, its form blurring with speed. With a shared purpose, Tiny and the creature launch a coordinated, renewed assault, striking the armored foe once more. The black magician, her hands glowing with furious purple energy, unleashes a torrent of magic, her voice laced with contempt. Her powerful spell slams into the armored foe, sending the massive figure recoiling with a pained grunt. From a distance, Chloe watches, surprised by the sheer force the mage still possesses, even after their previous skirmish. But the armored foe retaliates swiftly, a burst of purple energy striking Tiny, who cries out as the impact sends him flying. Before the enemy can press their advantage, a white wolf-like creature, wreathed in purple light, leaps into the fray with a fierce snarl. Seeing their ally join the battle, the black magician channels her remaining strength, her body now radiating a brilliant blue aura as she prepares for another assault. With a guttural scream, she unleashes a devastating wave of blue magic, the energy crackling violently around her. The powerful blast of azure lightning surges forward, striking the armored antagonist with immense force. As the dust settles, Tiny stands alongside the black magician, both facing their battered foe, and he issues a decisive command to end the fight. A powerful purple magic attack erupts, striking the armored figure with immense force. The impact sends him reeling, his heavy armor barely containing the shockwave. Watching the opponent retreat, Tiny curses, demanding to know if they are truly running away. The black magician, observing the distant figures pulling away, commands her allies to pursue them. Her eyes glow with an ominous red light as she begins a desperate ritual, invoking a plea for divine grace to kill her. Dark, swirling energy engulfs her, lifting her into the air amidst a vortex of purple magic. Chloe watches, her expression troubled, questioning if this is the forbidden last resort of demon worshippers. Tiny confirms her fears, explaining that the black magician is sacrificing her own body to amplify her magic power. The ritual culminates in a violent burst of purple energy, a desperate act of self-immolation. The black magician's self-sacrificial ritual culminates in a devastating surge of purple energy, erupting outwards with a burning intensity. The raw power expands, engulfing everything in its path. Asgard, the armored foe, is caught in the blast, recoiling violently from the sheer force of the magic. The knights have reached their absolute limit, unable to withstand the relentless assault. Tiny realizes that what they need now is an explosive attack to finish her off quickly. He and Chloe stand ready, declaring that they have bought enough time, and it is now someone else's turn. A new figure emerges, a blonde woman in a flowing dress, her presence radiating a serene power. Her hands come together, gathering an immense, blinding light. With a powerful declaration, she unleashes a torrent of pure light magic. Divine strength can be obtained through blessings and asceticism, a qualified person receiving a sacred benediction. This power is granted by a priest, allowing them to obtain divine abilities. However, some individuals possess this inherent strength right from birth. These exceptional individuals are known as knights and saintesses, their very existence a testament to innate power. Such people are truly rare, a precious gift to the world. Then there are the clergy, those who have dedicated their lives to the temple, never leaving its sacred grounds. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoes through a dark forest, as a horde of skeletal figures emerges, their eyes glowing with malevolent energy. As the forest erupted in chaos, a blinding yellow and purple explosion tore through the air, its force echoing with a thunderous roar. Two armored men looked up in stunned disbelief, one of them voicing his concern for their lady amidst the unfolding power. Even the princess herself remained unaware of the full extent of her learning abilities, a fact that weighed heavily on Tiny's mind as he observed the raw power on display. He had never witnessed a cleric stronger than her, the light mage now radiating a golden glow as she prepared her next move. With arms raised and eyes closed, she channeled an immense power, a brilliant golden aura enveloping her form. Then, with a deafening roar, the light mage unleashed a devastating spell of pure, concentrated light. A pained cry escaped her lips as she was engulfed in a maelstrom of purple and yellow energy, the sheer force of her own magic threatening to overwhelm her. The resulting impact was cataclysmic, a massive explosion ripping through the landscape. As the dust settled, the light mage looked up, her hair flowing as a brilliant, ethereal golden light descended from above, a divine blessing upon her efforts. The light mage lay defeated on the ground, her immense power now extinguished, a desperate cry of, "I am possible," escaping her lips as she fell. Her face contorted in a mix of rage and disbelief. She could only utter a frustrated, "UGH," and question how she could have possibly lost to mere insects. Standing over the fallen blue light mage, Tiny and the other knights surveyed the scene. The battle finally concluded. He considered the situation, realizing he would have to finish this himself and knock her out. But a voice suddenly cut through the air, calling out, "Wait, Tiny, don't kill her." Turning in surprise, he saw Chloe rushing towards him, asking, "What is it?" She quickly explained, emphasizing that they still needed to question the defeated mage. Tiny's eyes widened in a moment of realization, his expression shifting to one of shock. He had been so focused on the immediate threat that he hadn't considered the broader implications. Even with her evil energy, the light mage had once been a cleric, and Tiny, still standing over her defeated form, demands to know why. But he quickly dismisses the idea, concluding that she's useless for information and he can't bring her along, leaving him no choice but to end her. Chloe, though hesitant, resignedly agrees that they might not have another option. A sudden, violent impact rips through the air, shattering the ground with a blinding flash of blue energy. As the light mage stands once more, Tiny stares in disbelief, questioning if she truly was a cleric. The surrounding knights echo his shock, some exclaiming in awe at the revelation of her past. The light mage asks if he already knew, to which Tiny explains that she is the only one among them capable of wielding divine power. She confirms his suspicion, admitting that she did know, prompting Tiny to press her for details on how. With a somber expression, the light mage reveals her power is a blessing from her family, a secret she cannot yet share. Reflecting on her past, the light mage admits that somehow, she had lost everything. Tiny, observing her, questions the ease of the situation, wondering if it was truly this simple, especially since the black magician had been after her. She then speaks of the immense effort it took to escape her predicament, and the impossibility of ever returning to her previous life. Surprised by her words, Tiny asks if she truly believed he would be disappointed because of her circumstances. The light mage, with a hardened expression, asserts that even if she had died, it would have been solely her fault for being weak. He considers her unwavering resolve, admitting he couldn't fault her for such a sentiment. A close-up reveals his internal thought. She is still the same person he knew. With a slight smirk, the light mage playfully asks if he had been worried about her, eliciting an exasperated ugh from him. Suddenly, Chloe embraces the light mage from behind, exclaiming how cute she is, and noting that she's finally acting like a kid. Still held in Chloe's playful embrace, the light mage looks away as Chloe asks if she truly doesn't want to be called cute, while Tiny observes the scene. Turning to face them, the light mage hears Tiny's quiet disagreement, but Chloe insists on her cuteness. Prompting a frustrated groan from the light mage as Tiny remarks that such behavior is quite normal for someone her age. Tiny then quickly dismisses the playful banter, reminding them of their more pressing duties. He states that he must give a report at the closest city, leaving the light mage with a look of surprise and slight annoyance. The group approaches a massive frozen frost gate, its ancient runes glowing with a faint, ethereal blue light, as a low murmur of voices emanates from beyond. As they draw closer, he recalls hearing that the Sword Emperor's party had returned from the dungeon, and the light mage wonders aloud why they would have come so far. Her eyes widen in surprise, as another voice questions if those are truly what they seem. Beyond the gate, a grand entrance to a city or castle stands, flanked by a formidable formation of knights beneath a banner proclaiming them the Blue Wing Knight Troop. The entire troop, clad in gleaming gold and blue armor, stands at attention, facing the small group. Chloe observes the imposing display, wondering what could possibly be happening that requires such a guard at the entrance. Another voice notes that every member of this troop is at least an expert class, and all of them hail from the nation's capital. Stepping forward, Commander Clement of the Blue Wing Knight Troop announces his presence with 104 other men, declaring their purpose to greet my lady. In a synchronized movement, the entire troop bows deeply, their voices echoing in a unified chorus of greetings, my lady. Acknowledging the formal greeting, she thanks Commander Clement for his work, extending her gratitude to the other knights as well, then bids him to rise. Still bowing, Clement affirms that they will follow her orders. He then expresses his relief that she appears so healthy, noting her father's considerable worry. The Knight of Speed, Garen Clement, maintains his respectful posture. She assures him of her well-being, but adds that it was unnecessary for him to come all this way. Clement then brings up the recent attack, questioning if she was indeed targeted by a black mage, and musing that her father would have come himself if not for the Sword Emperor's intervention. His tone shifts, and the light mage senses a deeper issue, asking if there's an emergency. Clement hesitates, then clarifies that it's not about a monster, but rather the family treasure, which has mysteriously disappeared. The light mage protests, stating they brought it with them, but Clement explains that the treasure was swapped out during the attack. As the light mage considers the implications of the stolen treasure, Tiny, standing nearby, questions if it was hidden in a dungeon. He then asks if they truly believe that to be the case. The light mage hesitates, then reveals that there is a secret about the family treasure, known only to the head of the family. Tiny processes this, realizing that others are unaware of this secret, and that the treasure must be an amazing artifact. A sudden realization dawns on him, and he declares that he now understands why the family treasure disappeared. A confident smile spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with newfound insight. Both the light mage and Commander Clement react with stunned disbelief, demanding to know how he could possibly know such a thing. Meanwhile, in a different location, the Sword Emperor Asgard von Valentia, having heard the news, issues a command. He must meet Tiny immediately. He adds that only then will he reveal everything he knows. His Excellency, the Sword Emperor, and Chloe react with stunned disbelief. The group of knights continues their journey. A blonde-haired knight ponders aloud. Asgard turns to Chloe. The blonde knight's eyes widen slightly. Clement, the Blue-Wing Knight troop commander, listens intently as he hears that the family's greatest knights are struggling against monsters, a situation he finds hard to believe. He recalls a time when even the greatest knights couldn't defeat the Black Magician, yet this young man, Tiny, managed it. Such an accomplishment makes him wonder if Tiny is a genius, or perhaps something more unsettling. Clement continues to reflect, acknowledging that his family had taken Tiny in and supported him. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eye widening as he utters, "Wait a minute, Tiny?" He then asks aloud, "What is it?" Clement remembers the name, recalling that Tiny was the one who sent a letter from Files, prompting a surprised reaction from the young man. Elsewhere, the light mage, hearing the news, expresses her disbelief that the kid who defeated the Black Magician was Tiny. Her eyes widen in utter astonishment. Wow! A gentle breeze rustles through a field of delicate lilac flowers, their sweet scent filling the air. Turning to him, the light mage asks, "Do you like lilac flowers?" A soft smile gracing her lips, she adds, "I like them." Tiny's expression grows serious as he reveals, "My father, and even my mother, who passed away, loved it very much. They even used it as my fetus's name." The light mage's eyes widen in surprise, asking, "How?" The love between the two was pretty famous. "The only thing I've ever loved, haven't I told you about it before?" A sudden shift in perception pulls him into a memory, where the Sword Emperor's voice echoes, "But actually, I didn't like that name very much. It's important. Don't ever forget." Back in the present, Tiny offers a knowing smirk. "I can understand. I'll keep it a secret." His gaze falling, he muses internally. I'm sure he doesn't remember his past life. He had been told to find his own path, and then left to do so, but Tiny was certain there had to be a way to become stronger. He needed to grow quickly and start strong, yet he couldn't even become an aura user. Getting stronger was his absolute priority. Without an aura, he couldn't even scratch the likes of demon commanders. But in this life, he would make sure to smash all their skills. Meanwhile, the grand city of Valentino stood majestically. It was the very place where Valentia Dole's mansion was situated. As they arrive, the grand city of Valentino, one of the continent's 9 great metropolises, stretches before them, a chorus of voices confirming their destination. "It's Valentino. We're here." Turning to him, the light mage inquires, "Have you ever been to Valentino?" He responds with a slight smile, "It's my first time in this life." The light mage's expression shifts to one of surprise, her eyes widening slightly at his unexpected answer. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces the air, Asgard's voice filled with terror as he shouts, "Chloe, my child." The sudden outburst catches Tiny off guard, his own expression twisting into one of shock and concern. Chloe plummets downward, her hand reaching out in a desperate, futile grasp. Asgard lunges forward, his arm extended, a raw, paternal anguish etched across his face as he tries to reach her. A single tear escapes his eye, reflecting the profound despair of a father watching his child fall. As the chaos of the fall unfolds, Tiny's eyes widen, his mind screaming for action. His Excellency, the Sword Emperor, cradles the unconscious Chloe, his face etched with profound anguish, a desperate plea escaping his lips for his beloved daughter. His other daughter, the Light Mage, attempts to reason with him, urging him to maintain his composure and dignity, yet acknowledging the natural concern of a father. Asgard's grief quickly turns to fierce protectiveness, his voice booming with a demand for an apology to the knight who had been troubled. Regaining his composure, the Sword Emperor clears his throat, addressing those present with a calm declaration of their excellence. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he acknowledges their efforts, grateful that Chloe could safely return. With a warm smile, he announces his intention to express his gratitude. His words carry the weight of both his noble title and his paternal affection, speaking not only as the Lord of Valentia, but as a father. With a hearty laugh, he invites everyone to a celebration, encouraging them to enjoy the prepared party to their heart's content. A chorus of armored figures affirms a command, their voices echoing through the courtyard. Meanwhile, Asgard, holding Tiny by the shoulder, inquires, "By the way, who is this kid?" Tiny's expression shifts to one of quiet contemplation, realizing his own father doesn't recognize him. Asgard's hand remains on his shoulder as Tiny, with a forced laugh, addresses him, "Ha, Dad." He had already informed him that he would be a witness in the Black Magic Tower. Tiny then asks, a hint of disbelief in his voice, "Oh, really?" as he begins to walk away, a soft thump accompanying his steps. Asgard's expression turns grave as he declares, "There is something I would like to tell you." Tiny, looking back towards a shimmering, ethereal glow, repeats the words, about the disappearance of Tempest. His eyes widen in shock as he hears his own name, Tiny. With a stern gaze and eyes glowing with power, Asgard issues his command, "Now, audiences of you brah." A blinding flash of electric blue energy erupts from him, striking the ground with immense force. As Tiny braces himself, a faint blue aura flickering around his form to meet the impact. The sheer power pushes him back, his cape whipping violently in the unseen gale. And Asgard remarks, "You alone have the strength to shatter my barrier. I can't believe you are only a body of a high level." Tiny, however, internally dismisses the display, finding it easy to repel with the strength of soul he gained from his past life. Even Estima, one of the seven swords, has only recently reached the level of a high level. And as of now, Jarek must remain faithful to the Sword Emperor to become an aura exceeder. Still, the pressure from Asgard continues to push him back, until Tiny finally asks, "Is it okay for us to talk here?" After witnessing the young man's unexpected power, Asgard's eyes widen in genuine surprise, a soft exclamation escaping his lips. Standing beside his knight, Chloe, Asgard reflects on the display, muttering that no ordinary person could possibly comprehend such a feat. His expression remains one of deep thought, as he ponders the paradox of the young man's strength. A glint in his blue eyes reveals a decision forming, realizing he needs to have a serious conversation with the little kid. The scene shifts to a quiet, sunlit room, a large window offering a view of the outside world. Asgard stands by the window, his gaze distant, as he asks if the young man knows anything about the disappearance of the Tempest. Across from him, seated at a grand desk, Tiny confirms his knowledge, adding that his speculation might be correct. A slight smile plays on Asgard's lips, as he invites the young man to share what he knows. Tiny, with a focused expression, reveals a piece of his past life's knowledge, explaining that Tempest meant time or opportunity. He continues, explaining that the power of the Tempest, which had vanished a month prior, was not simply gone, but had been turned back in time. And since the treasure disappeared a month ago, he ponders if it could be that the power itself had been sent back in time. Could it be that the power itself was not turning back time? His gaze sharpens, anticipating the Sword Emperor's reaction. Asgard, his brow furrowed in disbelief, demands, "Care to explain your words?" Tiny replies, his voice steady, that everything started with the statement that the Tempest disappeared 2 decades later. The young man holds the older warrior's gaze, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the air. A rich red curtain hangs, perhaps in the same chamber, as the conversation concludes. Later, alone in his study, Asgard muses, "The story is too convincing to assume that. Even if it sounds like a story made up by a child." Tiny continues, revealing, "You even know the name of the great warrior of the dwarves, guardian of the world tree, and the name of the great warrior of the orc tribe." He confirms, "Well, they were my allies who were by my side." Asgard leans forward, a skeptical edge to his voice. "Allies, huh? Are you talking about those guys I've been confronting for a while now?" Tiny holds up a small, glowing orb, explaining, "The word Tempest means time or opportunity." The orb pulses with a faint blue aura as he continues, "By sacrificing a superhuman's life." He concludes, "Only one man can be sent to the past." A crackling sound fills the air as Asgard's eyes widen in shock. He stares down, deep in thought, recalling words he once heard. "Descendants, whose blood is curious when used it. Those are the words I heard from the ancient elves who were with the family." Asgard reflects on the profound implications of Tiny's story, admitting to himself that he never truly believed such things were real. Yet he turns to the young man and states that after hearing his account, he now believes it is worth trusting. Tiny looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, as Asgard's expression darkens with a heavy realization, lamenting his past decision. His gaze hardening with resolve. He questions if he truly sent Tiny back in time simply because of his inherent talent, a profound doubt etched across his face. Tiny can only respond with a confused sound. As Asgard rises, his voice gaining a commanding tone, speaking of the authority he possesses and what he could do. With unwavering resolve, he instructs Tiny to prepare humankind to fight back against the Demon King's army. His Excellency, the Sword Emperor, stares down with a look of profound distress, his light blue eyes glowing with an inner light as he questions, "Why was it you who came here?" The blue energy swirling around Tiny as the weight of the question hangs heavy in the air, "And not me?" Asgard's gaze burns with an intense fury, his eyes narrowed in accusation. His voice, a low growl, demands to know, "And not me?" Tiny retorts, his tone laced with a hint of defiance, "Obviously." He continues, pressing the point, "Only the future you knew about it. What were those promises of bringing me back?" The young warrior gestures dismissively. And other bullshit? His expression shifts to one of disbelief. I thought you had gone crazy after aging. Asgard's eye twitches, a silent testament to his simmering rage. He finally reveals the core of the matter. So, it was because, unlike me, you are the one who can be sent back to the past. A small, distant image of a figure at a desk appears, hinting at the subject of their discussion. Asgard's voice cuts through the air, accusing. So you're telling me you must have used it upon me because you were unsure? Tiny, stunned, can only manage a choked. What? The Sword Emperor, seated at his desk, ponders aloud. How can I be sure when I never used it? But there was also this thing that. A flash of brilliant blue energy, like a crackling bolt of lightning, seems to tear through Tiny's mind, his eyes widening in a mixture of shock and dawning horror. As Asgard's words echo, the future he made me have queried that you can regress to the past. The implication settles over Tiny, a single word escaping his lips. Then, a haunting image flashes through his mind, a young woman, still and lifeless, lying in a bed. As Asgard continues, his voice now laced with a grim certainty. The reason I regressed to the day my sister died was. Asgard, seemingly oblivious to the profound pain he has just inflicted, asks, did I perhaps say something offensive? Tiny, his hand covering his mouth, can only force out a choked, Hugh. No. He clenches his fist, a quiet denial escaping him. Asgard's grip tightens on his arm, the elder statesman insisting, it's not his fault. He continues, let's just be grateful that I could regress again for the last time. There is one more thing to check. Taking a breath, Asgard then asks, did the future self tell you to come to me? Tiny considers this, while Asgard explains, I think I must show you something that can only be truly sent by me. A soft gasp escapes the younger man. Asgard reveals, the real name of your child is, it comes from the name of the flower your wife and you love. That is widely known, I guess. But, he adds, you told me that you actually don't like that flower. Blue energy crackles between Asgard's hands. As Tiny, eyes wide, murmurs, you said that's the core. The blue energy, previously seen when Asgard was revealing information, flares brightly. Tiny lets out a strained, almost manic laugh, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Asgard, his face contorted in a shout, seems to be releasing a torrent of emotion. Before he pinches the bridge of his nose, a silent acknowledgement of the pain he's inflicting. He remembers something he could never speak of, even until the day she left him. It is something he can't tell anyone anymore. A raw, guttural cry of damn it echoes through the space. Tiny stands, head bowed, grappling with the overwhelming truth, wondering if this is his true pain, unsure whether to cry or laugh, as Asgard asks if he now believes him. The Sword Emperor holds a glass, his expression heavy, confirming that this painful truth is the only thing that could prove their family treasure. A brilliant blue energy crackles and arcs, illuminating a dark, ethereal space. He finds himself back in his room, the memory originating from his own hand, a younger version of himself recalling the Sword Emperor's words, who, though 20 years his junior at the time, still possessed that fiery temper. The young man knew he had to verify the truth for himself. In a grand chamber, the younger Sword Emperor, seated at a large desk, commanded a knight to be summoned. The young man, standing before him, acknowledged the order, but internally questioned the Emperor's intentions. The younger Asgard, with a knowing gaze, declared his belief that the young man had regressed to the past, yet admitted his distrust. He then directly addressed the young man, confirming his identity. The young man, now resolute, challenged the Emperor to demonstrate the power he spoke of. His eyes glowed with a fierce blue light as he demanded to see the talent that his future self had acknowledged. Tiny's gaze holds a deep, unwavering resolve. The grand halls of the Black Blossom Guild stand as a testament to power and history. Inside the Black Blossom Guild, Asgard questions the young man, his voice laced with skepticism, wondering what good it is to dwell on thoughts that aren't the truth. Tiny, however, recalls the words of his future self, who instructed him to seek out the talent Asgard was testing him for, prompting him to consider how much more he should reveal. Asgard, sensing the depth of Tiny's knowledge, presses further, asking if there's anything he doesn't know about the future, to which he admits, a lot. The young man ponders his next words, weighing the implications of his revelations. Asgard turns, walking away as he continues to probe, asking about Tiny's own future. Tiny quickly clarifies that his knowledge isn't about that kind of thing. Tiny looks up, a surprised expression crossing his face as he processes the weight of the Sword Emperor's words. Asgard, his posture firm and unwavering, continues to press the young man, stating that what he truly desires to understand is the nature of the disaster itself, not the specifics of Tiny's future knowledge. He then issues a stern command, insisting that Tiny reveal nothing further, neither to him nor to anyone else. The Sword Emperor's gaze hardens as he questions the very premise of Tiny's intervention, asking why he would even consider such a thing. He continues, his voice resonating with conviction, explaining that people are meant to learn and grow through their own experiences, even through their mistakes and failures. Asgard's expression remains resolute as he emphasizes this point, his belief in the process of natural development unwavering. He turns slightly, his back to the young man, reflecting on his own role as a mentor, and how he believes he has taught his own children well. His voice softened slightly, a hint of paternal concern entering his tone as he speaks of his children and the importance of them facing hardship. Asgard concludes, his expression earnest, pleading with Tiny not to take away the crucial opportunity for his children to grow, even if it means enduring pain. Tiny's gaze remains steady, as he finally responds, admitting he only knows about Asgard's daughter. He clarifies that he doesn't know how much she's grown, having been too busy simply staying alive to keep track of such details. Asgard's expression shifts to one of stunned disbelief. A quiet what? Escaping his lips. His voice then hardens, calling the young man a brat and demanding to know if he's equally ignorant about the future disaster. Tiny turns away slightly, his response evasive, stating he knows only what most people know. Asgard presses him, questioning what he means by "that's it," before Tiny, visibly frustrated, challenges him directly, asking what he truly desires. The older man's face contorts further, his jaw clenched in a silent, furious glare. His Excellency, the Sword Emperor, continued his furious interrogation, demanding to know what had transpired, convinced that Tiny held crucial information. Grabbing the young man by the collar, Asgard shook him, his voice rising in a roar. Something must have happened, and you must know it at least. What do you mean at? You crazy bastard. Tiny's knuckles whitened as he gripped the older man's arm, a pained grunt escaping him, the force of the grip causing him to cry out, "It hurts." Asgard's fury showed no signs of abating, his voice a low growl as he continued to threaten, "You better remember it, before I beat your ass." But Tiny, despite his pain, met the challenge with his own defiance, yelling back, "Don't think this is gonna pass off, you old man." The scene shifted, revealing a vast, circular arena, its ancient stone pillars reaching towards the sky, a place of grand scale and quiet anticipation. Now standing within its confines, Tiny looked down, a thoughtful expression on his face as he mused, "Why is this so short?" Asgard, his expression now serious, explained, "There were more than 10 chapters, but the details." Tiny, still processing the brevity of Asgard's account, can't help but voice his frustration, wondering why the details he's heard feel so inadequate. He admits, however, that he only caught a few things, gleaned from rumors or his allies. Asgard, his expression serious, urges him to simply listen to his tale, a life that was equally frustrating and painful. Then, a hint of hope enters his voice as he reveals some good news. According to an oracle, a hero of the new generation will appear, a young woman named Cromwell, 18 years old, and he intends to find and train her as soon as possible. The two stand in the vast arena, the weight of this prophecy hanging between them, Tiny looking up at the Sword Emperor with a mix of awe and disbelief. Tiny, his eyes wide, begins to speak, a new understanding dawning on him. Asgard watches him, his expression unyielding, waiting for his reaction. The young man's face is etched with surprise and a touch of sweat as he utters the profound implication, the age of the hero. The oracle's prophecy continues to unfold, detailing that the hero will be 20 years old, though currently, she is only 18. Meanwhile, Asgard's hand clenches around a glowing, spiky artifact, blue energy crackling around it with an almost violent hum. A sudden, jarring screech rips through the air, causing him to exclaim in frustration, wondering why his current task is being interrupted. His brow furrowed in annoyance, he debates whether to blame his future self for this predicament, or to scold the useless brat responsible for the interruption. Turning slightly, he suggests that someone else should be summoned for this task, rather than himself. A disembodied voice retorts, instructing him to tell the individual that there is someone who needs to be scolded. Elsewhere, a man with glasses reacts with a startled, confused what? Tiny, looking up at a towering, armored figure with glowing eyes, realizes this must be the test subject they were discussing. The massive armored figure stands silently, its imposing presence filling the space with a low hum of power. The towering figure of the test subject stands revealed, a stern-faced man in heavy, ornate armor, his presence radiating a golden aura. A display box confirms his formidable status, level 5 superior class. A towering figure, clad in heavy blue and gold plate armor, stands alone, his presence commanding. Soon, the elderly Sword Emperor Asgard approaches him, stating, "Drexler, you came. Excellent." Asgard then gestures to the young man beside him, explaining his request. "I would like to treat this man here as my personal guard. He is arrogant." The armored captain responds, his voice firm, "Your Highness, what are your orders for me?" The young man, Tiny, looks up in surprise, uttering, "Excuse me." Captain Drexler, clearly unimpressed, questions, "Are you asking me to be his personal guard with this kid?" His expression hardens, a hint of indignation in his tone as he asks, "Why a nice captain has been summoned for such a trivial matter?" Asgard's gaze remains steady, his voice calm as he replies, "Did I do something to offend you, Captain Drexler?" The captain's defiance continues, "I won't be your personal guard, Captain Robinson." Asgard's eyes widen slightly, a subtle shift in his demeanor as Captain Drexler's eyes begin to glow with an intense blue light, prompting Asgard to utter, "Drexler?" The captain's defiance crumbles instantly, his posture shifting to one of absolute submission as he exclaims, "Yes, and my lord." Asgard, his authority reasserted, calmly asks, Did you call me another name just now? Asgard emphasizes the gravity of the situation, instructing them to observe and engage with the young man. Captain Drexler acknowledges the command. A surprised exclamation escapes the young man. Drexler stands firm, his expression unreadable. The young man turns and walks away, his back to the others. Drexler's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise crossing his face. As the young man moves, a soft blue aura emanates from him, prompting him to question if he's reached a second level. This radiant display is merely the reflection of an expert's true potential, even at his apparent age of around 20 years old. Holding a large hammer, the young man hesitantly asks about its creator. Still focused on the weapon, Tiny expresses a desire for a larger hammer, prompting Asgard to immediately instruct his subordinates to modify the weapon, making it bigger with a thicker handle. Then, turning his attention to the young man, Asgard sternly commands him to compose himself. The Sword Emperor's voice hardens as he warns that if Tiny cannot perform properly, he will not uphold his promise. This prompts the young warrior to question the nature of that promise, asking only for his safety, but Asgard challenges his understanding, asking what he believes is being promised. Asgard clarifies, stating that the commitment was made by his present self, the one who promised to help. He then declares that the outcome of their impending duel will determine everything. Taken aback, Tiny admits he hadn't anticipated such a condition. But Asgard, with a pointed finger, insists on a single opportunity. He declares that if Tiny can inflict even one wound upon him, he will concede victory. A soft tap echoes through the chamber, a subtle gesture from Asgard. Tiny, a mischievous grin playing on his lips, reminds him, "Don't forget what you just said, okay?" The focus shifts to a massive, intricately designed weapon, its metallic surface etched with glowing blue lines, revealing the full form of the newly modified hammer. Tiny stands confidently beside the formidable tool, while Asgard and Captain Drexler observe his every move. Asgard notes to himself, he has a weird way of controlling mana. Blue energy crackles around Tiny's hands and eyes, a testament to his unique technique. He is indeed a genius, Asgard concludes, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Asgard's eyes narrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his stern features as he wonders if this is truly the extent of Tiny's power. He ponders the implications, wondering if this young man truly possesses knowledge of the future. Asgard reflects on his own past, considering the path he might have taken to become a sword master, had he made a different choice. Standing opposite Tiny in the arena, he acknowledges that the young man's abilities must stem from something far beyond mere talent, a profound realization. Asgard's thoughts return to the future, questioning what his older self could have possibly seen in Tiny to warrant such a significant agreement. With a powerful surge of energy, Asgard extends his arm, challenging Tiny to fight with every ounce of his strength. Tiny, hammer in hand, responds to the challenge, his stance firm as he prepares to demonstrate his power once more. Suddenly, a massive, white wolf-like creature with glowing blue eyes appears, and Tiny mounts its back, ready for the confrontation. He declares his intent to initiate the attack if his opponent will not come to him, his gaze fixed and resolute. With the summoned beast at his side, Tiny charges forward, his voice echoing with a fierce declaration, "I'll come after you." The distance between them vanishes in a blur. As Asgard observes his opponent's approach, a hint of surprise and recognition in his tone. "Oh ho, a spirit summoner." He quickly dismisses the threat, launching his own attack with a confident declaration, "It's useless." A blinding flash of golden energy erupts from Asgard, striking Tiny and sending him recoiling from the impact. Yet, Asgard's expression shifts to disbelief, muttering, "He couldn't." As if witnessing something impossible. Defying expectations, Tiny pushes through the pain, his body crackling with vibrant blue lightning as he prepares a counterattack. He lunges forward with renewed vigor, a blur of blue energy and focused intent. His eyes burning with fierce determination, he presses his assault, the blue lightning intensifying around him. Tiny, enveloped in crackling blue lightning, lunges forward, his attack so swift it seems to defy the very air around him, a thought flashing through his mind that his opponents couldn't even scratch him. Asgard observes the onslaught, his mind quickly processing the young warrior's capabilities, wondering if he truly specializes in both offense and defense. A flicker of surprise crosses his face, finding the situation quite interesting. With a confident smirk, he assures his opponent he will hold back just enough to ensure he doesn't die. Ignoring the taunt, Tiny continues his relentless, lightning-fast assault. His form a streak of blue energy as he closes the distance for a powerful strike. Asgard braces himself, a defensive posture forming as he considers his next move, thinking, in that case, But before he can fully react, Tiny's lightning-charged attack connects, a blinding flash of blue energy erupting on impact. The force of the blow engulfs Asgard completely, swallowing him in a maelstrom of crackling blue electricity. The lingering impact of the previous strike still reverberates through the air. As Asgard braces himself, his gauntlet hand glowing with golden energy, absorbing the shock. "How dare you, brat," he roars, golden energy flaring around him in defiance. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters from the sheer force of the collision. But before the Sword Emperor can fully recover, Tiny closes the distance, delivering a swift, powerful kick that sends his opponent recoiling once more. His eyes blaze with crackling blue electricity. As a primal roar escapes the young warrior's lips, his form enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. He unleashes a barrage of lightning projectiles, each one a searing bolt aimed at the Sword Emperor, who struggles to deflect the onslaught with his golden energy. He can control more than a long sword that easily, Asgard exclaims, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he continues to defend against the relentless assault. Still crackling with residual lightning from the unexpected assault, the Sword Emperor observes the lingering blue energy, musing that his opponent must have used his abilities in tandem. For his part, the young warrior's focus had narrowed to a single objective, perfecting his technique. If that was the case, he knew what he had to do. Enraged by the constant evasion, Asgard lunges forward, demanding to know how long the boy intended to keep running. The young warrior, however, deftly avoids the attack, leaving a trail of golden energy in his wake. The Sword Emperor's face contorts in a snarl of frustration, his golden aura flaring. He continues to taunt his agile foe, accusing him of dodging like a rat. Yet, the young warrior remains calm, his mind meticulously analyzing every one of Asgard's movements. With a resounding impact, he continues to weave through the relentless onslaught, his movements precise and calculated. The Sword Emperor's thoughts raced, acknowledging the young man's skill, knowing he must be one of the 10 greatest knights. Meanwhile, Tiny remained resolute, reminding himself that he could not let his guard down for even a single blink. Asgard conceded that his opponent was indeed precise, but believed that alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him, while Tiny silently countered that he could always adapt. His frustration mounting, the Sword Emperor suddenly called out, "Drexler!" His face contorted in anger, he demanded to know how long the young man intended to keep humiliating him. With a sudden burst of speed, Asgard launched into a furious, blurred offensive. His eyes glowing with intense power, he pressed his attack, his face a mask of pure rage. The Sword Emperor continued his relentless assault, unleashing a guttural battle cry as he poured all his might into the offensive. Hiya! His fury erupts in a guttural roar, veins bulging as he unleashes the full force of his attack. The massive weapon arcs downward, wreathed in crackling yellow energy, striking with such immense power that Tiny is thrown backward, the impact reverberating through the air. "Soul weapon!" Asgard exclaims, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sheer power of the counter. "No, I have to stop this," he cries out, reaching forward in desperation. "Drexler!" But Tiny only grins, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light as a devastating blast of energy erupts from him. The blue aura around him flaring intensely, leaving the Sword Emperor staring in wide-eyed terror. Fucking shit. A colossal explosion of orange and black energy engulfs the area, with Tiny standing resolute amidst the chaos. The colossal blue energy, like a jagged bolt of lightning, rips through the air, its raw power crackling with destructive force. Tiny's lips curl into a confident smirk, a low hum of power beginning to emanate from him. Suddenly, blue lightning erupts from his form, arcing violently towards a massive, glowing yellow cube above, the air crackling with raw energy. The sheer force of the unleashed power causes Captain Drexler's eyes to widen in terror, a single, horrified thought screaming through his mind. Fucking shit. The yellow object explodes in a blinding flash of orange and black, sending a shockwave rippling through the air. He watches the fiery aftermath, the ground rumbling beneath his feet. A brilliant white light engulfs everything, shimmering particles dancing in the void. Then, he is falling, plummeting through the open sky towards a sprawling city far below, a voice echoing in his mind, demanding to know what he has done. Still plummeting through the vast expanse of sky, Tiny hears the unseen voice echo, demanding to know if he truly understood the consequences of his actions. Landing hard on the unforgiving ground, he finds Asgard standing over him, his voice sharp with admonishment. "I told you to show me your potential." A pained cough escapes him, as Asgard continues. "I didn't tell you to pull a stunt." His face is streaked with dirt and blood, a testament to the impact he just endured. Asgard looks down at the young man, his expression a complex mix of concern and frustration. He sighs, a heavy sound, before speaking again. "Well." The veteran warrior's gaze is sharp, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Nearby, the source of the recent chaos, a small, glowing cube pulses with crackling blue lightning, its energy still volatile. Rising to his feet, despite his injuries, Tiny stands enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, his eyes burning with renewed determination. With a guttural roar, Tiny unleashes a devastating strike, his sword glowing with fierce golden energy. The force of his attack intensifies, engulfing him in a blinding aura as blue energy pulses from his core. A thunderous crash echoes through the space. The mysterious, glowing cube, the target of his fury, shows visible cracks, shimmering particles scattering from its surface. Staring at the damaged artifact, he questions if his reckless charge had truly succeeded. His expression is one of intense focus, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He had thrown himself into the attack, driven by an overwhelming impulse to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Asgard watches the young man's reckless display, his brow furrowed with a mix of concern and exasperation. His voice rings out, sharp with admonishment. You could have died. He demands. How could you do that just to win a mere duel? The Sword Emperor continues. Well, I didn't die, and even won the bet. Tiny, looking bruised but defiant, asks, did you also live this recklessly in your past life? Of course I did, Asgard replies, a slight smile playing on his lips. Why the hell would you? Tiny thinks, because unless he goes to such an extent, there is nothing someone like him, who lives on a street, can gain. Asgard's eyes widen slightly as he hears this. Tiny's internal monologue continues. He had to win this bet no matter what, right? That's how I have been living my life. Tiny concludes, his gaze firm. A small, determined smile plays on Tiny's lips, a silent testament to his resolve. He looks up at Asgard, continuing their conversation. Anyway, what do you think, Your Excellency? Was I able to prove myself? Asgard's expression softens slightly as he considers the young man's words. That wasn't something anyone could say, not even me. His gaze drifts, perhaps to a distant memory or a future vision. Maybe the future me. A hint of self-reproach enters his voice, who was defeated by a mere street rat, and is now worth nothing more. Turning back to Tiny, the Sword Emperor's voice rings with authority. I will keep my word. I will give you something to keep the most right now. Tiny, still seated on the ground, gazes up at the two imposing figures before him. A wide, genuine grin spreads across his face as he begins to speak. Thank. His body, battered and bruised, lay still amidst the debris, a silent testament to the brutal struggle he had endured. Blood streaked across his cheek. His eyes remained shut, lost to the darkness. Then, a flicker of consciousness, and a single word escaped his lips. You. He lay on the ground, surrounded by the Sword Emperor and Captain Drexler, the aftermath of their encounter still palpable in the air. Later, a groan escaped him as he slowly regained consciousness, his eyes opening to an unfamiliar, ornate ceiling. He found himself in a lavish bedroom, tucked into a grand four-poster bed, with the Sword Emperor standing beside him and Captain Drexler observing from a distance. Disoriented, he could only manage a confused whisper. Where am I? Asgard turns, his voice firm, telling Tiny there are many things to discuss and instructing him to follow. The elder warrior begins to walk away, with Tiny trailing behind him through the opulent chamber. Looking out a grand window, Tiny asks how much time has passed since the duel. Asgard, still facing away, casually replies, about half a day. Tiny, now standing beside him, stares in disbelief, questioning if that short recovery time means a high-rank healer was called. Turning away in a huff, Tiny exclaims, Father. Asgard, looking back at his son, retorts, I healed him just a while back. He continues, a hint of exasperation in his tone. And now you still dare to ask for compensation for the healing I've done for you, you brat? Tiny, still incredulous, warns him not to try anything that would injure him again. As Tiny processes his recovery, a regal woman with wide, blue eyes stares at him, her expression a mix of disbelief and indignation. She vehemently denies any ill intent, declaring that it was the young man himself who saved her daughter. Her voice rings with incredulity, questioning how anyone could believe she would harm the savior of her own child. The revelation catches Tiny completely off guard, as he had always assumed his survival was due to his own cunning and resourcefulness. Never once considering a deeper, more significant reason. The Queen, still visibly agitated, demands to know if he is even aware of the miraculous revival from his grievous wounds. A slight, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips, as if a new understanding dawns upon him. The Queen, observing his reaction, chides him for his perceived greed, echoing Asgard's earlier playful accusation. Looking down, he offers a sincere apology, regretting any worry he might have caused. He beams with a wide, innocent smile, his earlier apology seemingly forgotten in the warmth of the royal presence. Yet, a gentle voice reminds him that he could still act more like a child. The Queen, her expression soft and amused, looks down at him, a knowing smile playing on her lips. His face contorts in sudden shock, a silent question forming in his mind. What kind of expression was that? Another voice, perhaps the Sword Emperor's, cuts through his thoughts, observing that even he doesn't seem to grasp the true nature of reality. The Sword Emperor's mind conjures a vivid, exaggerated image, a demonic Tiny, eyes glowing crimson, fiercely clutching the Queen's throat, issuing a dire warning. He would be warned if he ever tried to flirt with her. The thought alone sends a jolt through the Sword Emperor, his own face mirroring the Queen's imagined terror as he internally cries out, Dad. Tiny, now smiling alongside the Sword Emperor, clarifies his earlier shock, explaining that he was merely surprised when the Queen referred to her as your daughter. He continues, dispelling any lingering confusion, because something like meeting a black magician and them defeating her together didn't actually happen. The Sword Emperor's eyes widen in disbelief, a profound shock washing over his face as he struggles to process the revelation. His surprise is mirrored by the Queen, whose own blue eyes are wide with astonishment, a hand instinctively rising to cover her mouth. She remarks on the young man's age, while the Sword Emperor dismisses her concern, standing beside her as they both look down at Tiny. A voice of authority, perhaps the Sword Emperor's own internal thought, advises that if the truth is known, it should be shared, but for now, the focus must remain on the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The queen, her expression still one of mild shock, assures them that all preparations have been made, confident that everyone will be pleased. With a firm clench of his hand, the Sword Emperor acknowledges her words, a single, terse okay escaping him. As the sound of soft footsteps echoes, the Queen and Sword Emperor continue to gaze down at Tiny, who stands before them. Tiny, for his part, maintains a serious and determined expression, his gaze unwavering. The authoritative voice returns, reminding him that he has forgotten the advice given, and from this moment forward, only the fewest people should be privy to the secret. Still reeling from the implications of his past, Tiny listens intently as the Sword Emperor explains that the truth of his origins, specifically the fact he came from the future, is a secret known only to them. The Sword Emperor emphasizes the need for discretion, stressing that others should remain completely unaware of such a profound secret. Meanwhile, a deeper truth echoes through the cosmos, revealing the intricate flow of mana and the threads of destiny, all ordained by a divine goddess. A serene, white-haired figure, holding a golden, clock-like device, declares that even the goddess, the ultimate administrator of all things, cannot touch certain aspects of this cosmic order. Her voice carries a solemn warning, as she speaks of humans like them disturbing the natural flow of destiny, an act she deems as dishonoring God. A shimmering ring, adorned with a vibrant gem, comes into focus, representing the sacred duty of a tribe tasked with protecting the temple and, by extension, the delicate balance of destiny. Back in the office, the Sword Emperor connects the dots, realizing that Captain Drexler must have originated from this very goddess's tribe, a lineage dedicated to such profound protection. This ancient knowledge, he muses, is not widely known, but rather recorded exclusively in the real Holy Bible, a text passed down through specific ancient families. The weight of these revelations clearly impacts Tiny, who can only manage a bewildered sound as the implications begin to sink in. The Sword Emperor explains that only a select few, specifically the 10 great continents, will ever be informed of these profound truths, citing Tiny as an example. Confirming his understanding, Tiny acknowledges that only those 10 great continents will receive this information. The Sword Emperor adds that this knowledge, of course, rests in the hands of God, and they are merely his humble servants. With a knowing smirk, Tiny confirms his comprehension, stating he had no intention of sharing the information with anyone else anyway. He then reveals his true intention, to utilize the knowledge he possesses. The Sword Emperor, seemingly pleased, declares this development to be excellent. With a focused gaze, Tiny then inquires about the specific skill he will wield in the future. The Sword Emperor responds with a puzzled, huh? Tiny, his expression resolute, suggests that if he is to provide the Sword Emperor with what he needs, he should be granted a favor, urging him to have some confidence. He reaches out, his expression one of disbelief, as the Sword Emperor's words echo, reminding him that he has grown too arrogant, forgetting his place. The Sword Emperor's gaze sharpens, a hint of amusement playing in his eyes as he considers another possibility. He finds the young man's audacity quite amusing, muttering about what a rude brat he is. Before Tiny can react, the Sword Emperor delivers a swift, light tap to his head. Stunned, he recoils, clutching his head and demanding to know why he was hit. The Sword Emperor simply smiles, amused by the young man's outburst, who in turn calls him a damn old geezer. With a soft chuckle, the Sword Emperor adjusts his collar. His movements are precise and unhurried, reflecting a calm authority. Turning to gaze out a grand window, he declares his intention to first fix Tiny's manners. Asgard watches as Tiny turns his back, walking away from the confrontation. But the young man suddenly spins around, his voice rising in a challenge, demanding to know if Asgard understands his identity, declaring the situation a problem. Before Tiny can finish his thought, Asgard's hand flashes out, a sharp, open-palmed strike across the young man's face, eliciting a pained gasp. The Sword Emperor then asserts his intention to fulfill a promise, vowing to teach Tiny the proper manners befitting the Valencia family. He holds Tiny firmly by the collar, his grip unyielding. A knowing smile spreads across his face as he asks if Tiny has ever heard of a power called gravity, before revealing his intention to teach him the gravity magic exclusive to the Valencia family patriarch. A soft groan escapes him. As the blows continue to land, he struggles to keep his footing, the Sword Emperor's voice cutting through the impacts, asking if he's already struggling when they haven't even truly begun. Tiny yells in frustration for him to stop hitting him, but Asgard simply tells him to listen well. The old family's secret legacy, subdivided into 4 parts, revolves around mana control, and the bald instructor explains that it is a viscous technique combining both offensive and defensive power. He demonstrates an attempted acquisition method from level 1, his body glowing with golden energy. The path to power begins with the aura attribute, a fundamental acquisition method from level 1. Hearing this, Tiny's eyes widen in surprise, realizing the technique has 4 distinct parts. A thought clicks into place, connecting this complex system to the Valencia family's historical prosperity. Asgard, observing his student's quick understanding, confirms his deduction with a knowing smile. Tiny, still processing the implications, then questions the necessity of traditional offensive sword techniques if no weapon is needed for this new power. Asgard's expression shifts to one of amused surprise. as he admits his preference for straightforward individuals over those who are more flexible and friendly. With a hearty chuckle, Asgard confirms Tiny's astute observation. And so, within the ancient halls, he successfully acquired the aura attribute that very day. He thinks his mana control technique will become perfect, but then a realization hits him, dismissing his previous efforts as nothing more than ridiculous defensive moves. He can't help but think, those ridiculous defensive moves were never the true path. As he processes this, the Sword Emperor reveals the real essence of the Valencia family's power, which is far beyond mere defense. With a hand glowing with faint blue energy, Asgard explains it's all about attribute acquisition, specifically the aura attribute acquisition method. Tiny stares, utterly bewildered, as Asgard calmly states that he is now teaching him this profound secret. The Sword Emperor reiterates his intention to teach him the attribute acquisition method. Tiny's shock intensifies, his mind racing as he questions if this means it's not about defense at all. His face contorts in utter disbelief, the revelation completely overturning his understanding. Asgard watches his reaction, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, a quiet puduk sound accompanying his knowing gaze. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang echoes through the air, followed by a guttural cry of ACK. In a dimly lit chamber, a group of cloaked figures murmurs amongst themselves. The grim news of Irina died, hanging heavy in the air. One of them, seated centrally, speaks with a low, authoritative tone, lamenting that the sword meant to pierce through the heart of Elsenheim has been lost. His voice carries a hint of frustration, insisting, "We shouldn't have lost her that easily." Another cloaked figure leans forward, revealing, "We suspect that a kid of the Mage Tower is the culprit." The leader's eyes glow a menacing red in the darkness, as he commands, "Gather information about him." His voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, "But ensure the Empire never catches your tail." The cloaked figures respond in unison, their voices a low murmur of affirmation. A soft clink echoes in the silence. As the leader of the organization, a figure shrouded in shadow, raises a glass of crimson liquid, adding a stern reminder. "Also, keep in mind." A dark, swirling energy emanates from the figure. Their resolve hardening as a thought echoes through the space. "Karen's job is still our first priority." The leader's eyes glow with an ominous red light, a silent testament to their unwavering focus. A hand clenches tightly, reflecting the intensity of the moment. Meanwhile, a young boy with dark, messy hair ponders aloud. "So you mean my boss is going to acquire a new body for a pretext?" An older man, with swept-back blonde hair and a pipe in hand, listens intently, his expression unreadable. Asgard von Valencia, the Sword Emperor, looks intently at the young man before him, explaining that he knows the path best suited for him. He continues, stating that he has already made his decision, and that once the young man reaches a certain level, he will choose his own path for the last time. Even though he is just a child, Asgard acknowledges that he is much stronger than the other knights. He then asks if Tiny remembers the time he fell during the previous mission, when Asgard had to carry him, and if he has his own unique technique. Asgard gestures, asking if he remembers anything at all, prompting Tiny to pause and think. He presses further, wondering aloud if Tiny didn't use really heavy mana in his past life, a question that hangs in the air. Asgard then shifts the topic, remarking on Tiny's heavy armor, suggesting that now that he mentions it, the armor is indeed quite cumbersome. Tiny, looking surprised, considers the statement, thinking to himself that the heavier the armor, the worse it truly is. He then looks up, confused, asking Asgard, Asgard von Valencia holds an apple, pondering a question about its weight and the nature of things. He illustrates his point with a conceptual image of Tiny in his heavy armor, a smaller version of himself standing beside the massive figure, representing the idea of strength despite physical burden. The armored figure strides forward, as Asgard explains that they become faster and stronger depending on their weight. Returning to the present, Asgard looks at Tiny, asking for his thoughts on the matter. He continues, explaining that it's not simply about adding attraction force, but an attraction force acting between objects. Tiny listens intently, his expression shifting to one of deep confusion as the explanation grows more abstract. Asgard elaborates, stating that the more he wears it, the more he likes it, but also that the amount of energy affects one's weight. The complexity of the concept washes over Tiny, his eyes widening in utter shock and disbelief. Asgard maintains an intense gaze, as Tiny finally bursts out, demanding to know what he's even talking about. His Excellency, the Sword Emperor, Asgard von Valencia, throws his hands up in exasperation, unable to believe the question he's just heard. He sighs, trying to maintain his composure, and explains that he just listened to the young man for once, reiterating that the land masses have an attraction force that pulls down objects. The young man, still looking utterly bewildered, questions if the land truly pulls objects, prompting Asgard to clarify that he must have experienced the force pulling him down when he tried to jump. Asgard rubs his temples, a vein throbbing in his forehead, muttering about why objects don't just float if they're not being pulled down. He then demonstrates, letting a small object fall from his hand, asking why it falls to the ground. Tiny, still utterly lost, simply replies that it just happens. Asgard's patience wears thin, his voice rising as he repeats, "Exactly. Why does that happen?" While Tiny, looking even more frustrated, can only stammer out a confused sound. Asgard, now completely exasperated, explains that it happens because they have to think about it, lamenting what a weird old man he must seem. He then asks if the young man isn't even going to try to understand, his frustration palpable as Tiny remains utterly bewildered. Asgard, exasperated, suggested simplifying the complex idea, while Tiny, utterly bewildered, could only manage a confused query. "If you can't understand anything," he declared, a heavy thud accompanying his words, "just think it just happens." Tiny's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he began to react to the sudden, unseen force. Asgard's frustration boiled over, his eyes glowing crimson as he internally cursed his students' weird beliefs. Tiny screamed in terror, red energy crackling around him as he was violently propelled through the air. He plummeted downward, desperately crying out for help. Multiple thuds echoed as he continued his uncontrolled descent past a towering church, still questioning the very nature of his fall. A sudden, disorienting impact momentarily blacked out his senses. Asgard, now directly above him, delivered a powerful kick straight to his face, ensuring the lesson on attraction force was thoroughly understood. Plummeting through the air, Tiny's eyes widen in a mixture of fear and surprise as vibrant blue energy crackles wildly around his hands. His descent accelerates, his feet blurring as he drops further into the void. A memory flashes, Asgard's grip firm on his collar, his voice echoing, "I guess you will only learn by experiencing it with your body." Back in the present, Tiny's face contorts in distress, the blue mana around his hands intensifying with a sharp, crackling sound. Amidst the chaotic energy, a thought pierces through his panic. A mana freeze. Asgard's determined expression returns to his mind, his words ringing clear. "I will teach you this time." Tiny's own voice, confused and questioning, asks, "Why does a person fall when they climb up to a high place?" The concept still eludes him, a hesitant, drawn-out G-gravity escaping his lips. A desperate scream tears through the air. As he plummets uncontrollably, his limbs flailing against the rushing wind. The ground below rushes up with terrifying speed. While from above, Asgard's voice echoes with a detached lesson. "Feel the gravity with your body, kid." Enraged by the cruel instruction, he screams back, "Hey, you crazy old fucking." Still, the descent continues. A whooshing sound accompanying his wide-eyed terror as the impact draws ever closer. A single, desperate expletive escapes him, "Shit." As the cobblestone ground fills his vision, and the grim realization sets in, "I'm definitely gonna die." He continues his desperate descent, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he activates his iron body skill. "Lunar Wolf," he bellows, a desperate plea. His face contorts, eyes wide with a mix of terror and fierce resolve. A blinding surge of blue energy erupts around him, coalescing with incredible speed. From the swirling light, a majestic white wolf-like creature materializes, its eyes glowing with an ethereal blue. And with a powerful impact, the newly summoned lunar wolf lands, letting out a triumphant howl that echoes through the air. A relieved, almost manic laugh escapes Tiny, now safely on solid ground. The wolf turns its head, a look of utter bewilderment on its face. High above a sprawling city, the air itself seemed to crackle with unseen forces. As a young man plummeted through the sky, a desperate cry escaping his lips. Just as impact seemed inevitable, a majestic lunar wolf materialized, its powerful form intercepting his fall. The young man now lying on the ground, still reeling from the terrifying descent. He could only think of the immense height he had just fallen from, the system confirming his desperate activation of Iron Body and Lunar Wolf summoning. His wide eyes reflected the lingering terror of the experience. When a familiar, authoritative voice cut through the air, asking if he had finally felt the true power of gravity. Still on the ground, the young man affirmed that he had felt it splendidly with his whole body. To which the older man replied that of course he had dropped him from such a great height, but was surprised he hadn't ended up dying. He then inquired if the young man could now control gravity. Asgard's words echo in the air, leaving Tiny bewildered and suspended in disbelief. The Sword Emperor's voice cuts through the air, stating that the process will repeat, causing Tiny to protest, demanding a verbal explanation. But his pleas are ignored as he plummets, screaming in terror, the world rushing past him in a blur. Still falling, he can only curse the man above him, demanding answers from the old fart. Then, a jarring impact, followed by a ragged gasp for air. His face contorted in a mixture of fear and exhaustion, sweat beading on his brow. He finally awakens in a bed, his hand emitting a soft, golden glow. Waking in an opulent room, Tiny's eyes flutter open, his voice a soft whisper, "Where am I?" A kind-faced woman with flowing blonde hair looks down at him, now seated on the floor. "Good heavens, you woke up!" she exclaims with a bright smile. "You are now an expert." The words echo in his mind. Already became an expert. He struggles to process it. "I'm already." His eyes widen in disbelief. "An expert?" He stares, wide-eyed, grappling with an unbelievable truth, muttering about being a hammer expert. Meanwhile, high above a grand, white structure, the Sword Emperor stands, his gaze fixed on an intricate symbol etched into the building's peak. Back with Tiny, a frustrated sigh escapes him as he surveys the scene below. His face contorts with a mix of shock and determination. As a wave of disbelief washes over him, wondering if his actions truly yielded such an unexpected result. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired woman with a sharp gaze exhales slowly, questioning the nature of the training he's been undergoing. Seated across from an older, white-bearded man, Tiny listens as the man expresses his concern, finding the training too brutal, even for the Sword Emperor's disciple, and questioning if it can even be called training at all. A blonde woman, her expression a mix of curiosity and concern, questions Tiny about a recent event, wondering how he made his opponent simply disappear. Then, with a slight shift in her demeanor, she remarks on the strangeness of his presence, her voice tinged with surprise. Her hands clasped together, she reminds him of his impending coming-of-age ceremony, implying he should be occupied with preparations. Tiny sits on a grand, ornate bed, his expression unreadable as he processes her words. The blonde woman watches him from a nearby chair, a silent question hanging in the air between them. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly admits that she isn't truly busy herself. Tiny then clarifies his own situation, explaining that his only obligation is to observe certain etiquette, leaving him with ample free time. He maintains a calm, composed demeanor. A soft smile graces the woman's lips, as she expresses her confidence in his ability to handle whatever comes next. He clarifies, mentioning the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony, to which the blonde woman responds with a confident, almost boastful, declaration of her own genius. Her expression quickly shifts to one of surprise and slight annoyance. She then playfully asserts her role as the main character, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. But her bravado falters, a nervous sweat beading on her forehead as she admits to her apprehension. The blonde woman then turns serious, suggesting that everyone close to him has already noticed something significant. His eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise in his voice as he questions her. She then delivers a bombshell, declaring that it's acceptable if he, of all people, has noticed that she is now family. The revelation leaves him utterly bewildered, a single word escaping his lips in pure confusion. As he continued to process the previous conversation, a blonde woman's voice broke through, explaining that since he was learning from her father, they were now like family, and she instructed him to call her Nuna from that moment on. The sudden declaration left him wide-eyed, a single word escaping his lips. Nuna? She seemed confused by his reaction, asking why he wasn't happy, before clarifying, I'm the daughter. A small laugh escaped him at the unexpected revelation, prompting her to question his amusement. With a bright smile, she then added that now that they were family, he had to keep it a secret. He simply looked down, processing her words, before offering a quiet, okay. A small, knowing smile played on his lips as he looked up. When her voice chimed in again, casually mentioning that her father had been looking for him. A violent blue lightning bolt tears through a dark, stormy sky, its raw power crackling with an ominous sound, while below, the heavy clank of armored boots suggests a formidable presence. Within an elaborate, maze-like structure, two figures in crisp military uniforms navigate the intricate pathways. One of them, a black-haired soldier, moves ahead, while a voice from behind acknowledges a significant achievement, stating, I heard that you have reached the rank of expert. Soon, the young man finds himself standing before the Sword Emperor, a formidable figure clad in gleaming golden armor, within a grand hall adorned with towering columns. Looking up at the imposing man, he cuts straight to the point, asking, why did you call me here anyway? Turning slightly, he glances back at the Sword Emperor, a hint of curiosity in his expression. His gaze then shifts, a sudden realization dawning on him as he remarks, you also brought someone with you. The Sword Emperor looks towards the approaching blonde woman, who steps into view, confirming the young man's observation. Don't mind him, the Sword Emperor dismisses, his gaze firm. Anyway, he continues, his armored foot stepping forward with purpose. How about a redemption battle? No, he challenges, a glint in his eye. His armored leg sweeps out, demonstrating the raw power he intends to wield. Tiny looks on, surprised by the proposition. Without any weapon? He questions, considering the implications of such a fight. The Sword Emperor lowers his gaze, admitting, yes, to think I lost my composure against a child. I wasn't acting like a knight. So come, do whatever you want, boy, he urges, his voice regaining its authority. He stands tall, a golden aura shimmering around his shield, ready for the confrontation. Tiny's leg glows with a faint blue light, accepting the challenge to adapt to his new strength. He accepts the challenge with a confident grin, his eyes flaring with a familiar blue light. Then, with a fierce declaration, he launches himself forward, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura. The Sword Emperor braces, his armored shoulder tensing for the impact. The distance between them vanishes in a blur of speed. A powerful, glowing fist slams into the shield, sending a shockwave through the air. The force of the blow radiates outward, cracking the very ground beneath their feet. The Sword Emperor's leg armor groans under the immense pressure, fissures spreading across its surface as he's driven back. A gasp of disbelief escapes him, his eyes widening in sudden realization as he wonders if this could be the power of the Lunar Wolf. The Sword Emperor braces himself, But Tiny's weaponless strike still lands with a heavy thud against his shield, sending him flying backward from the sheer force. He tumbles through the air, crashing hard onto the ground. Meanwhile, Tiny lands with a decisive stomp, his eyes fixed on his opponent. With a battle cry, he leaps forward once more. The Sword Emperor lies defeated, his armor cracked and his body still. A wicked grin spreads across Tiny's face as a mace-like weapon, glowing with intense blue energy, materializes in his hand. The weapon hums with power, ready to deliver a final, devastating blow. Tiny's intense blue lightning-like energy crackles and descends, part of his mace attack. But Asgard, clenching his fist and radiating golden energy, defiantly dismisses the impact, declaring it just a scratch. As he wields his golden mace, surrounded by flaring golden energy, preparing his counter. Even as Tiny's glowing blue mace emits intense energy, his attack is met with an unexpected, overwhelming force. He is suddenly struck by a powerful blue energy blast, recoiling violently as his own power is turned against him. The impact intensifying and pushing him back with overwhelming force. The sheer momentum sends him flying through the air, until he lies defeated on the ground, while Asgard stands victorious over him, his golden weapon still glowing. The Sword Emperor stands triumphant, questioning the effectiveness of the previous attack. Blue energy streaks across the void. As Tiny, with a fierce cry, slams his sword into Asgard's shield, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of motion, driving his attack forward with incredible speed. Asgard's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he wonders what's going on. Do the impossible, Tiny, an unseen voice urges him on, and the young warrior unleashes another powerful strike. More blue energy streaks, culminating in a thunderous crash against the Sword Emperor's defenses. But then, with a violent surge, Tiny is repelled, his own blue energy engulfing him as he's sent flying backward, eyes glowing with raw power. The sheer force of the counterattack sends him reeling, his body a blur of blue energy as he's violently thrown backward. A pained cry escaping his lips. He spins through the air, engulfed in his own power. From a distance, two guards watch the spectacle, one admitting his head is spinning from the sheer power, while the other muses that even the strongest hunters are still only human. Yet, the Sword Emperor stands firm, his armored foot unyielding on the ground. Tiny, battered but unbroken, struggles to push himself up, knowing he needs to get back on his feet and continue the fight. His opponent's ornate shield gleams, a silent challenge. With a fierce glare, Tiny declares that he didn't want this outcome either. The Sword Emperor, anticipating his next move, asks if he is ready for what's to come. Asgard, surrounded by a golden aura, acknowledges his growing understanding of the new power, remarking that he is finally getting the hang of this mana thing. Meanwhile, Tiny winds up a powerful swing with his weapon. The Sword Emperor's hand glowing with golden energy as he muses on the weapon's properties, feeling it grow lighter when he swings it. Tiny's face set in fierce determination, his weapon now radiating a vibrant blue glow, and heavier as it prepares to land. He grits his teeth, pouring all his strength into the strike. The blue energy around his weapon intensifying, ready to unleash its full force upon impact. With a blinding flash of blue lightning, Tiny's weapon slams into Asgard's golden energy shield. The Sword Emperor braces himself, a guttural hop, escaping him as his golden defense holds firm against the powerful blow. A residual crackle of blue lightning energy lingers in the air, a testament to the recent impact. His eye widening in shock, Asgard struggles to process the blow. A pained cry escapes him. Without hesitation, Tiny charges forward, closing the distance with incredible speed. Leaping into the air, he prepares to strike again, determined to break through the Sword Emperor's defenses. He knows that once the defense is broken, it's his turn to attack him back. Struggling on one knee, Asgard urgently commands his unseen allies, use them. Meanwhile, Tiny's weapon glows with an intense blue energy, poised for a devastating blow. Asgard's eye snaps open in renewed surprise, bracing for the inevitable impact. This is Tiny's battle skill, his first technique. He unleashes his lightning wallop, a devastating strike that tears through the air with crackling blue energy. His eyes glowing with fierce determination as the raw power surges through him. The Sword Emperor is caught in the full force of the blast, sent hurtling backward amidst a shower of brilliant blue light and debris. The ground beneath him cracks and shatters, unable to withstand the sheer impact. Far in the distance, a massive explosion erupts, sending a shockwave across the city. Two observers watch from a rooftop, one of them murmuring, "Is that power or?" The blonde-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. He then exclaims, "An expert?" The distant structure continues to crumble, as he adds, "Looks like." Amidst the wreckage of the training ground, where the very earth had been rent asunder by the force of the recent clash, Asgard's voice carries with a hint of finality, declaring there is no longer any need for him to continue the training. A moment of surprise crosses Tiny's face as he processes the statement, before he offers a sincere thanks for the help he received. Asgard's response, however, carries a playful challenge, reminding him that he had been going easy on him. The Sword Emperor maintains a calm, almost smug demeanor, his confidence unwavering. But Tiny, his eyes gleaming with renewed determination, retorts that he too was holding back. The revelation causes Asgard's eye to widen slightly, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face. Tiny then delivers his final, impactful statement, reminding the Sword Emperor of his true nature as a spirit tamer. As if to punctuate his words, a magnificent, glowing white wolf spirit manifests behind him, its ethereal form radiating power as Tiny grins confidently. With his arms crossed and the powerful spirit towering behind him, Tiny stands with an air of undeniable triumph, his true strength now fully revealed. A booming laugh echoes through the hall as Asgard, the Sword Emperor, declares the training complete. The surrounding crowd erupts in cheers, confirming the young man's success. With a grand gesture, Asgard extends an invitation, welcoming him to the prestigious Blue Wing. But to the Emperor's surprise, Tiny's response is a firm rejection, stating he has no intention of joining. A slight frown crosses his face as he asks if the Duke had not already informed him of the situation. His eyes widen slightly, realizing the Emperor's complete ignorance. Asgard's jovial expression shatters, replaced by utter bewilderment as he demands an explanation. His mouth hangs open, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. A formidable knight, clad in gleaming armor, announces the successful completion of a trial. The young man, however, immediately rejects the offer, stating he has no intention of joining the knight's order. The knight commander, taken aback, questions if he hadn't received word from the Duke. A moment of awkward silence hangs in the air as the young man hesitates. The knight commander's voice rises, demanding to know the reason he learned the Valencia family's secret technique. With a slightly embarrassed expression, the young man admits he simply forgot to inform them. Later, in a different setting, he reflects on his upcoming journey, believing it's better to avoid boredom while traveling the world. He gazes out a window, lost in thought about his adventures to come. Asgard's voice carries, acknowledging the young man's efforts. Anyway, you did well. You were better than most. A proud smile gracing the Sword Emperor's face as he looked out a window. A memory flashes through Tiny's mind, a younger version of himself screaming in terror. Before he replies, "Thanks to your help, Your Highness." His current self clenches his jaw, eyes wide with a mix of anger and frustration. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Asgard discusses urgent matters with Clement, stating that the preparation for the great catastrophe is almost done. He then inquires, "Almost? Is there anything else we need?" Later, back with Tiny, Asgard makes a surprising offer, promising, "I will craft you an artifact warhammer." Tiny stands before Clement, his attention drawn to the knight's armored legs, a silent question hanging in the air. Asgard continues to explain the nature of powerful items, describing artifacts as semi-permanently enchanted weapons. He elaborates that while their worth varies greatly, even the most basic ones still command a price equivalent to several years' salary for a knight, a staggering sum. Hearing this, Tiny looks down, his brow furrowed, suggesting that Asgard doesn't have to go to such lengths, believing it would take an impossibly long time to craft such a gift. But Asgard counters, revealing that some skilled artisans can complete one in mere months, leaving the young man utterly stunned at the speed. With a knowing smile, the Sword Emperor leans in, confiding that he's about to share a secret. The revelation hits Tiny like a physical blow, his face contorting in a silent scream of disbelief. Asgard then clarifies, explaining that the artifact was actually a gift intended for Drexler, who had served them faithfully for a long time. A simple sound of understanding escapes Tiny as the pieces fall into place. A single word escapes him, a quiet exclamation of disbelief. As his gaze falls upon a magnificent warhammer, resting on a sturdy wooden table within Valencia's best smithy, known as Rindel's hammer. The dwarf craft master Rindel, a burly figure with a thick beard, glares at him, demanding to know if he expects him to adjust it for a kid like you. His voice booms, declaring he would rather cancel the contract and pay the penalty. Rindel scoffs, his anger palpable, asking how anyone dare you treat my craft like some children's toy. The dwarf craft master, it seems, desires to create a weapon that truly befits his master, even if it means incurring a huge loss, for his master is someone akin to heaven itself. With a confident smirk, Tiny declares his intention to prove himself, adding that he will simply have to demonstrate his capabilities. Rindel, the dwarf craft master, looks on with a skeptical expression, muttering that it is still better than some rare-class knight. His eyes widen slightly as he processes Tiny's words, a thought echoing in his mind, an expert at this age. Suddenly, Tiny's eyes glow with a vibrant blue light, and a matching azure aura flares around his outstretched hand, signaling the activation of an ability. Rindel's internal monologue continues, acknowledging the power he senses. I don't think he is using some trick, but his jaw drops in utter astonishment at the display, as his own eye glows with a focused orange light, activating his unique dwarf's ability, Eyes of Judgment. The ability Rindel was observing was one that could discern truth from lies. It functioned by sensing the wave of emotion embedded within spoken words. Rindel, still processing the implications, conceded that it wasn't a bad idea to demonstrate such a unique skill. He then requested a moment, asking Tiny to wait for a while. The dwarf craft master began working on a long, cylindrical object on his workbench, his movements precise and practiced. A heavy hammer rested nearby, a testament to his craft. After some time, Tiny inquired, wondering if the work was nearing completion. Rindle, holding several vials, explained that it wasn't fine-tuned just yet. Tiny then held a small, glowing object, which was automatically adjusting its function and operating properly. He dismisses the idea of defensive magic, stating he doesn't care for it, prompting Rindle to observe his apparent lack of concern for protection, though Tiny quickly clarifies that it isn't quite like that. Rindle explains that artifacts like wands are uncommon, primarily because they aren't considered mainstream. He pauses, then adds with a hint of disdain that only an idiot would craft an artifact with 3 magical functions. A look of surprise crosses Rindle's face as he questions the statement. He then dismisses the item as troublesome junk, comparing it to black iron. Tiny's eyes widen in shock, absorbing the implications of Rindle's words. Rindle continues, lamenting that even the one destined to wield it ultimately abandoned it, making it a persistent nuisance. His hand grips a small, dark, metallic object, its surface reflecting a dull sheen. "I like that one," Tiny exclaims, his eyes glowing with intense interest. "What about its other specifications?" Rindle grunts, then explains, "Well, there's shock amplification and auto-repairing." "Huh? Specs?" Tiny asks, barely processing the words, his focus entirely on the item. "That one," he shouts, his voice rising in excitement. "I like that one. Show me that." As if on cue, a brilliant blue light begins to emanate from the object. Growing in intensity, particles of energy swirling around it. Tiny's eyes widen, captivated by the spectacle, as Rindle reveals the item. The blue energy flares, illuminating the dark space, before settling on a colossal, ornate hammer, its head embedded deep into the ground, humming with raw power. Rindle, his eyes closed in thought, issues a challenge. If he truly desires the artifact, he must first attempt to lift it. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that its weight far exceeds 100 kilograms. Tiny, undeterred, strains against the massive hammer, sweat beading on his brow as he grunts, realizing just how heavy it truly is. His legs buckle under the strain, the hammer's glowing head still firmly planted on the ground, prompting an astonished cry of disbelief. A burst of bright light and swirling particles erupts from the point of contact. But instead of defeat, a wide, determined smile spreads across Tiny's face, his eyes burning with excitement. With renewed vigor, he pulls again, the hammer scraping against the floor with a heavy thud, blue energy flaring as he begins to damage the very ground beneath them. Rindle, alarmed by the destruction, quickly intervenes, grabbing Tiny and pulling him back, shouting that he is breaking the workshop. Still holding the powerful hammer, Tiny is overcome with a profound sense of familiarity and joy, a feeling so strong it makes him exclaim his wonder. He thinks to himself, recalling a distant memory, that this must be the very hammer he wielded in a past life, a thought that makes him question his own sanity. Though it feels a little smaller than he remembers, the hammer's presence is strikingly similar to the legendary Mjolnir. The hammer itself pulses with a vibrant blue energy, its intricate design glowing with an inner light. Rindle, observing the young man's fascination, asks if he can extend the handle, hoping to continue using it even after Tiny is gone. But then, his expression shifts to one of annoyance, demanding payment from the young man for the damage caused, even joking about a double payment from the Duke. Tiny, seemingly unfazed by the dwarf's outburst, looks up with wide-eyed curiosity, asking for the hammer's name. Rindle pauses, a thoughtful hum escaping him, before confirming that it's the hammer he just finished forging. And with a final flourish, he reveals its name, Stamp. He considers the revelation, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, wondering if the hammer truly possessed such a profound history. Meanwhile, the dwarf, seated at his desk, offers a contemplative expression, before a slight smile touches his lips as he remarks, "That's good. Drexler will be happy too." He then adds, almost to himself, "If I dreamed of becoming a superhuman, I'd better train until then." His eyes close in contemplation as he continues, "I can't even dare to dream of becoming a superhuman." Opening his eyes, he looks directly ahead, posing a question that seems to challenge a deeper understanding. Dare to dream? What do you mean by that? The young man, his expression serious, reflects on his own experiences, thinking, "Since I look." He gestures to himself, a hint of frustration in his eyes, as his thoughts continue. "People were wondering if I'm a demon kind or something." The thought weighs heavily on him, his expression deepening with the realization of how he is perceived. Rindle, with a wry smile, remarks on Tiny's emblem, finding him quite amusing. He then questions if Tiny considers himself a good person. His expression shifts, suggesting that perhaps forgetting his own stupidity might help him. Tiny, however, finds himself internally cursing the old man's personality. Rindle then shifts the conversation, noting that both of them will be leaving in 2 weeks for Chloe's coming-of-age celebration. His posture relaxed as he continues to speak. Tiny, intrigued, asks if Rindle plans to announce something there. Rindle clarifies, wondering if Tiny is referring to his relationship with the imperial family. He then specifies, asking if Tiny is talking about the engagement with the crown prince. "Just like I said before, the crown prince will die on the wedding day." Rindle asks, his expression grim, "Will you still proceed with the engagement even though you know that?" He continues, detailing the timeline of the impending disaster during the summer next year. The golden crown of the Asgardian royal family gleams, as the prophecy foretells that all its members will know this event as the second catastrophe. Due to this calamity, the power of Asgard, once revered as the strongest nation of humankind, will begin to crumble. An army of soldiers stands ready, yet even their might will not prevent the inevitable decline, and a figure sits regally upon a grand throne, their back to the viewer. As the prophecy concludes that the princess, along with the rest of the royalty, will become a mere political sacrifice. The princess remains seated, a solitary figure amidst the looming shadow of her kingdom's downfall. The murmurs of the common folk are growing louder, a restless unease spreading through the populace. At least this time, a woman with silver hair reflects. She knows what's coming, confident she can prevent it. Meanwhile, Tiny can only offer a limited warning to his unseen listener. He reveals that even the two princesses, once suspected of being the cause behind the impending disaster, will also meet their end. With a confident smile, the woman from before declares, "From now on, call me Big Sis." Tiny, frustrated by the echoes of a past he couldn't change, recalls that even his former self couldn't unravel this mystery. Elsewhere, a stern military officer laments the complete lack of reliable intelligence on the matter. A distinguished man with a neatly trimmed beard gazes downward, his hands clasped in contemplation, reflecting on his daughter, Chloe, whom he considers a truly bright child. He continues, affirming that her capabilities and inner strength outshine even her outward appearance. Yet, he muses, the world remains unaware of her true potential. However, Tiny looks up with a determined gaze, knowing that the world will inevitably discover her greatness. She is destined to overcome the helplessness that grips the land. Indeed, it will ultimately be her responsibility to resolve all the intricate problems plaguing this empire. Even so, she may not find happiness in this heavy burden. Chloe, adorned with a crown, looks down with a somber expression, burdened by her future. He declares his unwavering commitment, not just for his daughter, but for the entire world. His hands rest firmly on a surface as he asserts his resolve, stating he will make the best choice. A stern expression settles on Asgard's face. He stands tall, proclaiming his identity as Asgard von Valentia. His stance remains firm as he concedes, stating he won't stand in the way. A warning hangs in the air, a condition for his allowance, should something go wrong. Tiny, his eyes wide with resolve, declares he will save Chloe himself. Asgard's fist clenches, a silent, swift response. Before Tiny can react, a sharp impact sends him reeling, Asgard's voice cutting through the air with a single, harsh word. Brat. Asgard's fury erupts, his eyes glowing crimson as blue lightning crackles around him, demanding to know how Tiny dared to use Chloe's first name, questioning their relationship. He presses the young man further, asking if he harbors feelings for her. Tiny, reeling from the confrontation, muttering that the old man is truly obsessed when it comes to his daughter. Frustrated, he turns to walk away, declaring he's done with this entire situation. But then, he hesitates, turning back to clarify that he didn't mean it in the way Asgard perceived. Later, in a grand courtyard, Asgard and Tiny stand among a select few attendees, a voice wondering why so many people are present for a ceremony meant for only a handful. Asgard and Tiny walk together, ready to proceed, having done their utmost to prepare. Asgard then stands with Rindel, looking out, confident that everything will proceed smoothly. A low murmur ripples through the assembled crowd, as Tiny stands observing the grand gathering. The air hums with anticipation. As he notes from his vantage point, there are far more coming-of-age guests than he had anticipated. Still, he muses, it is only to be expected, given Valentia's esteemed reputation. With a quiet resolve, he vows to do whatever it takes to ensure the event's success. Meanwhile, in a different chamber, Jonas Freewell, the grandson of the Knight's Order, sighs, acknowledging the immense amount of work that lies ahead. Back among the guests, Asgard mentions to Rindel that the prince has also dispatched his envoy. Rindel's expression darkens as Asgard continues, revealing that the envoy is none other than the prince's third son, infamous for his unpleasant demeanor. A voice muses about the Roctor family, identifying them as the powerful Roctor-Duke family. They are known as one of the most powerful families of the empire, and a direct competitor of the Valentia family. Their rivalry is as sharp as clashing steel, a constant struggle for influence. A voice expresses disbelief, wondering if they seriously sent someone like him to such an important event, warning that he is at Valentia now, not Roctor. The Roctor envoy, a young man with striking red eyes and white hair, replies that he has already arrived before them. Asgard von Valentia, looking surprised, acknowledges the news, remarking on the envoy's reliability. His expression then shifts to one of deep contemplation, his gaze distant. Jonas calls out, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. Responding to her address, Asgard confirms his attention. His gaze sharpens as he presses her for information, demanding to know if she has any news regarding the Roctor family, reminding her of his previous instructions to keep a close watch on them. Taken aback by his intensity, Jonas questions his meaning. The Sword Emperor's eye narrows, lost in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he dismisses the matter. A soft sound accompanies his gesture, as if brushing away a minor annoyance. Later, seated across from her, Asgard reassures Janice that she needn't have worried so much about the upcoming ceremony. As they walk away, he casually remarks that it's nothing significant, insisting that she is merely like a niece to him, a statement that elicits a sharp gasp from Janice. Janice offers a quick apology to her lord. Asgard dismisses her concern with a casual gesture, remarking that she must have mistaken him for one of her three brothers. Janice internally scoffs at his words, a familiar feeling of not being truly heard washing over her. The lord then shifts the conversation, his expression turning serious as he asks if she truly has no plans for marriage. Janice's eyes widen slightly in surprise and annoyance at the sudden personal question. Her internal monologue declares that such a thing will never happen, reminding him of his promise to never mention it again. Asgard, caught off guard by her sharp reaction, quickly concedes, offering a sheepish apology. Janice, observing his unusual demeanor, points out that he is acting strangely today. He looks away, admitting that it feels odd because of his daughter's upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. Asgard dismisses his guest, suggesting she must be busy and is free to leave. However, Janice remains, standing before the seated Sword Emperor, her presence a silent testament to the gravity of their discussion. Clasping her hands together, she reveals her full identity, stating, "My name is Janice Freewell." She continues, explaining that he took his father's position after the old man passed away. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tiny processes this information, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he wonders, "That's weird. Are you sure?" He reflects on the name, realizing he had never heard about him before. His eyes widen in disbelief as the full implication dawns on him. What? He is a challenger class already? A look of utter shock spreads across his face, the realization sinking in that if it's true, he could never hope to beat the king of him. Back in the study, Asgard's expression remains stern, his gaze fixed on something unseen, deep in thought. Asgard's mind races, grappling with the recent revelation, wondering if it could mean that the young man, Tiny, might not be by his side in the future. He dismisses the obvious, knowing that Tiny doesn't suffer from any disease. Nor is he about to retire because he wants to get married. It's simply not possible for a sixth-stage mana user to die so easily in an ordinary battle. His brow furrows, the weight of the implications settling heavily upon him. As the only logical conclusion forms in his mind, Tiny must be facing a second catastrophe. A blinding flash of blue lightning rips through the dark, stormy sky, illuminating the desolate ground below. With a heavy, resonant thud, a massive sword plunges deep into the earth, its hilt vibrating with residual force. Meanwhile, in a bustling city, Tiny looks up, a thought crossing his mind. Janice, huh? As he walks through the grand streets, the Sword Emperor's grim prediction begins to make unsettling sense. He recalls the chilling words, "There is a high probability that he'll die on Chloe's wedding day." The memory brings a look of shock to his face, as he remembers the sheer number of lives lost on that fateful day, a voice calling out his name in alarm. Suddenly, he finds himself face-to-face with Janice Freewell and the Roctor envoy, the latter asking, "My lady?" As Janice and the envoy walk away, their footsteps echo softly on the paved path. Tiny watches them go, pondering, if it goes for a second time, it'll be like this, while the envoy asks Janice, "General, should we already prepare?" Janice replies, "I think it's better to take some time like this." Janice Freewell confides in a red-haired woman, admitting she tried to stop someone, a sigh escaping her lips. She continues, explaining how frustrating it was to remain confined to a room. Reflecting on Princess Chloe, she realizes she can truly understand the princess's feelings and why she is so prone to running away. Turning to Tiny, who looks up at her, she offers to lend him some of her power, holding a glowing orb aloft. A soft whoosh accompanies her words as she adds, "It would be far less dull if he were by her side." Tiny watches as Janice embraces a large, fluffy white wolf, the creature nuzzling into her with a soft, bong-bong sound. He wonders to himself if the creature is already so accustomed to her presence. As a noble kneels before Janice, showering her with effusive praise, declaring her the angel of Valentia, he continues to declare her the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. Meanwhile, a man with light blue hair watches the scene with a subtle smirk. The fawning noble remains in his posture of deep reverence. Janice, however, seems to have caught a different name, asking if she heard Roctor correctly. The blue-haired man confirms his identity, stating he is from the prestigious Roctor family, loyal servants of Valentia. Tiny then formally greets him as young Master Tisprin. Tisprin returns the pleasantry, then, to mark their first meeting, requests a moment of their time. Janice looks on, a hint of surprise in her expression. He continues, his voice carrying a hint of amusement, urging her not to pretend to be oblivious. With a confident smirk, Tisprin suggests that he might just be her soulmate. Tiny, overhearing the audacious claim, feels a surge of disbelief. Tisprin then extends his invitation, proposing they have a conversation. Janice's eyes widen in surprise, her mind reeling at his forwardness, especially after he mentioned bringing a great accountant to her estate. Tiny, still processing Tisprin's words, wonders who this crazy bastard truly is. His thoughts race, questioning how Tisprin dares to approach an underage girl like Janice, who is soon to be married. Suddenly, Jonas steps forward, placing himself between Tisperin and his sister, his hand raised as he firmly tells the young master to step back. He internally questions Tisperin's true intentions, wondering if he's merely trying to gauge their strength. Jonas stands firm, his back to the viewer, as Tisperin, with his light blue hair, addresses him with a dismissive tone, demanding he step aside. Meanwhile, Tiny's face contorts in a silent scream of frustration and anger, his jaw clenched tight. Jonas remains unmoving, a silent barrier between Tisperin and Jonas. Tisperin's voice echoes, condescendingly reminding him that this is a matter for noble families, as Tiny's expression shifts from anger to disbelief at the sheer audacity. He continues, asserting that whatever is happening now is absurd and should not be occurring. The Roctor envoy, with his distinctive white hair and sharp red eyes, observes the unfolding scene, his expression unreadable. Tiny, still fuming, mutters that Tisperin's sincerity is questionable, given his past actions. The Roctor envoy steps forward, addressing Jonas with a polite but firm tone, apologizing for the interruption but implying a need for compliance. Beside the envoy, a young blonde noble, holding a small, fluffy creature, pleads with Jonas, insisting that Tisperin is right and that they deserve a chance. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the hall, drawing the attention of Tisperin and the red-haired noble standing beside him. Their expressions tightening as they brace for whatever comes next. Both men stare intently into the distance, their focus unwavering. Meanwhile, Tiny and Jonas turn their backs on the unfolding drama, walking away from the tense scene. A quiet humph escapes Tiny's lips, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resolve. He thinks to himself that the bastard is even more irritating than the asshole he just dealt with, and it certainly seems that way. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, "It's time for me to pay back the food they fed me." Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Big sis," and Jonas Freewell looks up, surprised. Tiny's hand rests gently on her shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of their connection. Suddenly, a new presence draws the attention of Tiny and Big Sis, who both look on with surprise as Tiny questions the identity of the weird old man before them. Still cradling the child in his arms, he stares ahead, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Nearby, Big Sis watches with concern, while the Roctor envoy, his face contorted in anger, demands to know who Tiny is. His fury barely contained, the envoy curses, questioning the very presence of the black-haired youth. With a sharp command, he orders an unseen Graham to throw away this kid first. The envoy's face is a mask of pure rage, his mouth open in a snarl as he delivers the order. Before anyone can react, a violent impact ripples through the air. As the force hits, Tiny's eyes flare a vibrant red, a powerful aura igniting around him in response. Propelled by an unseen force, Tiny launches himself into the air, twisting his body with incredible agility. A surprised cry of "Ugh!" escapes his opponent as Tiny's speed proves overwhelming. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, he hurls a projectile, dismissing his attacker as mere trash. His legs blur with impossible speed, closing the distance in an instant. A white aura ignites around his fist as he declares, "Is my expertise," and delivers a devastating blow. Graham, the blue-haired subordinate, is sent careening backward, collapsing to the ground from the sheer force of the impact. The Roctor envoy's face contorts in pure fury, a guttural "bastard" ripping from his throat. His red eyes blaze with murderous intent as he clenches his fist, the air around him crackling with suppressed power. A sharp, crimson energy erupts from his form, signaling his own impending, furious counterattack. Tiny's aura-infused fist connects with Graham, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. The force of the blow sending a visible ripple through the space. Graham is launched backward, his body tumbling through the air from the sheer momentum. Meanwhile, from a window in the grand building overlooking the scene, a man watches the distant confrontation unfold. Another sharp sound punctuates the air, and the observer can only utter a stunned, "What was that?" Turning to a companion, the man exclaims in disbelief, "He knocked out a knight with one hit." His eyes widen, reflecting the shock of the impossible feat he just witnessed. Having delivered the decisive blow, Tiny stands triumphant over the fallen Graham, who lies defeated on the ground, his face contorted in a scream of agony and disbelief. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across his face, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of victory. A figure in dark armor plummets through the bright sky, his face contorted in a scream as he wonders aloud, how on earth things could have turned out this way. Meanwhile, a hushed command is given. "Take Tisperin to the princess." Standing by a grand window, Jonas Freewell declares with conviction that they will cause a scene in Valencia. Back on the ground, the armored figure kneels in what appears to be a moment of defeat or submission. While Tisperin reacts with a look of profound shock, realizing the implications of such actions would damage the reputation of the Roctor family. From the shadows, a voice declares that Tisperin will soon be expelled from the Roctor family. As Jonas Freewell stands by a window, his back to the room, the news striking Tisperin with a profound shock that widens his eyes in disbelief. Jonas continues, finding great satisfaction in the damage he can inflict using what he considers a mere piece of trash. He then instructs someone to play along, pretending to be unaware of his machinations, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Tiny plummets through the air, his body twisting helplessly, before crashing down with a violent impact. He lies sprawled on the ground, looking up at a cloaked figure who stands silently over him. Still reeling from the impact, a pained cry escapes him as he crashes into the earth. From a distant window, the Roctor envoy watches, questioning if the high-class knight was truly knocked out in a single hit, while Jonas Freewell corrects him, calling the figure a monster. Jonas then wonders aloud about the identity of the young combatant. He muses that such power is only heard of in legends. A chilling laugh escapes him, remarking that he didn't realize Duke Valencia was raising such a monster. He finishes, looking down at the defeated Tisprin. The envoy, intrigued, declares his intention to meet the formidable youth. Meanwhile, Jonas brings up Duke Aldean Roctor. He ponders if the old snake truly intends to become an enemy of the imperial family. Jonas Freewell, still contemplating the implications of Tiny's power, muses that the imperial family would surely not want the Valencia family to act alone either. He continues, convinced that they must have been aware of the Valencia family's deep ties to the imperial family. The Roctor envoy, listening intently, mutters about the dirty game being played, acknowledging that Roctor could never truly contend with Valencia. As Jonas walks with a measured pace, his thoughts drift to the king. He concludes that the monarch would not want the Valencia family to operate without oversight. The envoy's eye widens in sudden realization, the implications of Jonas's words sinking in. Adjusting his uniform, Jonas simply affirms, "Right." A soft rustle of fabric accompanies his gesture, a quiet punctuation to his calculated thoughts. Two guards stand over Tisprin, who lies incapacitated on the ground, one of them ordering the other to take care of the two figures first. It seems their stealth had been for nothing, a wasted effort in the face of the unfolding events. As Tisprin slowly regains his composure, he mutters his fervent wish that no one else would show up, a blonde-haired man nearby reacting with a questioning sound. His concern was well-founded, for it was widely known that the young masters of the Valencia family cherished their youngest sibling beyond measure. Meanwhile, Jonas Freewell stands resolute, his back to the viewer as he confronts the two guards. The guards, their faces contorted in anger, declare that fortunately, they are now back. A voice responds with a skeptical, "Really?" Later, Tisprin sits across from the blonde-haired man, inquiring if the Roctor family had expelled him. Thanks to that, a few more soldiers against him won't be a problem. The envoy states, his expression calm as Tiny eats, that's good. Tiny, mid-bite, looks up in surprise, questioning, "Good?" A silent question hangs in the air. As the envoy leans forward, warning him that he got lucky this time, and to please not be so reckless. An older man observes their exchange from a distance, as the envoy continues to speak, asking if he wants to go to prison even before the main story arrives. Tiny recoils slightly, explaining that he doesn't, but they were looking at him so suspicious. The envoy sighs, conceding that he is right about that. The Roctor envoy leans in, his voice a low growl as he addresses the slumped figure before him, demanding confirmation. His composure shatters, however, as a memory ignites his fury, his eyes blazing red as he curses the audacity of the one who dared cross him. His jaw clenches tight, the sheer indignation almost choking him. The words tear from his throat, a raw, incredulous roar. He cannot fathom the disrespect, the sheer nerve of someone attempting to flirt with his daughter in Valencia, vowing that the offender must be kept far from his sight. Meanwhile, in a distant memory, a much younger Tiny stands frozen in a grand room, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and dawning realization. A thought crosses his mind, a chilling echo of the envoy's words, wondering if he truly was the reckless individual he's now being accused of. His expression shifts to one of urgent concern as he frantically points, urging someone to move quickly in a specific direction. Footsteps pound rapidly, fading into the distance. The scene shifts to a grand, columned hall, where a young man stands alone in the distance, a small sound of confusion escaping him. A furious voice booms, accusing him of trying to steal their valor. The blond man's face contorts in rage, threatening to beat him. A thought crosses the young man's mind, a flicker of recognition. Wait, I think I have seen them. He lets out a small sneeze, his eyes wide with surprise. Before he can react, a swift kick sends him sprawling. He tumbles through the air, a blur of motion. A pained cry escapes his lips, "Yuak." Another brutal kick connects, and the blond man snarls, vowing to end him, as the young Roctor envoy looks on. A powerful impact reverberates through the hall as a blond man, Trem, questions the identity of an envoy. His eyes wide with shock, the young man known as Tiny registers the force of the blow. Trem, however, is utterly bewildered, his attack having inexplicably bounced off a mere child. As a brilliant blue aura flares around him, Tiny stands his ground, radiating an unexpected power. His feet glow with the same ethereal energy, moving with a swift, decisive motion. A sudden realization dawns on Trem, as he questions if this formidable opponent could be the legendary Tiny. He shouts, demanding confirmation, his voice echoing with a mix of disbelief and dawning fear. The very same child who once fought fiercely over valor, now stands before him. But before Trem can fully process the revelation, he finds himself abruptly on the ground, defeated by Tiny's sudden counterattack. He scratches his head, Reflecting on the recent confrontation, they had indeed fought, but the timing for such an encounter felt off. Even then, he realizes his opponent had been holding back, not even utilizing a soul weapon. Meanwhile, Tisperin confronts the Roctor envoy, confirming his presence and acknowledging the envoy's anger, understanding the significance of the situation for a Roctor. As they walk away, Tisperin reiterates that it's a bad time, and the envoy agrees, stating they are in a hurry. Passing by Tiny, Tisperin lets out a dismissive scoff, addressing him with a condescending, "Hey you, human." Tiny's expression hardens instantly, cursing Tisperin under his breath. As Tisperin continues to walk away, he glances back at Tiny, vowing to ensure he won't reach Valencia alive. Tiny stands firm, his resolve clear, declaring he won't let Tisperin escape, and adding that he intends to be the one to kill him first. A moment later, a realization dawns on him, wondering if Tisperin had mentioned Aaron, the heir of Valencia. The name Aaron echoes in his mind, a sense of familiarity stirring within him. But he struggles to place it, wondering aloud, but who is? As Tisperin and the Roctor envoy walk away, a realization dawns on him. I only know one. The pieces begin to connect, forming a clearer picture of the title he heard, Young Master of Valencia, in the future. A sharp memory of Tisperin standing over him, mocking, flashes through his mind, a guttural sound escaping him. And he considers the implication, wondering if it could be, perhaps, young Master Jonas? The thought ignites a furious frustration within him, causing him to curse, damn it. This damn Aslan imperial family. With a surge of renewed determination, he turns and begins to run, his footsteps echoing with purpose. The nobles harbored such intense hatred for the Aslan bloodline that only those of Aslan descent were permitted as guests at the celebration. This exclusivity meant that only the Aslan bloodline was permitted to attend the grand event. Consequently, even the number of guests from Valencia was severely restricted. A grim scene unfolds as armored figures stand over a fallen body, a silent testament to the brewing conflict. All of them oblivious to the disaster that was about to unfold. Tiny's face contorts in a snarl, the memory fueling his rage as he mutters, "Precious bloodline of Golden Dragon, my ass." He hears a mocking voice from his past, "Haha kid." His eyes widen slightly, caught off guard by the vividness of the memory, the taunt still stinging after all this time. In his mind, Tisperin stands beside the Roctor envoy, his smirk unwavering as he advises, "You should check your background before saying such a thing." As he walked, a voice from nearby caught his attention, causing him to turn and question, "Who are you?" His eyes widened slightly as he recognized the figure's bearing, a noble. The man before him, radiating a soft golden glow, spoke with an air of familiarity. That face is a familiar one, laced with magic. He then offered a slight bow. I forgot to introduce myself." Formally presenting himself as, "I'm Baron Remington von Marga." The Baron continued, explaining his presence. "I came here to attend the princess's coming-of-age ceremony." His gaze then sharpened as he revealed his true motive for approaching. "I heard a rumor about you kicking Aslan's ass, so I wanted to see you." With a knowing look, he added, "You must be behind Lord Aslan's light?" He listens intently as the Baron explains that they are now in Valencia, a place where people are known to live well. Indeed, they are in Valencia. Internally, Tiny questions his own behavior, wondering if he's being too talkative for someone considered a beginner. The Baron's expression shifts slightly. Before he chuckles, acknowledging Tiny's self-awareness, he suggests that perhaps they are now even. Tiny's internal reaction is one of utter disbelief, a silent expletive escaping his thoughts. The Baron continues, his tone friendly, proposing that since they've become acquainted, they could be friends. He extends an invitation, offering to buy Tiny a meal to celebrate their newfound friendship. Tiny's only response is a bewildered, simple sound of surprise. Undeterred by the young man's silence, the Baron continues, his voice booming with forced joviality. "Don't be shy, brother. Let's play with me and build a great friendship." He punctuates his words with a confident wink and a thumbs up, a picture of self-assured charm. Tiny, however, remains unconvinced, his thoughts racing as he considers the Baron's true intentions, wondering if he should try to figure out what the man is really after. The Baron's voice cuts through his contemplation, a hint of warning in his tone. "You got lucky this time. Please, don't be reckless." He points a finger, his expression momentarily stern, before softening again. Tiny sighs, deciding to hold his tongue for now, believing it best to wait and observe. The Baron then shifts his focus, his tone becoming more inquisitive. "I heard you were close with the lady." The question catches Tiny off guard, his eyes widening slightly in surprise, as he processes the implication. The Baron leans in, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Then, "Can I personally meet her?" As the Baron's words hang in the air, a sharp, guttural sound escapes Tiny, a sudden, violent reaction to the question about the lady. Before he can even fully process his own outburst, an unseen force slams into him, sending him hurtling backward with a powerful impact. He arcs through the air, a trail of blue energy following his trajectory. His body twists mid-flight, a blur against the dark sky. Meanwhile, Baron Remington von Marga stands frozen, his face a mask of utter shock and disbelief at the sudden turn of events. From somewhere in the distance, a furious cry echoes, his name ringing out with raw emotion. A heavy silence follows, the weight of the confrontation settling in. Suddenly, the scene shifts, dissolving into a memory or dream, where a young Tiny smiles brightly, waving with innocent joy. A bitter laugh escapes him, a silent, internal declaration of utter frustration. With a sudden, powerful impact, Tiny delivers a devastating mid-air kick, sending Trem reeling backward. The force of the blow leaves Trem stunned, his eyes wide with shock as he looks up at his attacker. As Tiny lands gracefully, Trem collapses to the ground, the impact echoing around them. He looks up at Tiny, a surprised gasp escaping him, and a wave of dread washes over him as he realizes the trouble he's in. He's going to get scolded for this. A sharp cry escapes him, as Tiny's powerful kick connects, sending him reeling. Disbelief contorts his features, but a surge of anger quickly replaces it, his hand shooting out to seize Tiny's wrist with surprising force. Trem's eyes blaze with an ominous red glow, as he retaliates with a swift, blurring strike. But Tiny is faster, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he intercepts the blow. Trem's rage intensifies, his voice a low snarl promising utter destruction. Tiny presses his advantage, delivering another rapid strike. A voice filled with disbelief echoes through the air, demanding to know the identity of the attacker. As Tiny's blue-infused strike connects with a sharp impact, Trem's eye widens in shock, a single word escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend the speed of the assault. His mind races, sensing the intricate manipulation of mana around him, a technique far beyond what he expected from such an opponent. With a surge of power, Trem unleashes his own formidable orange aura, a blue orb manifesting in his grasp as he prepares to retaliate. A thought solidifies in his mind. This opponent might be more significant than he initially assumed. His glowing sword now alight with fierce energy, he charges forward, a blur of motion and intent. His feet pound the ground, leaving trails of shimmering aura, closing the distance with incredible speed. The question hangs in the air, a challenge and a recognition. Could this opponent truly be of challenger rank? Trem, his face contorted in fury, glares down, promising to sever the rude hand that dared to strike him. His eyes burning with a fierce red glow, he bares his teeth, a primal snarl escaping his lips. But before he can act, Tiny gasps in surprise, his gaze fixed on his iron armor, which seems to be reacting to an unseen force. Suddenly, a spectral, glowing white wolf materializes with a guttural roar, its form crackling with raw mana. Trem recoils, a flicker of shock crossing his face at the unexpected appearance of the beast. He quickly gathers himself, a swirling blue aura erupting around him, preparing for the new threat. The mana wolf continues its fierce roar, its glowing eyes fixed on its target. Observing the construct, Tiny muses, a wolf made up of mana, indeed. He stares intently at the glowing construct, questioning its very nature. Before he can fully process it, Trem lunges forward, a blue energy construct forming around his fist as he aims for a perceived vulnerability, while Tiny raises a glowing arm to block the assault. The attack continues with a powerful kick, the blue energy striking with concussive force. Tiny is driven back by the sheer power of the blast, his defensive aura flaring brightly. The impact forces his leg to slide across the ground, leaving him to exhale sharply in surprise and effort. Trem watches the result of his attack, his expression twisting into one of utter frustration as he realizes his efforts were completely in vain. His previous attack having failed, Trem's frustration boils over, his face contorting in a snarl as he prepares to unleash another devastating blow. Meanwhile, Tiny braces himself, a surprised gasp escaping him as blue energy crackles around his hand, anticipating the renewed assault. Before Trem's full force can land on Tiny, a mustached man is violently launched through the air, his body arcing away from the impact point. It was Trem's powerful, sweeping kick that connected, sending the unfortunate man hurtling through the cityscape. Even as the mustached man is dispatched, Tiny is still forced to slide backward across the ground, the residual force of Trem's assault pushing him relentlessly. Yet, the mustached man recovers midair, his hands flaring with an angry orange glow, ready to retaliate against his attacker. Tiny's eyes widen in surprise, sensing the new, volatile energy, as the ring on his finger crackles with a faint, protective aura. He slams his hand into the ground, creating a small crater, desperately trying to halt his momentum and regain his footing amidst the chaos. Trem, surrounded by his own blue aura, can only grit his teeth in frustration as the battle takes an unexpected turn. A monstrous, wolf-like creature, its fur glowing with an intense yellow-orange energy, lets out a guttural snarl, preparing to strike. Identified as a lunar wolf, it lunges with blinding speed, a blur of blue energy trailing behind it as it closes the distance on Tiny. The creature's powerful assault continues, and Tiny is visibly struck, recoiling from the sheer force of the impact. Despite the blow, he calmly assesses the situation, acknowledging the wolf's strength. His eyes, wide with a mix of surprise and determination, focus intently on his foe. Then, a brilliant golden energy begins to surge around him. And in a swift, decisive move, Tiny is suddenly atop the lunar wolf, delivering a powerful strike with his now glowing weapon. With the final blow landed, he declares the battle's end. Stop! He cries out, his face contorted in anguish, taking full responsibility for the situation. The Baron watches on, his own expression a mix of shock and concern. Tiny lies defeated on the ground, looking up at the imposing figure of Trem, who stands over him, a sword at his side. Again, the young man pleads, It's my fault. So stop. The estate lord can only watch, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. A voice, filled with regret, laments the sight, wishing for a different reunion. Trem, seated across from Tiny, begins to speak, his tone apologetic yet firm, stating he cannot allow something to proceed. He reiterates his regret, as Tiny acknowledges the suspicious nature of the situation. Meanwhile, a man with a mustache laughs heartily, recalling a threat of death. Trem then declares that they will move past this incident for now. But with a subtle clink of his teacup, he issues a stern reminder. Valencia, he warns, is not a place for games. A chilling smile spreads across Trem's face, as he questions if someone else is already permitted to act in such a manner, seeking Tiny's agreement. Tiny, understanding the gravity of the situation, acknowledges Trem's words. Though a bead of sweat trickles down his temple, the weight of the expectations placed upon him feels daunting, almost scary. He's being told to act before he's truly ready, yet also promised greatness. Trem's voice resonates, emphasizing the path laid before him. Tiny thinks of the old man, confident that he has his backing, even as a teacup clinks softly, marking a pause in the conversation. Then, with a question still lingering, Tiny asks for clarification. Trem, turning back slightly, pauses to listen. Tiny's curiosity is piqued about this Lenope figure, wondering who he truly is. A look of surprise crosses Tiny's face as Trem responds to his question. The envoy offering a casual smile and stating, It's a secret for now. He then raises a hand in a slight apology, sorry. But his thoughts quickly turn inward, a new concern surfacing. Is he related to the imperial family? The realization dawns on him. A look of regret spreading across his features as he mutters, Oh no, I must have made a mistake. Trem covers his face in distress, while Tiny watches him silently. A thought echoing in the air. Well, it's rare to find a high-ranked knight. Tiny remains still, his back to the viewer, absorbing the unexpected turn of events. Tiny leans in, asking Trem to keep their conversation a secret, to which he readily agrees. However, a chilling realization dawns on Trem as he considers the implications of Tiny's question about Lenope. He can't shake the feeling that Lenope must be some kind of inspector from the imperial family, a thought that sends a shiver down his spine. The only time the imperial family would announce a new knight is during a coming-of-age ceremony. And if Tiny is connected to such an event, then his status is far beyond what Trem had initially assumed. 1 week later, the day of the coming-of-age ceremony arrives. A grand estate bustles with activity, its opulent architecture reflecting the importance of the occasion. Guests mingle and converse, their laughter echoing through the lavish halls. Trem, now present at the ceremony, begins to speak, correcting himself as he addresses someone. My lady, I mean. He gazes down, a quiet thought forming in his mind about his sister, Chloe. He remembers her, a young girl with white hair, engrossed in a book, and the thought echoes once more. My sister, Chloe. A determined resolve settles on his face as he vows, I will make this day. Later, enjoying a meal, he reflects on the simple pleasure, the most beautiful day of my life. Wow, this is delicious. He continues to eat with gusto, munching loudly. A rumbling sound accompanies his meal, as he shares the meal with a young boy, both eating heartily, munching and tearing at their food. The boy, focused intently on his plate, eats with unbridled enthusiasm. A warm smile spreads across Tiny's face as he asks, Yum Gum, Knight Zeno, what is the name of this food? A stern voice cuts through the air, urging him to control himself. The voice continues, addressing him directly, Mr. Tiny. An older man with neatly swept-back white hair stands nearby, his expression unyielding as he declares, There is enough food. Tiny looks up, confused, wondering what the issue could be, as he has been eating slowly. Despite the scolding, a small, satisfied chuckle escapes him, his cheeks still comically puffed out from the delicious meal. The older man's eyes narrow, his patience clearly wearing thin as he issues a stark warning. Stop eating before I break your jaw. Tiny's expression shifts instantly from amusement to wide-eyed shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. He looks up at the man standing over him, still processing the threat, asking for clarification. A flash of brilliant blue lightning illuminates the dark, stormy sky, as Tiny stammers out a response to the elder's harsh words. He struggles to find his voice, finally managing to say, and nothing. The white-haired elder, his expression unreadable, simply chuckles, little knight. Later, as Tiny eats, the elder approaches him, asking, Can I have a word with you? Tiny, looking up from his meal, responds with a question of his own. Instead of the usual threat? The elder then reveals a surprising piece of information. The inspector already came to the party. Seated at a table, Tiny offers a sincere apology. Sorry about what I did last time. The elder smiles warmly, accepting his apology and expressing gratitude. Thanks for forgiving me with your generous heart. Tiny, looking somewhat surprised, admits, It's my fault for asking for a favor from you. I was actually amazed by your decision. He reflects on his past transgressions, thinking that if he were to ever repeat his mistakes, he would deserve to be struck down again. Yet, he knows there isn't anyone who would truly do that for him, as the estate lord, with a wide grin, announces the inspector's arrival for the day. Tiny simply nods, acknowledging the statement. His eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization hitting him as he questions the implications of the inspector's presence. The estate lord, oblivious to Tiny's internal panic, repeats his announcement with a jovial laugh. He gestures grandly towards the entrance, formally introducing Chloe von Valencia. The armored woman stands beside the white-haired elder, her presence commanding attention as the estate lord continues his introduction, announcing that she will be entering with her family. The white-haired elder stands proudly beside Chloe, who appears calm and composed in her gleaming white armor. With a flourish of fabric and the soft rustle of movement, the inspector, Chloe von Valencia, makes her grand entrance into the hall, flanked by the white-haired elder and Trem, her presence commanding immediate attention. A radiant smile graces her lips as a soft, golden glow emanates from her, captivating all who behold her. Her elegant white gown shimmers with every subtle shift, highlighting her graceful form. The estate lord watches, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle, murmuring in awe, "How amazing and beautiful she is." But Tiny, standing beside him, clenches his jaw, a question mark hanging over his head as his expression shifts from surprise to irritation. He curses under his breath, recognizing the man accompanying her. A dark thought crosses his mind, wondering if he should truly allow this situation to unfold. Baron Remington von Marga, standing with a blonde woman and a dark-haired young man, questions the blonde woman, asking if this is good for her aunt. The young man, eyes wide with awe, declares that the woman they are observing is truly the angel of Valencia. A soft smile graces his lips, lost in the beauty before him. The blonde woman, equally struck, whispers her own admiration, finding the figure so beautiful. The object of their gaze, a woman in a pristine white gown, stands with an air of serene elegance. Later, the blonde woman closes her eyes, a pensive expression on her face, muttering to herself about making it through something difficult. Now in a different, equally elegant dress, she stands in a grand room, wondering if everything will truly change. The ornate details of the room, including the woman's flowing white gown, emphasize the opulence surrounding her. A hushed anticipation fills the grand hall as Tiny stands beside Baron Remington von Marga, surrounded by a distinguished crowd. The air crackles with unspoken significance as a figure in noble attire steps forward on a plush red carpet. Remington looks on, a silent guardian, as the young boy, Chloe, prepares for whatever comes next. Meanwhile, a blonde woman smiles warmly, her voice echoing with a playful request for the boy to call her big sis from now on. Yet, beneath her cheerful demeanor, a deeper longing stirs, a quiet "I wish" hanging in the air. Back in the hall, Tiny, now holding a shimmering blue orb, begins to channel his power, a soft hum of magic filling the space as Remington watches over him. As the ritual intensifies, Tiny and Remington stand at the heart of a vibrant blue magical circle, surrounded by well-wishers offering a collective blessing for a happy life. From the swirling energies, a majestic white wolf with glowing blue eyes manifests, its form radiating an ethereal aura as it bounds forward. The magical creature ascends into the ethereal expanse, leaving trails of shimmering blue light in its wake. A low rumble emanates from the ethereal white wolf as it stands beside Chloe, its form radiating a soft, magical glow. From a distance, the Baron and the Elder watch, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief, as one of the other men exclaims that the creature belongs to Tiny. The wolf, playful and affectionate, begins to lick Chloe's cheek, eliciting a joyful laugh from her as she finds its touch ticklish. With a soft rustle of fabric, the ornate throne where she had been seated now stands empty. Yet, she is seen once more upon the throne, gently cradling the white wolf in her arms, admonishing it softly to behave. Her flowing white dress drapes elegantly around her. The Baron and the Elder continue to observe, their faces etched with wonder, as the Elder questions if what they are witnessing is a miracle. Chloe, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and confusion, utters a soft, questioning sound. A magnificent, ethereal white wolf, glowing with an inner blue light, fully materializes before them. Its presence causes Chloe to gasp in surprise, her eyes wide with wonder. The glowing creature itself seems to acknowledge her, letting out a soft, almost playful sound. As if drawn by an unseen force, Chloe reaches out a hand towards a shimmering blue symbol that appears before her. A gentle, rustling sound fills the air, and the magnificent beast settles comfortably onto Chloe's lap, its ethereal form resting as if it were a physical pet, much to the astonishment of the Baron and the Elder. The Baron, utterly bewildered, can only exclaim that it must be a spirit. Both he and the Elder stare in disbelief, marveling at the sight and comparing it to an ancient myth beast. Meanwhile, a group of guards also observe the unfolding miracle, questioning if this truly is the holy beast of the spirit. A figure in formal attire stands, their presence noted as reliable-looking. Nearby, a man with a wide smile offers his appreciation, declaring his gratitude for the awesome show. But the young Zeno, looking utterly bewildered, can only wonder why he's being thanked at all. His expression quickly shifts, a deep suspicion clouding his features. With a stern gaze, he issues a warning, promising a swift reprimand if any misbehavior occurs. Meanwhile, a young girl in a white dress gracefully descends a grand staircase, a voice echoing a familiar sentiment. From the assembled crowd below, a collective sentiment rises, thanking Chloe for growing up so healthy. At the formal presentation, Chloe's father, Jaimin, looks down with a wistful expression, wishing her mother could have been there to witness the moment. A silent thought echoes his sentiment, acknowledging how truly wonderful that would have been. From below, young Chloe looks up at him, addressing him simply as father. Later, the estate lord stands beside his son, Tiny, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, both men observing the proceedings with solemn expressions. A man with spectacles turns to the pair, inquiring if someone had spoken, prompting a slight, surprised reaction from Tiny. The estate lord maintains his composed demeanor, adjusting his collar with a subtle, practiced movement. Nearby, an attendant carefully prepares a pristine white garment, as Tiny watches the preparations unfold. With the initial presentation complete, the assembled group, including Jaimin and his son, prepares for the next phase, as the announcement for the subsequent rituals is made. The Baron, standing before the assembled guests, announces that the ceremony will now proceed to the subsequent rituals. With a solemn expression, he then reveals the identity of his daughter Chloe's fiancé, a name that hangs heavy in the air. He gestures with a hand, indicating the man in question. A soft, golden glow begins to emanate from his hand, growing steadily brighter as he stands on the red carpet, Chloe observing from behind him. The golden light bursts forth with a sudden flash, filling the grand hall. A murmur ripples through the crowd as the white-haired elder and young Zeno, among others, react with surprise, questioning if this is a magical projection. The golden light coalesces, slowly taking on a distinct human form, until the image of Trem, Chloe's fiancé, stands clearly before them, a brilliant, golden apparition. The magical projection of the crown prince, Bradley Van Oslan, solidifies before the assembled guests. His voice echoing through the hall, he declares his gratitude for the Angel of Valencia. The crowd murmurs in awe as he formally announces her as his fiancée. Among the stunned onlookers, Chloe's father and the elder exchange surprised glances, while Chloe herself looks on, a guest exclaiming, "Oh my God, is this real? It's the crown prince." From the back of the hall, Tiny's thoughts race, a desperate plea to himself to stop talking just for once. He remembers the crown prince, who died in the previous life. He watches the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. While Zeno looks up at him, Tiny's internal monologue continuing. Finally, it's my turn. His hand clenches tightly, a silent resolve hardening his grip. As he processes the revelation, a voice cuts through his thoughts, asking Baron Narsa where he is going, prompting a confused HM from the young man. Before he can react, a firm grip seizes his arm, stopping him in his tracks. He turns, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as the Baron declares that he doesn't think the young man should intervene in the matter. The Baron then addresses him directly, calling him Little Knight. Looking up at the smiling Baron, he can only manage a confused, "Huh?" The Baron continues, his tone reassuring, acknowledging his worry for her, but implying it's unnecessary. With a confident smile, the Baron assures him that he doesn't have to worry about anything at all. A hand gently ruffles his hair, leaving him with another bewildered, "Huh?" A gasp ripples through the onlookers as the crown prince, Bradley Van Oslan, makes his grand entrance. He casually glances at a device in his hand, unaware of the commotion he's causing, as a voice echoes, asking if he's done it again. The prince continues his stride, his footsteps echoing through the opulent hall. Meanwhile, Tiny's eyes widen in disbelief and shock, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. It truly is the crown prince. A surge of determination fills him, his mind racing with a sudden, decisive thought. But before he can even move, Baron Narsa's hand lashes out, delivering a sharp, resounding slap across Tiny's face. The unexpected blow leaves Tiny stunned, the question hanging in the air. Did he just slap the crown prince? Reeling from the unexpected slap, Tiny's mind races, grappling with the humiliation and the overwhelming presence of the crown prince. His thoughts spiral, wondering if he should have simply allowed the prince to perish during the wedding, a dark impulse flickering through his distress. Meanwhile, Chloe, sensing his turmoil, approaches him with a gentle query, asking what occupies his mind. Before he can respond, Baron Narsa, standing beside him, offers a quick, almost dismissive, "Ack." The Baron then attempts to lighten the mood, remarking on the warmth of the room and reassuring Tiny, telling him not to worry. The white-haired elder chimes in, confirming that the prince has already forgiven him. Baron Narsa, with a reassuring smile, places an arm around Tiny, who still looks somewhat bewildered. As the crown prince and his attendant walk away, Baron Narsa continues, his voice carrying across the hall, assuring Valencia that she is safe, even if the prince hadn't forgiven Tiny. A sudden realization washes over Tiny, his eyes widening as he processes the implications of the recent events. His expression shifts from confusion to a dawning understanding. While elsewhere, Baron Narsa sits in quiet contemplation, a heavy regret in his voice as he whispers, If the Crown Prince hadn't arrived, I would have. I'm sorry, Valencia. The Crown Prince, a figure of regal authority, had indeed arrived, and his presence had strongly challenged the royal family. This pivotal moment was confirmed by the question, was the Crown Prince arriving? Tiny, now understanding the full scope, confirms, right. The Crown Prince arrived with Valencia. He then adds thoughtfully, and one more thing. Turning to the white-haired elder, Tiny listens intently as the elder gestures, prompting a curious, The elder then concludes, his voice firm. All preparations are done. A white-haired official, his red eyes gleaming with a fierce intensity, declares his intention to handle a matter personally. He instructs someone to approach him once he is finished, and soon after, Tiny stands before him in a formal office. The official acknowledges Tiny's spirit, who then offers his thanks. The white-haired man muses that their efforts seem to have alleviated Chloe's anxiety, a thought that brings a slight frown to his face. Tiny, with a confident smile, simply replies, "You're welcome." The official then asks if it is ready now, his gaze fixed on Tiny, who confirms with a simple yes. Despite the confirmation, the official admits that it is still hard for him to believe. As their conversation concludes, the holy object of Karun, a glowing blue crystalline structure, begins to fade and disappear. The capital city faces imminent destruction, not just from a monster, but from an ambush by a Kraken-grade creature. The white-haired elder confirms the dire situation. The capital city is indeed going to be destroyed. He emphasizes that it is not just any ordinary monster, but a Kraken. Such a significant threat demands immediate action, and they should investigate it. Meanwhile, Tiny, handling some paperwork, inquires about the stamp. The elder, now with a satisfied smile, confirms that it is, of course, done. With his immediate tasks concluded, Tiny decides he will go to the smithy tomorrow.